and welcome in to Day 5, the final day of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. I'm Teddy Ball alongside Sky Gillespie as we get set for the first game of action here on Saturday. Get the starting lineups out for both teams. For South Pointe, the ones I caught were Trey Raymond, Landon Hawkins, Christian Dupree. I'll get those other two out in a second. As for O'Fallon, we've got Ben Okoro, and then Lawson Bynum,
and 6'1" junior number 23,
Eddie Jackson.
The Panthers are coached by Brian Muniz.
The other two we have, number 20, Sutton Massey, and to round things out, Jaden Dancy. Sky, both these two teams 0-3 going into this contest, looking for their first win here at TOC. Someone's got to win, and we've seen a couple of their games, obviously, broadcasted all of them. I don't know if you've watched these two teams play in action. If you have, what would you say about these two teams and what they could do to win tonight?
Well, I'm pretty familiar with both teams. I've had a couple times calling both of their games. And, yeah, like you said, one of these teams is bound to win. Everything's earned in this tournament. Nothing comes easy. And one of these teams is going to go away with a win. One of them is going to go home winless. But it's the final day of the TOC. It's time to get going, Teddy. Let's do this thing.
Here we go. Trey Raymond wins the tip-off for South Pointe. To Raymond up top. He gives it to Edrington. In the corner, guarded by Okoro. Finds a man downstairs, dishes it out to the corner. That's a corner three. Bangs around. Offensive rebound, second chance opportunity is good. Shot by Christian Dupree. First buckets of the ball game.
Dupree coming off a great game yesterday in the loss against West Hancock. Just a one-possession game, so both of these teams coming off two close losses. See if they come out inspired.
Another three on the other end. That one shot by Sutton Massey. Won't go. Rebounded by the Stallions. Playing back and forth, bobbled the ball around, and that is turned over. Eddie Jackson gets the recovery. Got the numbers game. Ben Okoro trying to step out. It'll stay with the Panthers, but dead ball.
Both these teams known for going up and down, quick, rapid basketball, a lot of transition play. It looked for a lot of fast point scoring defense. Got to get back and going.
Inbounding to Dancy. Corner swing. Dishes it to Lawson. He's guarded by three. Finds wide open Jackson, top of the key. Bobbles in and out.
Landon Hawkins with the board. We're going to go the other way. Yeah, these two teams have very quality big men, so look for them to crash every time as Raymond with a beautiful step back, shove off, push, and score for two. Good to get the big man going early.
Raymond, although the biggest guy on the court for them, he's able to move around so quickly. Same on the other side. Ben Okoro tries to make a shot of his own. Raymond gets the rebound. He's been all over the place so far.
Okoro, the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee commit. A lot of good talent on this floor right now.
Another jump shot. Raymond early on in the shot clock. Get the rebound. Lawson will pick him up. Edrington finds a man on the left side, handoff. Slowing things down. Driving inside on Jackson, 2-on-1, and he'll draw the foul. Edrington will shoot a couple.
Foul ball number 23, Eddie Jackson. Liz McKellar at the line.
That's my apologies. That is number 2, Colin McKellar. I was reading off number 1. The second on my list there, but Colin McKellar.
Got to account for the good old number 0.
Yeah. 0, Trenton Stevenson. Quickly off to a pretty good start for the South Pointe Stallions. Don't hit the second free throw. It's still 5-0 lead a couple minutes into the game.
2-3 zone right here. Extended 2-3 zone. It's out pretty deep. Look for this matchup, Raymond and Bison.
Deep three by Dancy. Give it back to him on a floater attempt, and he'll get the second chance.
Dancy had a really good outing in the last game. Scored 15 points. made 3 threes as well, so gonna look to pull it.
3-point chance on the other side. Rebounded by Lawson. Gives it over to Okoro on the left wing, driving inside, dishes to the corner to Sutton Massey. He gets pulled on 2. Nice look there by Okoro. Might have stepped out of bounds, and they'll say he does. Jackson, foot barely on the line. He's trying to say he got held, but
he kind of dribbled the ball right into Dupree, and Dupree, the 6'5" sophomore, big body, just kind of bounced right off of him, and then we saw that back left heel land on the line, ball going the Stallion way.
Keller gives it over to Raymond, finds a man. Be a deep 2, responsible for that one by Christian Dupree. He's having a good game so far.
Dupree, the sophomore, really good shooter, really good body inside. Underclassman, but getting a lot of really good, valuable experience going up against great competition. Gonna help him out a lot going on forward down the season.
Jackson for 3. That one rebounded by Trenton Stevenson.
Raymond, the tallest player on this team, but plays like a point forward, a slashing point forward. Wesley and I described him as kind of a Pascal Siakam build and plays a lot like him, and we've seen so far with those deep 2s and pull-up 3s.
Yeah, a lot of the offensive plays run through him, and he'll shoot a 3 from the wing, won't go. Offensive rebound. In transition is Raymond. He gets the board, and an easy layup. 9-2 with 3:56 left in this game. This South Point team opened up this game on fire so far. As we get a replay here of the missed 3. Rebound. Raymond able to crash the board, come back in for that second chance.
It's a big man's game.
I was really excited looking at this matchup. Sky going in for Ben Okoro and Raymond. These 2 guys have played phenomenal basketball so far. And both, big guys, but they're able to play. They're able to play with a lot of speed.
Gonna take a quick wide shot here. So we see what's gonna be a 2-3 defense right here. And how do they respond? I'm gonna draw Okoro. Okoro's gonna get the ball right here. Oh, excuse me, I am still on the numbers. Let's get rid of that.
6 players on the court.
Okay, pretend that 6 right there is Okoro. We're learning Telestrator, we're new to it. It's my first time using it. Number 6 is Okoro. He's gonna attack right there, get the ball in the middle against the zone, and let Okoro cook.
Okoro's had some good games despite O'Fallon being 0-3.
Let's get him right in here.
Dancy driving in, floater off the front of the iron.
Telestrator's fun, Teddy.
Telestrator is fun. We're still figuring it out, but eventually we're going to be masters of the Telestrator.
Trey Raymond drives, no good. And Dancy will bring it up.
This guy wide open.
Looks like a double dribble.
Ben Okoro. Ben Okoro shoots a 3. Haven't been able to connect on much. They've had some good looks, though.
It's the first game of the day. These teams are not used to playing at 11 a.m., so it's kind of an interesting storyline. Again, South Point coming in all the way from South Carolina. O'Fallon also made quite the trek as Okoro drives baseline. Great cut by Massey, but no good.
And there to make things difficult was McKellar, and he'll try to pass down low on the other side. No, too much on that. Go out of bounds. Panthers ball.
5 minutes into this ball game, this O'Fallon offense has to get cooking, and it's got to be led by Okoro, who's scoreless. Dancy's the only one with a bucket so far.
Got a couple of possessions where he's tried to do something, and he tries to do it right here. Driving inside, spins around, and too much sauce on that one as well, going out of bounds. Back-to-back turnovers for these 2 teams.
O'Fallon does play in spurts. They play really good basketball at times, as we take a replay over here as Okoro fires it over into the second row. But yeah, they play really good in spurts. They're going to give up runs, but they're going to come back firing on their own. So it is 9-2 right now, but look for these Panthers to get going sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and they're a team where, like we mentioned, despite not having a victory under their belt, they played close games. There's a big-time 3 there by Raymond. Continues to have a good game, but despite not winning a game, they have a bunch of guys that are able to heat up. Dancy, obviously we talked about him being able to shoot from beyond the arc. Okoro, their main guy. Lawson as well has just been really fun. Lawson Bynum has been really fun as well. When he heats up, he can do some pretty good things in the paint.
Brenton Hunter coming in off the bench for a little offensive spark. He scores his first bucket of the day. But yeah, it just goes to how strong this tournament really is. With a really good O'Fallon team, they are struggling here in the Kevin Brown Memorial TOC.
Raymond up top, guarded by Bynum. Finds a man in the wing. Three-point shot won't go. Rebound by Dancy. Great shot there by Bynum, and good vision on the pass.
We saw two of the bodies crash in on Okoro that led to a wide open paint, and great cut right there from Bynum. The two big men got a lot of chemistry out there.
Open three off the double, and that will be good. McKellar, his first three of the game.
McKellar, the 5'11" point guard, really good senior leader for this team. Good to see him get going early, connecting with the three.
And Dancy, how about that? Seeing wide open Bynum down low. Just nobody was even around him in the vicinity. And although still a lead for South Pointe, O'Fallon cutting things back a little bit with about a minute to go left in this first quarter. Timeout called. I'm trying to see who called that timeout. I think it was O'Fallon. Anyways, regardless, this is a Intercon timeout. I'd like to thank them real quick. This Power Up timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering, celebrating 50 years and keeping communities powered. Intercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. I think this O'Fallon team could use a little bit of Intercon to get this offense going and generating some more points, but cutting the lead back a little bit. 1 minute exactly here in the first. 15-8, South Pointe leads.
O'Fallon coming out in a 1-3-1. This really sparks their comeback attempt as we have a three there from McKellar. He's getting hot at the right time. But they played Mater Dei yesterday, and they switched to a 1-3-1 and completely shut down Mater Dei for about a 7-minute stretch. So look for that. A really good switch trying to spark something.
And we know how good Mater Dei is. One of the top national teams in the country, but these mistakes kind of bite them early. And if McKellar keeps staying as hot as he is, back-to-back possessions with a three-point play.
That was a renewal by Anderson three right there.
We'll say relatively clean game.
Well, nice jinx. So look for the Panthers to hold for one right here, try to get this under 10 points. We're going to watch that little foot drag right there from McKellar.
And he realized it too, I think, when he had that hard step. Less to fake him out, more to realize, oh, I can't use that. A little bit too late.
And this is actually looking like a box in one right now zone against. No, they switched it up. They did have somebody hanging out just on Okoro.
Finds a open Dancy in the corner, and that'll be the end of the first quarter. Although fairly competitive, O'Fallon is not really able to find their ground offensively, and South Pointe took advantage 18-8 off of a couple triples from McKellar early in this one. We'll take a moment to thank some of our sponsors, starting with PJ Hair. PJ Hair is proud to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and as part of this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. Also, Culver's. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's KBM TOC and is the official pre- and post-game stop for butter burgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 for every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. And lastly, by Keps. Keps is the official pre- and post-game spot of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Stop by for great food, drinks, and fun in a family-friendly environment. Thanks to all our great sponsors. We'll get a couple more read through later on. What makes this tournament go around is all the help that people do to contribute, as well as great basketball, which on display from South Pointe in that first quarter.
Great basketball, great week, Thanksgiving. I don't know about you, Teddy, but I'm thankful for basketball.
I'm thankful for basketball And in for the game, Maddox Blaha, his first appearance here for the Panthers. We talked earlier this week about a 3-point ball from Maddox Blaha. Name it the Blaha Blast as Lawson turns the ball over, trying to find Massey. And a great transition layup.
A little lefty lay there from Colin McKellar, the leading scorer from either side. He's up to 9 so far. Him and Trey Raymond, 9 and 7 respectively, putting on one heck of an offensive showing so far.
Playing great. Lawson over to Okoro. Like so many eyes are, over on Raymond, and he's played great too. McKellar's been able to pick it up as a 3-point ball from the corner is good by Blaha, and that's a Blaha blast.
A Blaha blast. We've been waiting for it, folks.
We've been
and
waiting for it.
He finally hits one. 2011 cuts it down to 9. He's got to keep chipping away at this lead if you're the Panthers.
I know our cameraman Jonathan Michael is over there smiling about that too, because like we said, we've been mentioning the Blaha blast in similarity to Baja Blast from a Taco Bell location, but not sponsored. Lawson Bynum hands it off to Sutton Massey. Jackson top of the key. Lawson down low, and he'll get tangled up.
And we saw right there, I mean, that's going to be the story of the game. Bodies are going to crash every time the ball gets into that paint. So what you can do, we've seen some really good cutting action off of that leading to wide open layups, or with all the bodies crashing from the perimeter, you have open threes. So there's a lot of options. It's usually not going to result in a score from that initial pass. It's about the secondary pass and how they're going to work with it right there as the big man's at the line.
The first one by Bynum is good. I firmly agree with you. I think, the Panthers need to – I think Okoro is able to stretch a little bit. I'm not saying that Bynum can't, but when they both go down and attack and bring their gravity with their size down there, it leaves so many open shooters. We saw a possession ago, too, with Maddox Blaha on the corner 3. And so getting guys like that open, and they weren't able to hit early on. The second quarter, things could change. Now down to a 7-point lead.
Bynum leads the way so far with 6 for the Panthers. As we're back to that 1-3-1 defense. Now we're switched back to a man.
Driving inside, Raymond. Pull up 3, guarded by Okoro. Won't go. Rebounded by Landon Hawkins, I believe. Whistles will blow. That'll be a foul. Calvin Dees. Wait. Thought he put up a 2 there.
This is Jalen Sims at the line. This is one of those rosters that has player jersey numbers mixed up all over the place. So bear with us, folks, as we have multiple players wearing different jerseys as listed on their roster. So this is Jalen Sims, the 6'2" senior.
The second one connects, now back up to a 9-point lead.
And a full court pressure, we're seeing that for the first time, and getting a little bit too egregious there with a loose ball foul. Would you look at that, Teddy?
Charlie Schermerhorn making his way through the gym.
I heard his dad's known around these parts. I'm not too sure, though.
Yeah, I think he coaches a basketball team or something. They're kind of good, I think.
And they'll be playing later today, is that right?
Just might. Washington Panthers in action later on. Pour over to Jackson. Jackson thinks about the pass left. A couple guys swinging over, finds Okoro. Driving in is Sutton Massey. He'll pull up mid-range J. Back iron, rebounded by Raymond.
Raymond bringing the ball up right now. He's a very hard player to guard one-on-one.
Especially with the confidence to just pull up like that. Not able to hit there. You got to think eventually it'll be due. Bynum driving in. Guarded by McKellar.
Really good defense there by Prince Butler coming
Butler
in off the bench. Bodies up Bynum. Big mismatch. He's a really good defender as Butler. He comes in for that purpose.
There's Okoro driving inside.
Gets the call, though. I don't know. Good job by Okoro being aggressive early on. When the best advice when you can't get the offense going, as Okoro's still looking for his first points after coming off a 21-point outing, is just drive and attack, try to draw a foul. It's kind of like you just got to see that ball go through the net once, and whether it's a free throw, whether it's a regular jump shot, that'll help you out in the long run. Just see it go through. Good things will happen.
Had some other guys step up with Okoro not being able to get things going so far, but there, Dancy bobbling the ball, still gets and recovers, able to get an easy layup.
You ever play Just Dance?
I have.
Well, he's dancing right there.
He was dancing.
Just play some later in the hotel. What do you say?
Well, let's go buy a Wii.
7-point deficit right here.
Nice play, driving inside by McKellar, trying to find a man. Goes corner. Dancy picks up on Prince. Bobbles ball, Maddox, Blaha, and McKellar fighting for it down low. Heat check by Raymond. Again, not able to connect.
Ooh.
Clock expires, but they get the rebound. Massey, again on Raymond, finds a wide open man in the corner. Not able to hit.
We'd love to see more of that driving effort from Raymond. Resulted in an open shot, didn't fall as Raymond hits the ground. And really good help side defense from McKellar, but Okoro gets it back. Steps on the line, though. Tough break.
That was great defense by McKellar, realizing what happened. Looks like Raymond kind of slipped a little bit there. Okoro begging for the ball, had an opportunity. McKellar able to break it up.
And that's why you have to have your head on a swivel as a defender. If you're just checking out your defender or you're just checking out the ball, you wouldn't have seen your own teammate fall. And it's a team effort right here. Good help side defense. As a little Dirk Nowitzki fader doesn't fall. What a cheap foul. You can't do that right there if you're Stevenson.
They're up to, I believe that's their fourth. Got to be careful. Still 4 minutes left in this second quarter. Don't want to give O'Fallon any free points. Brendan Hunter hands off to Dancy. Dancy again bobbles it. Okoro driving inside, guarded by Raymond. Nice finesse around the rim. Couldn't get it up.
Raymond's going to get triggered with that foul as his arm was wrapped around Okoro.
And with that, they're in the bonus, so Okoro will shoot 2.
And that's not really what you want to see if you're head coach Melvin Watson of South Point, as we have a look at Brian Muniz over there with O'Fallon. He's very happy to get an opportunity to get to the free throw line, continue to cutting down on this deficit as the first point of the day for the UW Milwaukee ball player.
And just a reminder, all fouls in this tournament brought to you by the Washington Police Department. But yeah, that could probably get something going for Okoro. Corner 3 by Stevenson won't go. Over to Massey. Screen set. Back to Okoro. Likes the matchup. He'll drive inside. It's Hezzy. Mid-range J won't fall.
Good patience there, but good job right there from Phillips. A little bit of a size mismatch, but holds his ground and forces up a pretty tough look.
Raymond narrowly avoids turnover there. Stevenson recovers. Back over to Raymond on Sutton Massey, and he'll get the easy 5-footer to go. I'm kind of curious on the O'Fallon. I think you'd put, for most people's trips on the other side, recovered by the Stallions, but for most people, I feel like Ben Okoro would be on Raymond, but they have a matchup with Sutton Massey guarding him. And Raymond seems to really like that matchup. He keeps going for shots on him.
I think a lot of that might have to deal with the fact that Raymond is such a physical player on the offensive end that he is looking to draw fouls and get to that free throw line. So you don't want to get your star player in foul trouble in Okoro, as Dees will bring it up.
It was good insight, especially with, you know how you're responsible for some fouls already early in this one, second quarter.
A lot of off-ball action. This South Point team does a lot of off-ball movement, a lot of screens, as you see in your far end of the screen, and it's working out as Hawkins will dish it out.
Swinging to the other corner, 3-ball up and good. That one, Trenton Stevenson. I believe that's his first points of the ball game.
His first bucket for the starter. All starters now in the scoring column for South Pointe.
Lawson Bynum will pull up for 3. Big man showing his ability to shoot.
Love to see him getting going early on. Someone had to step up with the Toro only with 1. Bynum leading the way with 9. He's done it from down low. He's done it from the 3 now as well.
Lead still pretty in reach, only an 8-point game.
And look to see who tries to step up now with Raymond taking a breather.
Well, they've gone to McKellar a couple times early in this one, a few tray balls.
Shot clock's down to 5. They don't notice.
That shot just, yeah, I think, I'm not sure what the, how it works with them and, you know, their organization of play in South Carolina, but shot clock here enforced, and a lot of these teams play so fast they don't have to worry about the shot clock, but when you're in a situation like that, it seems like they were a little confused as much as, you know, a lot of the teams we've seen so far this tournament.
Big props to the Panthers defense with the big stop right there as they continue to look to cut into this deficit coming off a Bynum 3. Can we get another 3 here?
Great find by Bynum, not able to connect. Raymond comes back in. Over to McKellar.
A little bit of a difference between the shot and game clock, about 5 to 6 second difference.
Trenton Stevenson back over to Keller, guarded by Dees. Shifty move going inside on McKellar, or on Dees and Dancy. Bobbles around.
Oh, that's tough. They could have held for 1 shot, cut this lead potentially down to 5 heading into the second half, but to no avail. So now we'll see if the Stallions hold for 1 as Raymond checks in, obviously for offensive purposes here to end the first half.
Not really going with a slow approach. He falls there. Fighting for the ball is Okoro and Raymond. It'll be possession arrow favoring the Panthers.
Shout out to Lawson Bynum helping out Trey Raymond. It's all love here. It's all respect. Obviously playing for the dub here, but at the end of the day, game recognizes game. 3 seconds remaining.
Enough time to get a quality shot off for the Panthers. Blaha back. Gives it to Okoro, and he bobbles it, and it'll be turned over. Late first half, and that one was close, but Keller not able to connect on that one. Strong through 2, and a little bit closer. Both teams playing competitive ball, but as of right now, South Pointe Stallions up. You see a 3 ball there. It's been the story. Connecting good from beyond the arc. That's something O'Fallon hasn't really been able to do so far today.
Yeah, and like I've talked about, this Brian Muniz Panthers team does make a lot of good adjustments coming out of breaks, so see if they can come back and try to trim into this 8-point lead, but couldn't have asked for much of a better start if you're Melvin Watson and the Stallions.
I'm sure we'll have a great second half, and like you said, this O'Fallon team, despite the 3 losses, have played 2 really close games. And same with South Pointe. They've played some good games as well in this tournament. There really hasn't been games that just have gotten out of hand of any team. It's just how well-rounded the teams are in this tournament so far this year. Hopefully keeps up that, you know, that action here on Saturday, final day of the KBM TOC. What are some keys for you going into, I guess we can talk about that when we come back, but you know, when you come back, we'll go to the studio. We'll take a break here. I think our sponsors will go to the studio. When we come back, we'll talk about some keys to the second half. Me and Sky Gillespie, I'm Teddy Ball. We'll see you guys in a moment.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on the court and in his battle with glioblastoma. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has already begun groundbreaking clinical trials in the area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
Your mic.
At the half, South Pointe with the lead over O'Fallon. Grace Christian is going to play in our next game, and I'm joined by their head coach, Marcus Dilligard. Coach, thanks for joining me.
Thank you for having us.
You guys played a tough matchup with Metamora yesterday, fell 63-59. Saw some really good things. Got off to a hot start in the first quarter.
Yes, our guys got off to a good start. Sagoon got the ball early and often. John Martin, who's been solid for us the whole tournament, has got off to a good start. Got in a little bit of foul trouble, but yeah, we got off to a good start. Only gave up 22 points in a half, which is usually a good recipe to win the game.
Yeah. Speaking of John Martin, he's joined in that backcourt by Bryson Cody and Hudson Wilkins. You've got, looks like, a pretty good backcourt with those three guys with some experience, too.
Very much so. John's our 3-year guy. He started for me all 3 years. He's having a good tournament, solid. Hudson coming back this year as our senior, great experience, solid young man, hard worker. Bryson Cody, one of our juniors coming in this year, varsity level, and providing a lot of good experience, especially on the defensive side. So we're looking for some big things out of all of them.
And that third quarter last night, it seemed like there was really a barrage of threes. All of a sudden, just a really big explosion of offense after things have been slow. What was that like?
Yes, they're a good team. They got downhill in the middle, created the one more, and started hitting them. And once you see a few of them go in, it's a little bit tough to get it stopped. But proud of our guys for battling. It's a tough third quarter.
Talked about the backcourt, but in the front court, you've got Segman Sampa, who was really huge last night. He got into some foul trouble in games earlier in the tournament that kind of hurt you, but he was able to stay in the game more last night. What does he provide for your team?
Sagoon's a phenomenal young man, as well as a very good player. Getting him inside, getting some buckets early. First bucket was an and one, gets him going, gets his motor going. So, I mean, his upside, his future is bright, very bright.
You mentioned the and one. It seemed like there were a ton of those last night. You think it was really tough basketball? It seemed like a lot of crazy finishes through contact.
A lot of physical game, but that's what we come here for. I mean, we're getting battle tested, and our guys are responding very well. So this is going to make us better for February and March.
Yeah, early in the season, trying to get ready for conference play, and like you said, for the postseason. What have you thought of the competition so far?
The overall experience has been very good. I mean, everything from the media attention and the organization. I mean, this has been a phenomenal tournament for us, so we're just excited to be here and give God the glory for us being here and the competition level we're playing against.
What are some of your goals come March?
For us to be operating at a high level, for us to be hitting on all cylinders, for us executing the way we're going to, and our guys just having fun doing it. We have an opportunity to get past where we got last year, had a good group, got to Elite Eight, looking to get to the Final Four this year and just continue to see what happens. So that's our goal, just get better every single day and prepare for it.
You guys are from Knoxville, Tennessee. For our viewers who maybe aren't familiar with basketball in the area, what's the state of basketball in Tennessee right now?
It's very good. It starts with the college level. I mean, Coach Barnes and UT are doing an outstanding job with this group. And then we've got a few solid teams up there. Some in our district. Webb of Knoxville is very strong, very solid. Bearden, I mean, we've played a tough schedule already this year. So we're believing that all those tests are going to be great preparation for what's to come later on.
I know people in Illinois have certainly got a lot of have been excited watching the Illinois basketball program. Had a lot of success under Brad Underwood, and Brad Underwood is a guy who has had a lot of respect for Rick Barnes. They played in that game last year. I know it was a close one and a good matchup. But you know, all this basketball and all the logistics and everything that goes into it, obviously going towards supporting a greater cause in that fight against glioblastoma. What has that meant for your team to play in a tournament that's for something so much bigger?
We always try to keep that perspective that basketball is just a tool in life. So for us to be able to have the opportunity to come up here and give back to that research, to the opportunity to have a cure for that, is just an honor. I mean, we're here to serve. We use basketball as a gift, talents and abilities that God gave us as an opportunity to serve. So for us to be a part of this bigger picture, it's honor. It's an honor, truly an honor.
You guys have a pretty early game today, and you're waking up, trekking through the snow and the cold, something that maybe you guys aren't used to. Do you think that, you know, when it's in a tournament for such a great cause like that, it's maybe a little bit of extra motivation and provides a little bit more gratitude for these guys, know that they can play the game they love?
Yes, our guys have been resilient all year, and then we appreciate that very much about them, and they're just really enjoying the moment being up here. We remind them that not everybody gets this opportunity to play on Thanksgiving. Yes, I know there's some sacrifices, but again, we're here, we're blessed to be here, and we're going to make the most of every opportunity.
And just how do you want to see your team grow over the course of this season? Starting, this is early on in the season, but where do you want to get to by the time you get to the postseason to be in good shape?
Well, like you said earlier, the bigger picture is we want our young men to grow up and use this season to grow up as better men of God, grow closer to one another, and then the rest takes care of itself. The basketball will take care of itself, but we're continuing to strive for them to sharpen each other, sharpen the program, and take opportunities like this and maximize them. The basketball will take care of itself.
Are there any leaders on your team you feel like have really embodied, those traits that you want to see?
Yes. Going back to John Martin, I give credit to him a lot of the time. He's a hard worker, and when he speaks, the team hears his voice and listens. We've got seniors that continue to lead quietly, and all around the group. Gavin Carter's been a vocal leader for us. Anderson Lee's been a vocal leader. All the young guys, Isaiah, Caden, Guro. I mean, the whole group is collectively tried to take on the leadership mantle, and we're just excited to see it. Hudson, I can name all of them and just see how they're continuing to grow each and every day. So it's exciting to see that.
Well, Coach Gilliard, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for joining us. His team is going to take on Pasadena in the next one. But first, the second half of this matchup between South Pointe with the lead over O'Fallon.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey, from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. To request an appointment, visit our website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. By Uftring Auto Group. Take advantage of outstanding savings during the big year-end event at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin. Online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. And by your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Good conversation down there. Wesley Stomball and Coach Dilligard, and what should be a good game. Upcoming. Pasadena and Grace Christian. We got a good game right here, though. 27-19 as South Pointe's pulled ahead by a fair margin, but still definitely achievable for a comeback. And O'Fallon had some good stuff there. Before we went to break, Sky, I was going to talk to you about some keys to this second half. If you had to pick a few for either side, what would you go with?
Well, I think it's really just get a Toro going. Not just, he doesn't have to score, but he's got 3 turnovers as well. So I think he's trying to force the issue. I think he has to let the offense come to him. And South Pointe has pretty much held steady the whole game. They're out-rebounding the team. They're out-storing, obviously, the Panthers, and they just got to keep doing what they're doing. O'Fallon's got to come out with a little bit more energy and a different offensive game plan against this Stallions defense.
Stevenson gives it to Bynum. Bynum mid-range jumper will bobble around and find a way through. He's loved that mid-range J so far today. Hit on a fair amount of them.
And that's his game. He's now the leading scorer. He's got 11. Playing very well is Raymond. Holds some good offers. Has a Mississippi State offer. Looking for more and definitely deserving.
Great response there by Dancy. We know he can get hot. We saw it in games past. His ability from beyond the arc. One of the better ones in the tournament.
Dancy's one of those guys that the team feeds off his energy. If he's playing well, it seems like this Panther squad playing well. And he's up to 7 now, and see if that can help out his fellow Panthers.
Every team has that Energizer Bunny sort of player. As a deep 3 by Raymond. Not quite sure that was necessarily the best shot.
Every shot, he's got the green light always.
Defensively, he got his hand on that first attempt, and Okoro able to draw contact on the second. But yeah, I mean, he does have the green light. He's a good scorer. When you have a player like that can pretty much do everything, they miss a couple, it's not the biggest deal because you know they're going to get hot eventually.
He's got 11 and 5, and I talked about it earlier, and I know it sounds silly, but Okoro, he's just got to get the ball going. As we got some Hardens right there. James Harden, one of my goats. Harden.
James Harden, one of the better shooting guards all time. I was having an argument the other day with a buddy. Who's better all time, James Harden or Dwayne Wade?
Ooh.
It's a real conversation nowadays.
That's actually a tight question, as Okoro was very short on both of those. Hawkins, very long.
He was wide open. Nobody stepped up on him, not able to connect.
Woo!
Nice spin move by Dancy. He's getting going now.
Spin cycle.
Going back to that last statement, I do personally still think Dwayne Wade is the better shooting guard.
Yeah, give me a second. I got to think.
I'll come back
we'll
to
come
you
back
on
to
that.
that.
Raymond guarded by Okoro. Not a whole lot of that in that first half. Might have switched things up a little bit. Nice pump fake, driving
He's got
inside.
this full side open if he wants it.
We'll find a wide open Trenton Stevenson as the Panthers crash down to avoid another inside bucket by Raymond.
We saw a lot of that against West Hancock in their 56-53 loss. There was a lot of drive and kicks, and the corners were open all game long. Stevenson, McKellar just kind of camping out there, hitting timely threes like that. And that's a big piece of this Stallions offense.
Seems like right now Okoro's taking a little bit of a backseat offensively. Hasn't really had a whole lot of possessions so far in this second half with the ball in his hands.
Ooh. Good effort right there from Hawkins, and that's Jackson. And still, it looks like we've talked about, the Stallions have been controlling it, but it's still less than 10-point game right here.
Yeah, hasn't really had any give since that first quarter, been pretty much the same. Raymond driving in on Okoro, using that body, trying to find a man in the corner. I don't think that was the intended pass. Again, attacking the rim, just loses it out of bounds. It'll go, it'll stay.
That's that matchup we talked about we wanted to see more of, though, and it does look like it is presenting a little bit more difficulty for Raymond, having Okoro, a collegiate talent, defending him. That's only going to make him better. Iron sharpens iron, Teddy.
Certainly does. High point pass to McKellar, and Jackson was able to fight it out of bounds, but it'll be last touched by him.
This actually does give them a little bit of a better angle bringing the ball up, so no harm done right
pass
there.
In a little bit harder to see. Hawkins guarded by Dancy. Stevenson. Raymond.
Quick trigger.
Nice catch and shoot, not able to connect off the side of the rim.
Good job understanding the shot clock as well. Bynum begging for the ball in the post.
Swings over to Jackson. Jackson dishes to Bynum. I believe that's, what is that, 10 for him now, if I'm not mistaken?
He's up to 11 now, and that's what we've seen. That's what we saw early on. We saw a lot of drive and just dish right around to the opposite block, and easy open twos. Leads down to 6.
Going over to Dupree. Hawkins finds McKellar. He had pretty good first half, couple of threes.
Great cut by Hawkins.
Guarded by Dancy, dishes back outside. Corner three by McKellar, and it's good.
This would be a fun offense to play in. You got Raymond running the show, but he creates so many openings for other players.
Wow, and I really didn't, I think that last score hadn't been added on yet. I didn't realize how close they cut that lead a couple of possessions.
Looks like the score was
I was gonna say,
26
26-32. Still chipping away. Corner over to Hawkins. McKellar up top, guarded by Jackson. Up to Dupree, and another heat check by Raymond. That one will fall. That kind of a struggle from beyond the arc in this game, but he got one to connect, and the timeout gets called.
Yeah, we've seen Raymond take some really tough threes, and that's going to be one of the easier ones he has all night. You got to get a hand up against Trey Raymond. out of South Pointe, Rock Hill, South Carolina.
And that last 3 brought to you by Renewal by Anderson. And this timeout brought to you by Intercon Power. This power-up timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. Celebrating 50 years and keeping communities powered, Intercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us.
You ever been to South Carolina?
Never.
Recently went.
Yeah?
Went to Myrtle Beach.
Oh.
It was nice.
I'm pretty boring. I did go to Colorado earlier this year for a hiking trip. Other than that, I've just kind of maintained around the Midwest all my life. I need to branch out. South Carolina would be beautiful, I imagine.
Rock Hill, not too far from Greenville, pretty close to Charlotte, North Carolina as well, kind of in that western, northern tip of South Carolina.
I'm sure the weather was great in comparison to our snowy day here in Illinois.
Another off-ball foul. We saw a few of those in the second quarter that led to O'Fallon getting into the bonus pretty early on. See if that plays an issue here yet again in the third.
Couple for South Pointe so far. Done a better job about staying out of foul trouble, but you never know. Okoro driving inside. He has an open lane. He'll get it to go with the and one. A little bit of contact on the support from it looks like. Was that?
Get another look at this drive here.
Yeah.
Didn't look like a ton of
13.
contact either, but still a good finish nonetheless, and opportunity for 3 the old-fashioned way. He's struggling from the free throw line, though. He's only hit 1 free throw. He's been there now 4 or 5 trips.
Whenever he went to his first one, I thought maybe that would be something that could get him going, and even that, the charity stripe has not been friendly to him, like you said.
This is the whole offense from South Pointe I'll talk to about it. As Raymond will take a trip to the free throw line, but you pass the ball opposite, and then, okay, thank you very much. And then everyone over here, they're all doing all this off-ball action while he looks and examines his options. And then while he's looking to examine his options, his own defender can lull him to sleep, and then boom, drive, and then draw the foul.
Raymond does hit the first one. Continuing this lead now past double digits, 38-26. And O'Fallon definitely has to get something going here to end the second quarter, and they might have it here. Fast break, one-on-one.
D's right there.
Dees gets an easy bucket through contact. I would say easy. It was very, very hard, but fighting through contact, no foul.
Looked like it would be easy, but good job making it a little bit difficult, but an even better finish from Calvin Dees.
It's better for the highlights, for sure. Long pass by Raymond over to the other side. Stevenson off the side of the rim.
Stevenson was feeling it as we have a carry right there. Caught in between, didn't really know what to do. We heard a lot of oohs and ahs. And
happened right on the side of that South Pointe bench as well, so they were all into
right
it.
there.
You don't see a whole lot of carries, I feel like.
No, unless you're Trey Raymond and you're carrying this team.
Had some great contributors, though. I think McKellar, phenomenal. He's up into double digits with 3 triples on the day. Never leave him open. Trey Raymond, mid-range pull-up. Too much on that one. Okoro with the rebound behind the back. Driving inside. Gets cut off and guarded by 3.
Has 3 bodies on him.
Maddox Blaha driving inside with the floater. How about that? Not able to hit, though. Lawson Bynum gets the rebound and stay with them.
Dancy will check back in. He's had himself a really good game. Definitely a really good start to this second half as well. Good to see him back in the game.
High point up to Okoro. Finds Dancy out from 3.
We'll speed things up here with Raymond.
Keller guarded by Jackson. Raymond comes up for the screen, fakes it.
Good slip. Didn't lead to anything, but still good.
And he has so much confidence in his shot. He's struggled a little bit shooting. They're still on top. And Okoro on the other end as well. There's two guys. I think the difference with both of them not being able to shoot as efficiently as they might want to. Whew, we almost saw Martin Tech dunk there, but
Smart foul from Blaha. I mean, we have seen a pretty frustrating tournament so far from South Pointe. They're a much better team than they've performed as of late, and finally it seems like they're getting the ball flowing as Raymond knocks that one down. But we've seen them play with a lot of energy, a lot of passion. We've seen a lot of anger as well. They all wear their hearts on their sleeves. We've seen a lot of emotions when things don't go their way, but finally good to see things going in their favor, but they got to finish it out, Teddy.
A lot of basketball left into the third quarter and the fourth quarter. That's Blaha over to Jackson. A little bit of a different defensive approach.
They've been mixing it up. I like it.
Keeping the team on their toes. Blaha bobbles it back. The over and back.
That's the importance of mixing up your defenses, whether it be a 1-3-1, mixing in an occasional full court man press, going with a quarter-court zone press. Just mix them up because it keeps the offense from knowing what they're doing. And once they get into a rhythm, just switch up your defense and give them a different look. So we have Prince Butler in there, the defensive star who comes off the bench and provides a ton of energy for the Stallions.
Keller guarded by Blaha. Bounce pass to Hawkins.
There's all that movement I was talking about earlier.
There's Dupree, the mid-range spin around jumper.
Dupree had 4 quick points in the first, has been quiet ever since. Finally gets up another shot and it goes in. He's a very efficient player. Doesn't take a lot of shots, but it seems like the majority of them fall.
We'll pass out to Jackson. Guarded by Prince. Goes up and a lot of contact, draws the foul. Pops right up. A little bit of a fall, but that's what I like to see. I mean, this team attacking down low. They've been able to draw some fouls all game. I got in the bonus in that second quarter and only 29 seconds here in the third, but I think if you continue that approach in the fourth, with them having 4 fouls in this one, got into the bonus in the second quarter, you see a little bit of a pattern. We attack that. Dancy for 3.
Can Stallions hold for one, or are they just going to go? Nope, Melvin Watson says, slow it down. We got the lead. Don't make a big mistake here. Hold for one.
Lead now up to 13, 43-30.
Well, Dupree doesn't care.
Dupree has a nice bucket. He realized the mismatch he had there on Blaha. Blaha's a great player, good defender, but just a little bit of a height disparity. And at the buzzer, how about that?
Blaha blast!
Blaha having a good shot there, off balance, jumping, bobbled around, and able to hit it before the shot or the time expires. Might get a look back at this one. Can't really see the shot, but yeah, bobbled around. Great play by Blaha.
Going into the third quarter, the 3-point line.
Or the fourth quarter, not necessarily the closest game we've seen this point. However, still achievable and in control is South Pointe. We'll see if O'Fallon can make a comeback. Take a second to thank some of our other sponsors, including the City of Washington. Welcomes you to the 20th annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and deserves a diverse mix of business and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer in your trip to the city. As well as PJ Hare. PJ Hare is a proud sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and part of this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for a cure of glass, field glass dome. And Martin Tech. Need all reliable technology solutions? Martin Tech Solutions has your technology needs covered. Specializing in business and residential, we keep the equipment you depend on running reliably to ensure your technology matters life easier, not harder. Call Martin Tech Solutions today at 824-3927 or visit www.martintech for your one-stop solution. We'll get another read here as action sets at the next timeout. I'll get that one off. Bynum gets stripped by Raymond in transition. It's Hawkins, and he's been quiet all game, and that could get something going for him. Good start to this fourth.
His first bucket. He's been a menace on defense, but hasn't done too much offensively. But he knows his role and takes advantage when called upon.
And as we say that, Dancy has a drive of his own on Hawkins.
Quick little trade, 2 for 2. But O'Fallon's got to score in bunches. They can't keep trading buckets like that.
Defensive switch, Dancy guarding Raymond.
I love this matchup.
Ooh, and gonna give it in favor of the Panthers on that one.
It's the right call. I didn't
bit
know if
too
they were
much
going
of
to
a
call
shoulder.
it. But yeah, Dancy, a strong guy, held his own. And when you see Dancy go down like that, you know he got fouled.
Foul brought to you by the Washington Police Department again. All fouls brought to you. They meant great pass by Macy down to Lawson and bobbled it around. Looked like he might not have gotten it and able to capitalize, but he gets a second shot.
Yeah, it seemed like it
Up and
took
good.
forever for that ball to get into his hands, but once he firmly grasped it, put it up and in for 2. Great wherewithal to put it up and in. And a really good backdoor pass as well. But
And
like
Raymond
we
has
talked about
another
earlier,
big
they
set.
keep trading buckets.
Yeah, Fallon's got to find a way to stop that guy.
It's a 20-piece for Raymond.
Had the green light driving inside and clean defense by the Stallions. Keller driving in, using his speed. Trying to
Cutter.
find a man
Oh.
dishing out. Ooh, Stevenson tripped up in transition. Dancy gets a nice bucket on Raymond. I think Raymond thought he was going to step back, seeing the size difference, and Dancy said, I'm going to the rim. Able to get the 2.
Good take there by Dancy. Raymond tried to play a little trickery on him. Didn't work. Dancy ended up with an easy bucket.
Hawkins,
Oh.
miscommunication there.
That's what you need if you're the Panthers.
Now you got to capitalize on it.
49ers hat. Christian McCaffrey on my fantasy team. Great drafting by Coach Sky.
Yeah, I mean, I personally skipped on him this year I got Saquon Barkley, and that has not worked out for me. I thought, Christian McCaffrey's always injured. He's getting older.
W ball knowledge, Sky Gillespie, known ball knower.
Known ball knower. Driving in, Dancy.
Dancy got lucky there. Getting another opportunity. Couldn't tell if that fell off him last or got tipped out of bounds. And we'll do it again from underneath the baseline.
D's inbounding for the Panthers. High point over to Okoro. He likes his matchup on Hawkins. Drives in, dishes to Dancy in the corner. Side of the rim. Won't go. Shooting a lot of 3 balls right now. That is the Panthers. And I think, definitely have time. 5:24 left here in the fourth quarter. Get something that really works. I mean, they haven't capitalized on the size down low. I know Raymond's a good defender, but as of right now, he's not even on the floor.
It should be on the floor. Yep, no basket, but still, that's just, you can't turn the ball over on an inbounds play.
No.
Whoa,
Oh, wow.
offensive. Okay, a big potential turn of momentum as we're gonna have a timeout called here.
30-second timeout by the Stallions. That's brought to you by Intercon. Sky, I got to come back to you about this, and hope you've had time to ponder.
No.
Dwayne Wade?
James Harden,
Or
give
James
him,
Harden. James
give it
Harden?
to me. His prime is perhaps the best prime
Scoring
of all
prime
time.
ever.
Scoring prime, correct. That 1 to 2 year stretch when he was pretty much a 40-point walking triple-double.
Even now, I mean, he's had like 40-point games.
He's still pretty gross.
30, what is he, 34, 35, something like that?
He
Still a great
he
player.
put up, he just, I forgot, I think it was like 55. He just got the Clippers franchise record as we have a good look at Coach Melvin Watson with the Stallions coaching up a 12-point lead right now, but it's O'Fallon ball underneath their own basket.
Bynum pull up 3. He's hit 1 already. Won't get that one to go. Rebound D's. Over the corner. Dancy driving in. Had a couple defenders in front of him. Still got the point.
When Dancy goes downhill, he's such a good player. He's very strong, can finish with ease, and need to see a lot more of that.
not the tallest player, but like you said, he's strong, has a good frame, able to play like he has a couple more inches to his height. Good bounce pass down to Hawkins. He meets Bynum down low, gets it over. 11-point lead for South Pointe. Got to get something going. O'Fallon, 3-ball is good by Dancy. He's playing hot in this fourth quarter. He wants to have a comeback here.
Dancy now up to 18, and good try with the double team, and you got to be aggressive on the defensive end. So you got to go for fouls, and
that's not a bad foul.
You don't have to go for fouls. You have to go for the ball, and if a foul is called, then so be it. It's
only
not a huge deal.
Only the first foul of the quarter for O'Fallon. So if you want to get in a situation where you're going to need to foul later on with free throws, get a couple of those out of the way.
Raymond will check back in the game. He's hard to miss on your screen, number 10.
Stevenson inbounds to Raymond. Back over to Stevenson. Blaha guarding up. Slowing things down around the perimeter. Hawkins picked up by Blaha, has the height advantage. Handoff back to McKellar. Raymond feeds down low to Hawkins. And yeah, foul called there.
Second time Blaha's done that, and he's upset. He wanted the foul on the floor, but it's going to be a shooting foul. I think if you're going to foul, you got to do it the second he catches the ball, and Hawkins, understanding the mismatch, understand he's getting bear hugged, so just throw it up immediately.
Yeah, I'm not sure what caused the switch off, because originally that possession we saw in the top right, Maddox, Blaha guarding.
Well, it's that off-ball movement we talked about. They set so many off-ball screens that calls for so many different switches. So we see the South Carolina team right there, the Stallions.
Big travel for this tournament for them. O'Fallon out of the way as well. Still here in Illinois.
Good
Finding
look.
a wide open Blaha in the corner, a little over.
Nasty cross.
Going through the contact, McKellar not able to finish. Maintain the ball. What a play by Stevenson, finding a wide open Raymond. Now they're playing fast.
Great follow from Okoro right there. It's a 6-point game, Teddy.
Yeah, 2 possession. That's how this, ever since that first quarter, it hasn't really gotten much bigger. It's maintained relatively the same. Just O'Fallon hasn't been able to creep back into a couple possession territory. This timeout brought to you by Intercon Power. Intercon Engineering celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered. Intercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Coach is talking some things over. If you're O'Fallon coming out of this break, I mean, we've talked about what we think they should do with getting Okoro involved down low. Other than that, is there anything else you see this Panther squad approaching with?
Right now, I think, obviously, put your faith in the star. That your offense revolves around. Ben Okoro, just 5 points so far, but coming off that bucket right there, he's got 8 rebounds as well, so he's doing all the other little things right, playing great defense. You live with Okoro, you die with Okoro. You got to put your trust in him, but at the defensive end, you just got to keep getting stops.
That's been the biggest thing for them. Every time they do get an offensive possession that increases or decreases the lead, seems like they can't quite stop Raymond and company over there on the other side.
Offensive foul.
Oh wow.
That's what I'm talking about with how important it is to mix up your defense. We saw Stevenson push off. It was a full court man-to-man defense, and he tried to push off to get space, and it's offensive foul. Could be a 1-possession game if they hit a 3 right here. But you don't need a 3, but that's just that you can't do that.
This is all on Dancy if he can get a stop here, and not necessarily his fault off the turnover by Okoro, but can't let it grow more. Now back up to an 8-point lead.
Okuro's 4th turnover.
He did have 3 really early on, so he cleaned it up for the most part, but that's in a big moment. He drives in, redeems himself a little bit.
That does make up for it. Back to 6.
Keller just, hits him in the back. Nothing called there. Jackson in transition, going to the bucket and almost lost it, able to keep it in bounds. Gives it to Dees. Dees goes up for the layup, and he'll connect as well. 4-point game. And he'll draw the foul. Here we go, potential one-possession game after a free throw. Just like that. South Point on their toes now.
Gonna take a look at this. We got Jackson right here.
Nice cut once he had McKellar drive in. Almost loses it here. What a pass. No looker.
And it seems that has been kind of the story of the night. The 50-50 balls have all been going to South Point, but finally O'Fallon catches a break. It's a one-possession game.
We'll take another look at that next dead ball to see how he stayed in bounds. But on the other side, you can get the board, and they do.
Big stop right there.
Huge stop. Jackson driving in. McKellar switches over.
Massey had a look.
Passed it up. We know he can shoot. Okoro to another shooter. The front of the iron. Massey keeps it. Dees has it. A lot of contact. He'll draw another foul. Strong fourth quarter for him.
Gonna take a look at how Eddie Jackson somehow stays in bounds right here. Did another look at it as he wanted to do it all. And look as he gets it back tapped and oh, folks, what do you see there? I see a little.
I see a line.
I see a foot on the line.
Refs didn't see it. Made for a cool highlight. But yeah,
we won't tell anybody, Eddie Jackson. We won't tell anybody. It's okay.
Great
we
angle.
won't tell the refs.
Our camera operator, Jonathan Michael, over on the right side. But yeah, that was close.
54-51. Big free throw. Second free throw right here from Dees.
And he hits it. Good from the line so far for him in this fourth quarter. Bounce pass over to Hawkins. Oh, and Raymond in transition. He gets fouled on the way up. It looked like he wanted to slam that one home. See, photographer Knox mind that.
Hey, Knox.
Great guy. Named after Knoxville, Tennessee.
He's wearing a Vols shirt, too.
He is.
There's a team coming up next game from Knoxville. We just got to chat it up in Tournament Central as Raymond hits the first one with Coach Dilligard.
Takes it back up to a three-point game. 55-52, 2:09 here in the fourth.
But we just saw right there that this O'Fallon team was staying in that full court pressure, which has got them back into this game. But I don't think they needed to double because it did lead to an open Raymond layup attempt. And I think you just got to go back to straight up at this point.
Coral driving in. Now going around the perimeter. Jackson has the ball bobbled in, and it flirted with going through. Just not able. Now you got a wide open Hawkins down low. I don't think they realized. Able to tip the ball was Dancy. Great defensive play by him. He saves a bucket. Ooh. They're playing really fast. I think they can slow down a little bit. They have a decent amount of time. Only down by 4. Closing and leaving. Wow, Prince passed that one up.
Trying to melt as much shot clock as possible. Will it come to bite him? Will we get a timeout from Melvin Watson? We will. Good timeout by the head skipper right there.
Good talk. Good heads-up play by Prince. I mean, I think you can go with either way. Wide open like that. Hit a 3 and increase the lead, but I don't think we've seen someone that wide open all game.
We certainly haven't, and we're going to have a chance to hopefully they end up getting a better look.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard, too, given how open they passed up back-to-back wide open threes. But that's unselfishness. That's trying to be perhaps a little bit too smart, trying to make the perfect play when at this day and age, a wide open 3, it's kind of like a layup.
Yeah. This timeout brought to you by Intercon, but yes, Guy, I think I mean, I will say in that possession, able to shut off about 20 seconds of clock from the last possession being 150 and now down to 124. But
but that's coming right after giving the ball right to him. They made a stop, and then they just chuck it all the way up the court right into the lap of Trey Raymond. That's pretty inexplicable. You got to slow yourself down a little bit. You can't come back into this game if you're not going to at least take an attempt at a shot. And you can't do that without getting to the basket.
Hope the coach is able to talk that to them as
17 seconds on the
speeding
shot
up
clock.
very fast. Keller guarded by Dees. Over to Phillips. Bounce pass to Raymond. Prince. Raymond trying to drive inside. Dishes over. Back up.
1 second.
Wide open Prince. He'll shoot it that time, won't able to hit. And then in transition, Eddie
Wow.
Jackson, he'll go for the three. Ooh.
Oh, no.
That was probably not ideal. And then you have McKellar. Wow, McKellar on the other side able to finish. That one might come back to bite him.
It's a 4-point swing right there. That's huge. He would have had the easiest layup of his entire tournament. As Brian Muniz will call the timeout, and instead of cutting it to 2, it's now back to 6, and game's not over whatsoever, but it's going to be a tough hill to climb up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they had the replay for that one or not. That was a little bit confusing. I mean, I understand in the player's mindset, you hit that 3 and then you're able, if you hit another shot, you take the lead, but at the same time, you got to have the heads up to be able to understand. Layup is a lot easier than that, no matter how confident you are in your shooting ability.
And maybe some of that thinking was that, hey, I'm wide open for 3, but I have a teammate also underneath the basket, and it's a 2-on-1. And
true.
In the case I do miss, maybe it'll bounce back to me or the teammate, given that we still do have numbers on this end. But unfortunately, they don't get the favorable bounce on the miss, and 4-point swing, as we saw, an easy layup from McKellar on the other end, who's now got 14 points.
Another Intercon timeout. They'll come down to the wire here. 58-52, 42 seconds remain in this fourth quarter. What's been a very close game. Competitive all throughout, besides maybe that first quarter.
But going back to that 3 from Eddie Jackson, whether they do win or end up losing this game, you do think that's going to be something they talk about in practice. Definitely in film breakdown. But O'Fallon does have a chance right here to cut it to 4 or fewer. Okoro at the helm.
Obviously, you want to go fast, but you want to get a good look as well. And they get Okoro driving down, fakes the pass, gets inside, and that's good.
Yeah, that's pretty much the perfect case scenario. Get a really quick bucket right there, cut it down to 4, and free throws are going to be the name of this game.
Seems like a 4-point game. Only 8 seconds coming off the clock in that play. Another Intercon engineering timeout. For South Point, I mean, how do you maintain this lead? We talked a lot about O'Fallon coming back, but South Point kind of in a position where they've got to be really careful with every move they have.
Yeah, just know you're going to get all-out relentless pressure. And O'Fallon still has 1 foul to give, so they're going to come at you with everything they have, a lot of energy. They're going to hit your arms, hit your wrists, and hope that a ref misses a call. And just got to be strong with the ball, and you're going to have to make your free throws, but just hold on to the ball to give yourself that opportunity.
A deep pass might be too much, and it is. McKellar stepped out of bounds and that was.
And they get the ball underneath their own basket so they can potentially save even more time. As we see this football throw from Raymond.
Yeah, that was.
In a school that has some really good football alumni, as we've mentioned.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention that. Jadavian Clowney, Stephon Gilmore, Stephen Gilmore as well. Massey over to Dancy. Dancy for 3. We know he can hit. That one won't. Fighting for it. Dees tried to.
Smart.
And now they're just playing keep away.
So
That's
O'Fallon
tough.
got a really good break. They had a really good opportunity. Just couldn't capitalize. Got Dancy, who has been the hot hand for this
Yeah.
Panther team.
It's about as good of a look as you can get in the time that you needed to get a shot off down 4, but you're going to have to start playing the foul game now.
Next foul results in the bonus. Just got to get it in the hands of a player in a black jersey.
They give it to Raymond, who's shot pretty well from the line today. Really, you could look, I'm not going to say point out the whole thing, but it's a long game, a lot of different things resulting in a win or a loss, but the Panthers just not able to connect very well from the free throw line today.
Exactly.
Could come back and bite them. The first one from Raymond won't go, although he's been pretty good today.
Still a 2-possession game regardless of if this falls.
Coro over to Dancy. Might see him pull up again. Loses the ball. Swings it to Okoro. Okoro driving inside. Mid-range J. A little bit of space. Gets his own miss.
Clock
Puts
sticking.
it back up. Bobbles around. Gets it again. And that one will hit. But that'll be the game.
Well, it's a buzzer beater.
Technically, yeah. He did hit a buzzer beater. But just too much time tipped off on the last play. And really heartbreaking for O'Fallon. 3 games of their 4 that they lost in this tournament were really close. But it shows they can hang with these teams, and they got a lot to build off of for the rest of the season. It's a long season. We've seen teams come here and go winless and then go on to have great seasons. So I'm sure O'Fallon will bounce back in a big way. They got a talented roster who can compete.
Yeah, you said it right. This tournament's all about learning. It's not necessarily about winning. You learn more from losses than you do from wins. You know your team, you know your potential, and I'm really impressed by O'Fallon, even in a winless bout. But shout out South Pointe. I mean, Trey Raymond, what can you say? 22 points, he did it all.
Both of these teams, a lot to look forward to, as well as a game to look forward to between the Pasadena Bulldogs and the Grace Christian Academy Rams, as well as having Jody Brown down in the studio. We'll talk to her in a second after a quick break and a word from our sponsors. I'm Teddy Ball alongside Sky Gillespie. Thanks for tuning in for the first game of the day here at TOC. We'll see you later.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on the court and in his battle with glioblastoma. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has already begun groundbreaking clinical trials in the area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
Back at Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central, South Pointe takes down O'Fallon 59-56. I'm Wesley Stamba. Joining me is Jody Brown, wife of the late Coach Kevin Brown, for whom this tournament is named and played. Jody, yet another year of some great basketball and honoring Kevin's legacy. What's it been like?
Emotional. It's up and down. It's a roller coaster, but it's just so great to see. You know, we've always had a passion for the game of basketball here, right? And bringing great talent to Washington, but now to have the passion of the fight against glioblastoma and, you know, just keep bringing more and more people into that circle. It's been pretty special.
Last year, you raised over $100,000, right, through KB Strong for glioblastoma research. Just what has been the impact of the foundation, and how are things going again this year?
Yeah, so what a lot of people don't realize is the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is actually its own 501c3. And so everything that, all the proceeds that are made during the tournament actually go to KB Strong. So that $103,000, that's going to all the things that we've accomplished since 2019. So $650,000 to research we've given. We have promised, and we will, in Kevin Brown fashion, not give up and hit the $1 million mark to research by our 10-year anniversary. And then we also have given, I think it's $113,500 to patients in our local counties that have been affected by glioblastoma.
Coach Brown's certainly a legacy very much worthy of honoring. If somebody only knew him in the context of basketball, what would they be missing about him?
He was a teddy bear. People who saw him on the sidelines, they didn't have the pleasure of knowing a different side of him, and it's a very soft side, right? And that's, I always laugh and I say he would cry about his team, his players, the movie Rudy. That's something we all know about him. And this part of the reverse signing that they've added to the tournament, I don't know how many times I said last night, my husband would be bawling like a baby, because it's that he had a very soft side of him. There were times most people know I sat right behind the bench, and those kids are special to me too, right? And so I'd go home and I'd say, man, you were on so-and-so tonight, and he's like, you need to find another seat. But that was the next thing he was doing. He's walking out of our theater room, and he's, the coaching staff's in there, and he's calling the kids saying, hey, why I got on you. And so, many of them hated every step of it, during the process, but afterwards they'll tell you that, it was about life lessons, and that's what was most important to him.
Yeah, speaking of those life lessons, and you talked about Kevin's, his soft heart and then also his love for basketball. What does it mean that you're able to kind of combine those things and use basketball for so much good?
Yeah, that's a great question because, in the beginning when he was first diagnosed, everybody wanted to talk about it, right?
Yeah.
And he would say, this is embarrassing because I'm just a high school basketball coach. And, I thank God every day that he was just a high school basketball coach because we have the game of basketball, something that we all love, including this tournament, to be able to share that message because at KB Strong, our mission is to build awareness, to fund research, and to help people, help people families that have been affected by glioblastoma. That doesn't happen without the game of basketball. So these two things together are really special.
We've just in talking to people around this tournament, there have been a lot of people who have had stories of the way that glioblastoma or cancer has affected, their lives. Has that been something as a part of this tournament and just your journey? Have you, kind of realized how many people this really touches the lives of?
Yeah, absolutely. And every cancer journey is scary, right?
Yeah.
So many people with glioblastoma, you hear the stories and people don't even know what it is, and that's what everybody starts with, right? I didn't even know what it was, and neither did we. And to be honest, with ours, I thought we had dodged a bullet, right? Because I thought when they said they could get it out, I was like, I don't care what it is, if they can get it out, then we're home free, and that's not what cancer journeys are about. And unfortunately, it's a lot of scary times. It's a lot of emotional, and I'm blessed for every person that's willing to come up and share their story, whether it be brain cancer or whether it be something else.
You talk about raising awareness, and that's certainly such an important part, is just getting people to hear, what it is. I talked last night to Pasadena head coach Tony Brooks, and he talked about how he had he found out about this tournament from St. John Bosco's head coach. They were in it a season ago, and St. John Bosco had a player who I believe had a family member who had glioblastoma. And just it's inspiring to hear, somebody across the country in Southern California, that they're sharing stories about it, and you have people from Tennessee and Florida and teams from all over. What does it mean that it's become so national and it's raising awareness not just here in Washington but across the country?
It means a lot. I keep saying today, I was just telling the coaching staff, I said, man, we're selling a lot of sweatshirts, and we're going to go on vacation, and we're going to think we see somebody from Washington, and they're going to be, from California, Florida, et cetera, sharing the message of KB Strong. So it is really, really special. And, everybody, I think, knows the story of Matt Dunn, Coach Dunn from St. John Bosco. He and his wife, very good friends of mine. And that started with him coming and sitting at the Thanksgiving dinner at Countryside Banquet Facility. And at that time, 16 years ago, I believe it was, to that day, on Thanksgiving Day, he had lost his father to glioblastoma. And then fast forward, and unfortunately it seems like this is the way this disease works for some reason, but fast forward, one of his players ends up his dad, Dr. Daryl Harrington, so Elsie's dad, was diagnosed with glioblastoma as well. And unfortunately, since we had him here at the tournament last year and got to know him and his wife, Julie, he did lose his battle, to the disease. But it's been really neat to see how St. John Bosco, we think, Washington had an impact on them, but now he's had an impact on Pasadena, and now they're I heard the coach as well. He told me, he said, I've been researching it so I can share with my kids what it's really about. And so I think that's where it starts, and it's starting through the game of basketball.
Yeah, that's really what it's all about. In the wake of such a devastating disease that has hurt so many families, have you noticed any positive aspects of human nature? You just connecting with people who have had shared really difficult experiences and seeing the good in people.
Yeah, I feel blessed that we have KB Strong as a platform to meet people and bring people into our community, because I do think some people say to me it's like it's got to be like ripping a scab off every day, because I miss my husband terribly.
Yeah.
But it's actually part of my healing is by helping people in his memory and giving a platform for other people who have lost to this disease, to bring them into a community that gives them an avenue. Some of our volunteers over here, not just at the KB Strong tent, but throughout the whole tournament, they're people that came into our community because of this disease, and they lost their own special person to it. And so I think it's just super special, that, again, they might even not like basketball, I don't know, but they want to be a part of this, and they feel a connection, through the foundation. And I always say, this disease has taken some of the very best, in my opinion, because some of them I've known their person, or I've known they've been one of our warriors, but some of them, there's a family here that their Randy Harden, Rayanne's husband, passed 8 days before Kevin, and we just happened to meet through someone else who had the disease. And so I think it's again, we have the platform of basketball to be able to kick it off. Our neurosurgeon said KB Strong's successful because we made our story public, because then people started to learn what it was about. And now, I had somebody ask or say last year, none of us know one another if it wasn't for KB Strong. So it's all special the way it all comes together.
A really great tournament and a really important cause, and we certainly will not give up in Kevin Brown's legacy trying to fight this disease. We'll take you now to our next matchup between Pasadena and Grace Christian. Thank you very much for joining me, Jody.
Thank you so much.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey, from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. To request an appointment, visit our website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. By Uftring Auto Group. Take advantage of outstanding savings during the big year-end event at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin. Online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. And by your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Back inside Raymond R. Torrey Gymnasium on the campus of Washington Community High School. Welcome back to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, Day 5, our final day. Brett Parrott here in a three-man crew for this game, joined once again by Sky Gillespie, along with Michael Savoy for this matchup between the Pasadena Bulldogs from Pasadena, California versus the Grace Christian Academy Rams from Knoxville, Tennessee. We're about to get our starting lineups here, and we're looking forward to another great contest in the final day of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Sky, Michael, what do you look forward to in this upcoming contest?
Well, I'm just looking forward to a really good last day of the tournament. We got a very good opening matchup. We're here in the second game between Pasadena and Grace Christian. Two teams from two different states playing in a completely neutral site that they're not used to here in Washington, Illinois. Pasadena led by Josh Irving, and then Grace Christian. We'll see how they fare with a major height disparity.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams, they pretty much have the same talent in terms of what they bring to the table in terms of that one-star player. Two very tall players, Sigan Sampa for Grace Christian Academy, 6'9", Josh Irving from Pasadena. We know how good he's been so far in this tournament. He's 7 foot tall, so the battle of the big men today, that's going to be the main battle here in this ball game.
Okay, we're getting the starting lineups here. Tip coming in just a moment. Your starters for Pasadena will be Troy Wilson, Timmy Anderson, Paris Dinkins, Derek Jordan Jr., and Josh Irving. Again, Josh Irving, one of our top players at this year's Tournament of Champions. He is a commit to Texas A&M and one of the top 50 players in the country going into this season. Also of note for Pasadena, Timmy Anderson, offers from many schools out there in California: Cal Poly, Cal State Fullerton, UC Riverside, High Point, and Cal State Northridge. For the Rams from Knoxville, Tennessee, Sigan Sampa, 6'9" junior, has multiple offers, probably too many to go through. And Hudson Wilkins got an offer from Western Carolina. Our tip is won by Pasadena, and we are off in game 2 of today's action of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Pasadena with the ball underneath, Irving to Wilson, and we got a foul on the layup attempt.
That was a great back cut there by Wilson. Realizes that he was on the weak side on the up and when Josh Irving got the ball on the top of the key on the weak side, realizes that he can make that back cut, gets to the basket easily, and gets the foul called. Now he's in for two free throws.
I really love the quick back cut action. You know, these teams are a little antsy first play of the game, and just a really good offensive set to start from a very high potent Pasadena squad.
Wilson makes the first free throw, second one coming up here. And that's good as well for our first 2 points of the ball game. Pasadena with an early lead.
In a game filled with star power, especially with the forwards in the center position, it can be the guards that can be the difference in this ball game.
Ball out top, knocked away by the Bulldogs, going up for the dunk. Martin Tech dunk by number 2, Paris Dinkins. Pasadena off to an early good start here.
Pasadena can really do it all, and if they can create defense into offense, this might be a tough game for Grace Christian.
Elbow jumper response by Hudson Wilkins of the Grace Christian Academy Rams.
6 points, 4 from Pasadena and 2 from Grace Christian, all 6 by guards. All this talk about the big man going into this game, it's been the guards.
Dinkins with the ball on the left wing. Out top, that is Wilson. Wilson gives to Derek Jordan Jr. on the other side. Tried to shoot it along the baseline, ball out of bounds to Grace Christian Academy.
Really loving this intensity from the defense of Grace Christian going up against probably their biggest task so far in Pasadena. Grace Christian has faced some very tough teams and got a couple opportunities to talk to head coach Marcus Dilligard, He's just very thankful for the opportunity to play in this tournament.
There's number 2, John Martin, a shot up for the Rams, no good. Sampa with the rebound and the putback for 2.
Nice job being in the right place at the right time for Sampa. Nothing really too special there, really more of a glorified pass for that jump shot, and easy enough for him to lay it in.
What I heard about Sampa was he had a great summer, and that's rolled in a lot of offers for the young man. Here he gets a steal up the floor for the Rams, taking it right at Irving, and Irving says no way.
Well, you can already tell just from that dribble drive that being at 6'9", and Irving's the same way at 7 foot, they can really handle the basketball. And obviously, Sampa has not really faced much 7-footers in his career. There's not very many 7-footers that can do what Irving can do. So Great job by Irving to get the block.
But he gets the inbounds there and converts. Sampa for 2, and Grace Christian, after those first couple of buckets by Pasadena, comes back to take a 6-4 lead. There's Irving on the left wing. He's going to take it back at Sampa. Now kicks back out to Wilson.
I love how deep they are making this Pasadena work out there. They're near the half-court line. That's really impressive defense so far.
Pushing Irving out to the wing again. Hands off to Dinkins. Underneath for Irving. Turns, rolls around, no good. Sampa with the rebound. Here come the Rams. Deep three-point attempt. That's good. Ooh. Renewal Anderson 3 by number 0, Hudson Wilkins. And just like that, Grace Christian in control now.
Yeah, he's shown that he can shoot so far early on in this ball game.
Looking for Irving inside. We're going to get a foul up underneath. That's going to be against number 1, Bryson Cody. You can tell that the Rams are trying to send a double team pretty much every time Irving touches the ball.
And it can work out every once in a while, but Irving's shown the capability throughout this tournament that when he is double teamed, he's able to find that open man. He's got great basketball IQ and he's got great awareness.
Into the corner, three-point attempt up and good. That's Paris Dinkins with a renewal bound Anderson 3. This is Sampa out top. Irving taps it away. Dinkins leading the fast break to Wilson for 2.
Well, so far in the defensive end, Irving's been doing a great job countering what Samka has been doing, and the guards of Pasadena have done a great job running the break and getting points off of their defense.
Got a Washington Police Department foul there on the next inbounds. Fouls on Wilson. You can see the replay there.
Yeah, sometimes you'll get basketball games where, the guards and forwards and any player can just get tied up, and it just kind of creates that awkward situation.
You got to imagine these teams been here all week. They're looking for one last positive to take from this tournament, get a win. Going to play all effort.
Yeah, once again, Irving's been doing a great job on defense. Samka is a pretty good player in his own right. Obviously, one of the dandy dozen here in this tournament, but Irving has been showing a great willingness on the defensive end to really go out and block some shots. He's got a steal already in this ball game. He's been doing great.
Irving with a tap away there, trying to run it down. Sampa kind of walls him off, ball out of bounds. It's going to stay with the Rams.
I think Irving's understood the assignment so far about, what this game can bring. Obviously, both teams have very good big men, and both teams have really experienced big men that can play the next level, going to be playing in the next level, and Irving's been doing very well.
Jumper from the right baseline, no good. Got his own rebound was Wilkins. I think we had a shot clock violation as that first shot never hit the rim.
I do think a lot of what we're seeing with the heavy guard play so far is just because of how much is going on, not just on the court, but off the court. Look at all this snow here in Washington, but look in the paint. There's so much size. It's hard to score in the post against these big men, so that's why some of the guards are having to step up and do some more stuff outside the key.
This is Anderson on the baseline, goes up and under for 2. Timmy Anderson, he's had himself a good tournament. Watched a couple of games from Pasadena. Well, Anderson, again, multiple Division I offers already.
He's pretty much the Robin to Batman of Irving.
Could be the Batman as well, averages 31 points a game.
Martin in the lane for the Rams, no good. He's still down on the ground, but here comes Pasadena. There's Anderson, pump fake, driving the lane, up and under, and gets that one to fall as well. Two in a row for Anderson, and the officials are going to stop it here as John Martin took a blow. Seems like he's okay. He's going to stay in and bring the ball up for Grace Christian. Into the corner, pump fake. Underneath.
Oh, you got to shoot that.
You're
right there.
Opportunities.
That was Caden McAfee, kicks it back out, no good. Rebound by Wilson. Here come the Bulldogs. Up the floor to Anderson, and he's going to take a hard foul. That by Martin. That's going to send Timmy Anderson to the line to shoot 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good, nice replay there of what transition defense does for Pasadena on the offensive side. They really are explosive. Not just Josh Irving, what he can do, but what the guards can do off of their defense into transition offense. It's really been the story of the game so far for the Bulldogs.
Anderson, first free throw, rolls around and out. He'll have a second here.
And we've seen a little bit of inconsistent play from Timmy Anderson, but what we have to remember is he is transferred into Pasadena. This is his first year playing, so he's learning the system, learning what it's like to play with new teammates, and very high power scoring threat, but still getting used to this new environment.
Missed the second one as well, but here we got a turnover. Anderson jumps the passing lane, gets the steal, takes it in, dumps it off to Irving, and he's going to go to line for 2 as he's fouled on the attempt.
Nice shot by Irving running down the court, going coast to coast, making sure he's there for a possible rebound or a pass, and he got the pass.
Before we have the free throws, we got a timeout on the floor. This power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering, celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered. Enercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us.
Pasadena has 13 points. Josh Irving has 0 points. It's been the story of the guards. I mean, we talked about it throughout this entire game. It's been the guard play of Pasadena that has really put them over the top so far, and that's what can make this Bulldogs team very dangerous. Obviously, we know the capabilities of Josh Irving and what he can do. Obviously, one of the dandy dozens, Texas A&M commit, a 7-footer that can pretty much do it all, but the guards have been the difference so far for the Bulldogs.
That's why I love Josh Irving, though, even in what has been a quiet first quarter offensively. 2 emphatic blocks that quite literally left the gym, both going through the doors over there on the far baseline. He's such a good player on both sides.
He'll be at the line to shoot a pair here out of the timeout. Gets the first one to drop. Always a good skill if you can get a big man who can drop those free throws in as well.
What can Josh Irving do, really? This is a guy that if you tell him to do something on the basketball court, he can do it.
Second one up and splashes right through as well.
But I think the one thing I really like about Josh Irving is that he's not very clumsy. He's very aggressive. He likes seeing after loose balls. That's something that not only coaches looking for in the next level, but can really help your team in the varsity level in high school.
In the lane, kick out to Sampa, pump fake, steps back for 3. There's Irving with another block.
Block number 3.
Sampa gets it back, tries to go up and under, no good. Rebound to the Bulldogs.
And even when he doesn't block it, he still impacts it there, making it a tough look.
Anderson, an open 3 from the right wing, leaves it short. Sampa with the rebound. Rams will walk it up, trying to get a cutting Wilkins, a foul over the top.
Take a look at this emphatic swat here on Samba at the 3-point line. Goes back out. Excuse me, this is the
replay beforehand.
Yeah, this is when Timmy Anderson gets hacked on the other end.
Inbound by the Rams, goes out top to Martin. Martin tries to get a screen. He's going to launch from deep behind the arc, leaves it short. Nice save in there by the Rams. Shot clock did not reset. Now ball tipped away into the hands of the Bulldogs. That is Wilson driving to the lane. He's going to be fouled. Looks like they're calling it on the floor.
If you're going to get Grace Christian to shoot those kind of shots, then you're doing your job on the defensive end if you're Pasadena. Those shots, I don't care if you're in the tournament of champions or not, you're going to be a great team, but those shots are not made very likely. And then once again, their guards, once again, defense to offense, their guards have been doing a great job.
Foul was on the floor, but the 5th of the quarter for Grace Christian, so that does send Wilson to the line. He makes the first. Second one coming up.
Free throws the rest of the way. Troy Wilson, just another example of those quick, shifty, crafty guards this Pasadena Bulldogs team has. I mean, we talked about that West Coast play style, that up and down run and gun offense, and we're seeing it early on.
And they've opened up an 8-point lead here over the Rams. Looking to get some offense going here. Away from the ball, we got a foul, as that was number 5, Derek Jordan Jr., trying to play defense against Sampa. Irving out of the game right now, so the duties of guarding Sampa fall to the 6'6" senior Derek Jordan Jr.
Derek Jordan plays a lot taller than he actually is. He's a great big body, so that's going to be a fun matchup. Love to see what we're going to see here.
Sampa thought about it 3 times and now hits the 3. A renewal by Anderson, 3 by Sagan Sampa. Right back down the floor. Sampa gets a block on the Bulldogs and saves it himself, doing it all right now. Up the floor, steal right back by the Bulldogs. That's Anderson. Deep into the corner, now to the right wing, 3-ball up, rims off no good, tap back no good, Sampa with the rebound.
With Irving out, Sampa, this is his time to cook right now, and he's been doing a great job so far, hitting a 3, getting a block, and saving a ball out of bounds. He's been doing great after Irving's absence out of the game.
Wilkins with the ball, looking for somebody to pass to, tried to hit the cutting Martin on the back door, a little too hot to handle, out of bounds. Turnover to the Bulldogs.
And Irving doesn't sit much, so we're going to need Sampa to capitalize. It's going to be maybe less than 5 minutes this entire game if he sits, so those 2-minute spurts, he's got to capitalize. We saw 3. Looks like that's all he's going to get this quarter with the shot, with the clock running down.
The Bulldogs look to be content to take the last shot. This is Anderson in the corner. Gets a screen, Sampa guarding him. Swing pass across into the crowd, out of bounds. Ball back to the Rams. Shout out to Washington's own Jack Maley that pass went into the crowd. Shot at the buzzer, no good. End of 1. Our score, Pasadena 17, Grace Christian 12. PJ Hare is a proud sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. PJ Hare wishes all teams good luck. Let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. Renewal by Anderson, where quality meets community. We're honored to sponsor the Tournament of Champions and to help raise awareness in the fight against glioblastoma. And Martin Tech, need reliable technology solutions? Martin Tech Solutions has your technology needs covered. Specializing in business and residential, we keep the equipment you depend on running reliably to ensure your technology makes life easier, not harder. Call Martin Tech Solutions today at 824-3927 or visit www.martin.tech for your one-stop solution. And we thank all of our sponsors this week throughout the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, 20th edition of this Tournament of Champions. Great to see Jody Brown in between our games, one of the very key components to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
7 turnovers as a team for Grace Christian Academy, only 2 for Pasadena. Pasadena has all but 2 points come from players that are combined 6 foot tall. We talked about that 7-footer in Josh Irving. Their guards have been a difference.
Rams with the ball here as we begin the second quarter. We got a foul away from the ball. 23, Evan Washington into the game for Pasadena, picks up that Washington Police Department foul. Ball out of bounds underneath to Grace Christian Academy. Out of Knoxville, Tennessee, only 276 in their school versus Pasadena with an enrollment over 1,300 students. We've seen that throughout the tournament. Some very small enrollments and some into the thousands.
And what I want to see more from the Rams, they've only had 2 different players score in Wilkins and Sampa. They've got to get other guys going. Pasadena has had 4 different players score, so a little bit more variety on the offensive end for them.
Another foul there gives another inbound to the Rams. Sampa going up against Irving. Gets the ball up this time, but a roll-off no good. Outruns Pasadena up. Layup no good. We're going to get a block called. It's going to be on Martin trying to draw the charge. I think he was just a little bit too far under the hoop there to draw the charge.
Dinkins is still down as we see the replay of the transition defense into the offense, and it was a hard foul, but nothing of intent there.
Yeah, just a little bit late trying to draw that charge right there, and Dinkins will take the worst end of it, but he can come away with potential 2 points.
Makes the first one. Again, Pasadena getting a lot of points at the line in the first half of this contest. Dinkins will go for a second one here. And he makes them both as well. Grace Christian brings the ball across the timeline. That's John Martin into the corner. Martin gets it back, three-pointer up. Rattles around, no good. Irving the rebound for Pasadena. Here comes Anderson all the way down into the lane, scoops it up underneath the back of the rim, no good. Rebound Pasadena, kick out. Three-point attempt, no good. Once it again, the Bulldogs chase down the rebound. Irving into the corner. That's Washington. Evan Washington off the bench with a renewal by Anderson 3.
Yeah, Pasadena is bringing all the intensity so far, and they're really not running anything on offense. They really just thrive off of their transition. They don't score. If they don't score first on their transition, they go right back into like a mini set, and they look for a three.
Sampa out top for the Rams. Nice pump fake. Trakes it in. Tries for the dunk. No good. We're going to get a block call here.
Yeah, Samka nearly brought the house down on that dunk.
Here's that run out by the Bulldogs on the last play that caused Anderson to go to the line. Sampa at the line now with a Washington Police Department free throw attempt. First one up and good. 6'9" junior. Let's rattle off all of those offers he's got. I'm listed as Mississippi State, Western Carolina, UT Chattanooga, Austin Peay, UAB, Tennessee Tech, Iona, Lipscomb, and Loyola Marymount. So again, on the radar of many Division I schools, and he makes the second free throw.
He's one of the most improved players in the country from last year to this year. He's got a bright future ahead of him. He's going to get a lot more than even those schools, and those are a lot of schools.
And again, a reminder that he's only a junior, so another full year of recruitment awaits him. Irving the miss on the other end for Pasadena. This is Wilkins with the ball for the Rams. Pass tipped out by Irving. Ball underneath to Grace Christian Academy.
Yeah, the Rams have just had a really hard time trying to get the ball inside. This Pasadena defense has been intense. They've obviously got that 7-footer down low, and a lot of people like to think that he's been the key of their defense, but it's really been an entire team effort with their guards and Irving.
Ball had to be retrieved from the hallway there as it got knocked out of bounds. Blaine the Train Garrison, one of our many volunteers, tracked that down to put the ball back in play. Rams with a three out top, that's good. Hudson Wilkins, a renewal by Anderson 3 as Grace Christian looks to crawl back into this.
That time was a great shot right there. They got like a mini pick screen on the top of the key that let the open shooter go, and then he finally nails a three.
Wilson drives the baseline for Pasadena, up no good. Rebound by the Rams. Here comes Sampa. Oh, he drug the pivot foot there as he ran into the wall known as Josh Irving. Traveling turnover gives the ball back to Pasadena.
Yeah, that's what a 7-footer can do to you. You can go in and try to think you can get a layup attempt off or a dunk attempt off down low, and you're like, okay, never mind. I'm going up against a 7-footer. It's going to be hard.
Timmy Anderson will walk the ball up the floor for Pasadena. On to the right wing, that's Caleb Corner into the game for the Bulldogs. Out top, there's Irving. He's going to pull the trigger from three. A little bit strong, no good. Rebound tracked down by the Rams. 15, Guro Lean with the rebound. Into the corner, three-pointer is up. Short, no good. Rebound tapped out of bounds. It'll stay with Grace Christian.
The last two looks for Grace Christian from beyond the three-point line have been the two easiest looks they've had from beyond the arc all night. And we keep talking about it. We're going to keep hammering it down. That guard play is going to be pivotal if they want to stay in this game. And just a 2-possession lead as we have another 4-low set coming for the Rams.
Number 4 just into the game. Gavin Carter inbounds for the Rams, gets it out to Sampa. Trying to take Irving one-on-one. Nice spin move this time, and he gets it up and in. Not to be intimidated is Segan Sampa.
Sampa now with 10 points. He's the leading scorer from either side as Tim Anderson does a little shifty move right there, carving himself through the teeth of the defense.
24-19 our score here. Sampa in on the block, guarded by Irving. Gets it stripped away from the backside by Martin. Up the floor.
They got
Ball turned over.
Oh, they're not looking up right away.
Exactly.
They had Samka right on the other side of the court, right where he can do some damage. They just didn't look up right away.
Here's Sampa with that nice move, taking Irving one-on-one. He's had a few rejected, but again, got to keep trying.
That was a great guard move, though. For a 6'9" big man, that was a guard move right there. A nice dribble package into a revert, or to a spin into a nice layup.
Talk about good guard play right there.
Hudson Wilkins takes it to the bucket with a left-hander for 2. Anderson drives in the lane. Nice pass underneath for 2. That's Terrian Thomas. Oh, no, excuse me, wrong roster. Derek Jordan Jr. with 2 there for Pasadena.
Yeah, this Pasadena offense has just proved to be a little too much for this Grace Christian defense.
Sampa with the ball at the high post. Going to get a foul called against Josh Irving. Just his first. Team's 4th, though. One more, and that'll send him to the line the rest of the quarter.
One of the most underrated parts of Josh Irving's game is his ability to stay out of foul trouble and stuff like that, as we have a deep 3 from Wilkins. Wow! That's from NBA range, but Josh Irving staying out of foul trouble will be pivotal for these Bulldogs team.
Wilkins, another renewal by Anderson 3. Here comes Anderson, Timmy Anderson that is. Driving into the lane for the Bulldogs. He gets fouled. He'll go to the line.
Anderson is just so shifty, and anytime that you score a basket on your end, count on him to try to penetrate and get to the basket and either get a layup to go, get a foul call, or possibly get an and one. He's not one to let the momentum swing the other team's way.
Again, Anderson not being highly recruited, maybe because he's only listed as 5'11", but does have multiple offers from teams in his area. Cal Poly, Cal State Fullerton, UC Riverside, High Point, and Cal State Northridge. And we see that he's good at the line.
And I think a lot of that went into his decision to transfer to this Bulldogs team. He's going to get a lot more eyes on him playing in a tougher schedule, playing with guys like Irving.
Wilkins tries another deep three-pointer, this time no good. Rebound tracked down, though, by the Rams. Back to Wilkins. His floater no good. Irving with the board.
I think he felt the presence of Josh
Exactly.
Irving right there.
That floater attempt felt hurried, and it felt like he wasn't comfortable shooting that because he probably thought that Irving was going to block it.
Back down the floor, we got a traveling violation by the Bulldogs. Ball back to Grace Christian Academy. Wilkins walks the ball across the timeline. Gives out top to Sampa. He's going to stop and pop for 3. Off to the left, no good. Rebound Bulldogs. They look to push. Trailer is Irving.
Ooh.
Almost a travel there. Now a swing pass to the other side. Anderson now out top. And from the bench getting some instruction for what to set up for this play. All else fails, give to Irving. Irving tries to back in on Sampa. Nice little take there off the pass out top. That's Troy Wilson for 2 for the Bulldogs.
And that's what happens when you stay flat-footed on defense and are able to react on a dribble drive. And these Pasadena guards are quick. They're very twitchy.
Wilkins pulls up, no good. Rebound Irving.
A fadeaway deep 2, probably not the best look even if you're a great shooter like Wilkins.
Great look underneath by Anderson, looking for Wilson. Tapped out of bounds. Ball will stay with Pasadena.
We're going to take a replay at this last look from Wilson. Right here. All the bodies left once Josh Irving passed up the ball. They were there for help side defense, but once it got away from him, they didn't need the help side defense. Wilson took advantage of it. Goes for 2.
Another timeout on the floor. This power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. Celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered, Enercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us.
Yeah, and you're taught as a defensive player in that situation when you have a man cutting in front of you to, check that cutter, knock him off a little bit. There was no checking done. The cutter was just able to cut right in front of his face, and by the time he realized that the cutter was getting the ball and he realized the cutter was there, it was too late to react, and that's when the flat-footedness came, and it was just a bad situation for him to be in as a defender.
Winding down our first half here. Got to play inside. Josh Irving gets the bucket and the foul. He'll go to the line for the 3-point play.
We need a flex tracker from Josh Irving. That might be his 4th or 5th flex of the entire tournament. And I get fired up every time he does it, man. He's tall and lanky, but boy, is he strong.
He isn't so subtle, too. He's not one to show too much emotion, but when you see it, you'll see it.
And now he's 3 for 3 from the line as well in today's first half. Pasadena up 32-24. Wilkins out top for the Rams. Gets it to Sampa. Sampa into the lane, up and under. Nice bucket by Sagan Sampa.
It's really when Josh Irving is out of the play, either on the bench or he just jumps a pass that he doesn't get there. When Josh Irving's out of the play, that's when Samka really does a great job on the offensive end.
Anderson gets a screen from Irving, pulls up from about 12 feet and hits. Timmy Anderson, another bucket for the Bulldogs.
Irving's just been the equalizer for Samka today.
It's such a fun matchup to watch, man.
It really is. Two skilled bigs, 6'9", 7 foot tall.
Last minute of action here in our first half. This is Sampa going to the lane, knocked away from behind. Bodies on the floor, ball out of bounds, last touched by the Rams. Give the ball back to the Pasadena Bulldogs.
Smart play from Wilson there. Noticed he's on the ground and doesn't want to waste a timeout, just chucks it off the feet of Sampa. Gets the ball back.
Wilson calls out the play as he breaks the timeline. Gives on the left wing, that's Jordan Jr. Out top to Wilson. Wilson backdoor to Anderson, goes up for an easy layup. Nice cut there by Timmy Anderson.
That was that's very similar to what we saw in the first play of the ball game. The weak side player on Pasadena cuts the basket off the back door and gets an easy layup.
Now we got a steal by the Bulldogs, and we got a foul coming up here. That foul is going to be on Hudson Wilkins.
Beautiful shot of our very own Joey Wright, a police officer.
That's Officer Dylan Foster, who actually I talked to this morning. He knocked on my front door because somebody had parked in front of my house. Wasn't my vehicle, but the parking ban was in effect. He was trying to locate the owner of that vehicle. Dylan Foster, a WCHS graduate, now serving his community.
Once again, Timmy Anderson just driving to the basket, penetrating to the basket. What that tells me as an announcer is that he's very fearless as a basketball player, and that's something that not every basketball player even has.
Well, he'll challenge anybody, anytime, any day of the week. Really good team player, but an incredible one-on-one penetrator and scorer as well.
Now, if I caught that correctly, that's also the third foul here in the first half for Hudson Wilkins, primary ball handler for Grace Christian. He's staying in the game at the moment.
Looks to be just for this offensive trip with the clock winding down.
Anderson makes a pair. Again, Pasadena, lots of points at the free throw line here. Shot at the buzzer falls well short, no good. And at halftime of game number 2 of the final day of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, the Pasadena Bulldogs out of Pasadena, California, lead the Grace Christian Academy Rams out of Knoxville, Tennessee by the score of 39-26. We will take a break here, and then we'll head it down to Uftring Tournament Central for a halftime interview.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on the court and in his battle with glioblastoma. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has already begun groundbreaking clinical trials in the area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second. The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey, from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. To request an appointment, visit our website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. By Uftring Auto Group. Take advantage of outstanding savings during the big year-end event at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin. Online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. And by your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
And welcome into Uftring Tournament Central. Joey Wright and Beth Casulo chopping it up with you at halftime. Looks like it's been a good one inside Torrey Gym. Day 2 of 6 on a slightly abbreviated Saturday afternoon. Thanks for spending it with us. And Beth, a little less foot traffic so far with the weather, but I know it's still been a really busy week at the concession stands. You help run those here at the TOC. Just take us inside what you've seen out here in the multi-purpose room all week long.
Okay, yeah, I help run the concessions with Devin Moore on the TOC board, and I have not been out of the kitchen. It's been crazy. Great crowds. We appreciate everyone. The concession stands run smoothly with all of our volunteers. It's one of the things I taught at Washington for 35 years. Retired 2 years ago, and Eric Shimmoran said, "Now's the time." You said you'd, sign up. So I help get the volunteers, the students, and it's been crazy. So.
Yeah, we're right out here with you. The concession stand just over our right shoulders, and it's been a steady stream of fans getting a break between games and at halftime, and even sneaking out during the games. But your involvement with the TOC, you mentioned you retired as a WCHS math teacher 2 years ago. What prompted you to get involved with this tournament that's now been here for some 2 decades?
Well, I taught with Coach Brown, of course, and when Jody Brown says, "Hey Beth, how are you going to get involved?" I said, "Wait till I retire." As soon as I retired, Eric Shimmerhorn said, "Okay, you ready to be on the board and help out?" And I said, "Absolutely." So, yep, giving up this week is perfect. What a better way to do it. It's so gratifying to see it all, so definitely is well worth it.
We hear so many stories about Coach Brown, the coach. Kevin Brown, the teacher, what was he like?
Kevin Brown, the teacher, was, I remember my husband got his master's with Kevin, and I remember one time lugging home a book bag, and Kevin and I were walking out together, and he's like, "Yeah, you got in the math line, I got in PE. We don't have homework." But he expected just as much from his students as he did on the court. Great guy. He would do anything for you. So definitely, yeah. Great teacher.
Absolutely. This tournament, little snow outside is nothing. It's, proceeded, come back stronger than ever after the COVID-19 pandemic. The tornado in 2013, I know, teams and volunteers from around the Mid-Illini Conference chipped in and helped that event become a success, just a week after the devastating events. Just what does this tournament mean to this community? As I said, now for some 2 decades, it's been here. It's a staple. Teams from all over the country come in. To have this in your own backyard, in your own building, what does that mean?
It is wonderful for the community. The volunteers that come back year after year, and they don't even have kids that play on the teams anymore, but the parents come back and work in concessions and ask what they can do to help. And just having that connection, and we can't run it without them. So it's wonderful for all the volunteers that we get, and all around the community. I went out and talking to some businesses this summer, and they're like, definitely they see the turn in their sales during this time. So definitely everyone's supporting the town of Washington.
You see at the bottom of your screen, kbstrong-fightingthefight.org. You can go to that website and get involved, learn more about Coach Brown, the KB Strong Foundation, make a donation in the fight against glioblastoma. And I understand, Beth, that the proceeds from the concession stands are going back to the foundation as well to help that fight.
Yeah, every cent we make at the Tournament of Champions goes back to KB Strong to fight glioblastoma. We need to find a cure. Yeah. So give them some hope.
And there will be a check presentation, we understand, before the Washington game tonight. It'll be later at some point. Last year, this tournament raised over $100,000 in that fight. So, Beth, keep up the good work out there. I know we're heading up toward the finish line. It's crazy. It starts Tuesday afternoon, and they are long days. Volunteers like yourself make them very rewarding days, and we'll look forward to seeing what comes to be here in the next few hours with sales.
Well, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Beth Casulo with us in Uftring Tournament Central. Looks like a good one in Torrey Gym. 39-26 the score, and the second half is coming up. You're watching Clutch Sports Media's coverage of the 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on the court and in his battle with glioblastoma. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has already begun groundbreaking clinical trials in the area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
Back here ready to kick off the second half of Game 2 of Day 5 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Brett Parrott again alongside Sky Gillespie and Michael Savoy. 39-26 our score at halftime here. The Pasadena Bulldogs out of Pasadena, California, taking on the Grace Christian Academy Rams from Knoxville, Tennessee. And gentlemen, I think one of the big things that stood out to me in the first half was Pasadena getting a lot of points at the free throw line. Their guards being aggressive, taking it to the hoop, and then cashing in after getting fouls against the Rams.
Yeah, Timothy Anderson, for one, he's probably been the one that's been the catalyst of a lot of those free throw attempts. His ability to penetrate and get to the basket and get a couple points either from that layup or a foul to go to the line for possibly an and one or two straight free throws. So he's been the catalyst for all of that. So shout out to him.
That's a nice gesture. One of our ball girls for the Grace Christian Academy Rams is celebrating her birthday today. There she is on camera.
Love to see it. But if I'm Grace Christian, I talked about this early on in the game. They did not disperse the scoring whatsoever. 13-13 from Sampa and Wilkins. Nobody else has scored besides those two, each accounting for exactly half of the team's 26. They've got to get others going. I know they are very talented players, but with how talented they are, they have to open up other opportunities as well, because they are drawing a lot of attention on themselves.
Pasadena starts with the ball to begin our third quarter. They run a little weave action out top. Looking for a lob for Irving. Little behind him, couldn't throw it down. Ball to the Rams. Sampa with it out top. He had a nice first half. Continues to push. He's going to pull from 16 here. Short, no good. Irving with the rebound for the Bulldogs, and we got a jump ball here called. Looks like Irving might have caught some contact to the eye.
Looks like on Wilkins' way down, attempting for the ball, looks like he might have scraped the face of Irving.
Inbound, Irving.
That's how to make up for it, though.
Yeah, not to be denied.
And that's
comes
not
up
how
with
you
the
make
block,
up for
but
it.
now a foul, I think, is going to be called against Irving.
That's a frustration foul.
He's got 4 blocks. He's definitely made his presence felt on the defensive end. His offensive end has not been the greatest in terms of the overall production, but 5 points out of the 39 points for Pasadena, it's been their guards.
Now we got a foul against the Bulldogs off the inbounds as Wilkin gets knocked to the ground.
Yeah, Tony Brooks, their head coach, was wondering how that was a foul. He was assuming that it was just another steal, another turnover from Grace Christian Academy to possibly another bucket for Pasadena, but no avail. Grace Christian will get the ball back.
3-point attempt by the Rams, no good. Long rebound, another 3. This is Wilkins. Hudson Wilkins, a renewal by Anderson 3 for the Grace Christian Academy Rams.
And he's got a team high 16 points for Grace Christian.
A game high as well.
Bulldogs with the ball on the right wing. That's Troy Wilson, now dribbles out top. Gives it to Dinkins, now Irving. Irving looking to drive, gets it tipped away, ball loose on the ground, ends into the hands of the Rams. Long pass, picked off by Irving. Now with a full head of steam, he drives to the bucket and scores.
Yeah, that pass by Samka, it allowed Josh Irving to not only intercept it, but go one-on-one against the other big man for the Rams. And that was pretty much the matchup we were looking for, the 2 talented big men one-on-one. Irving wins that one.
Sampa with a fadeaway. Long, no good. Irving another board for the Bulldogs. Hands off to Timmy Anderson, who had a nice first half. A little hesitation in the lane, scoop up, no good. Foul on the play. A Washington Police Department foul as we get a look at the replay. There's long arm of Irving picking off that pass, and then with that full head of steam, not much Sampa could do as he takes it to the hoop.
Yeah, Sampa, it's just, that was not the most, that was pretty ill-advised in terms of that pass. And Josh Irving, his ability to be aware of the pass was coming and able to go one-on-one with Sampa to get the 2 points there. It just shows how great Josh Irving has been in this tournament and how great that move was to the basket. He can really do it all.
Anderson makes the first. They'll have one more coming up as Pasadena continues to be great at the free throw line today. Second one up and down as well. 43-29 our score here early on in the third quarter. Number 2, John Martin with the ball for the Rams. Gives it out top to Sampa. Irving not guarding Sampa right now, but the defender knocks the ball away, and we're gonna get a dunk. Derek Jordan Jr. with a Martin Tech dunk.
Talk about being in the right place at the right time as we get a near turnover there. Now this Pasadena defense is really turning up the intensity.
Take a look at this dunk right there. From coast to coast, Irving fires it up, falls into the hands of Derek Jordan Jr. and slam dunk for 2.
Yeah, that was really a pass. Well, not really a pass, but more of a deflection from a Ram to a Bulldog that led to that dunk. Just being in the right place in the right time and able to have nothing in front of him but the basket.
Pasadena applying a little pressure here. Rams able to break it, get it to the high post. Looking across, pass knocked away, out of bounds. Will stay with Grace Christian.
Get a good look at Coach Dilligard there as he tries to settle down this Rams team.
Inbound to Sampa. Here comes the double team. tries to pass out of it, tracked down by the Rams. This is John Martin out top. Gets a screen, pulls up from 15.
Oh.
Foul call, and after the foul call, we're going to get a technical foul called against the Bulldogs. That's going to be against Troy Wilson. He had a few words to say to the official after getting called for that contact foul on the hand of Martin.
See if I can read lips. Doesn't look like I can.
I think he covered up his lips when he was talking. It's nearly impossible to read his lips there, but it's probably along the lines of, I didn't even touch him. Well, you did.
Loud enough for the official to hear right next to him.
That was the right shot, though, by Grace Christian's John Martin right there. Obviously, Sampo was going for the pick and pop. Pasadena was going for that pick and pop on their defensive end, and I would have liked to see John Martin maybe drive that in more, but that jump shot isn't a bad shot.
Agreed.
So Martin's going to take the technical shots. Makes the first one.
And he should get one more with the two more with the technical foul. This is not NBA.
These are the free throw attempts from the shooting foul. And then I think Grace Christian might get the ball as well.
I do think so.
Chance to cut into this big Pasadena lead here. And there's 4 quick points for the Rams.
This could be a major swing right here. And
it could very well be, especially if Grace does score on this possession.
Nonetheless, that's 4 quick points, and way to step up right there if you're John Martin.
Now Martin gets the inbound, and we'll bring it across half court, and I think we got another foul there. 11, Caleb Corner, the foul for the Bulldogs.
Already in the bonus, wow.
Yeah, that's been a very big positive so far in the third quarter for Grace Christian. They're just, it's death by 1,000 cuts. It's nothing like a 10-0 run, but I mean, it could be a 10-0 run, but it's not going to happen right away. It's going to be happening at the free throw line, and it's not going to be very quick. It's just going to be, you got to get stops on defense, and you got to hit your shots at the line.
Well, we talked about Pasadena getting a lot of free throw attempts in the first half. There's 6 points in a row by the Rams, all by John Martin, all from the line. Bulldogs looking to get back into the scoring column here. That's Jordan Jr. underneath Irving. Irving kick out top to Anderson. Irving coming to screen. Cut off by Sampa, and we're going to get a foul against Sagan Sampa. Trying to bump Anderson after that screen.
Yeah, Sampa just a little bit late on defense there, not able to cut off his man.
Irving trying to set up the screen on the other side this time. Anderson doesn't take it, goes the other way, but takes it all the way in for the hoop and the harm. He'll go to the line to finish off the three-point play.
That is just his strength, his ability to go to the basket. He's done that the entire night. It very rarely has happened, resulted in something bad for Anderson. It's either a foul that results in 2 free throws and ones, or just layups.
Finally missed a free throw, did Anderson. And back on the other end of the floor are the Grace Christian Academy Rams. Driving baseline. Had a cutter, didn't see him. Kicks out Sampa. He's going to pull from just inside the three-point line, no good. Rebound to the Bulldogs. This is Anderson again. Gets a screen from Irving. Gives to Irving. He's going to stop and pop for 3. And that's good. Nothing but net. A renewal by Anderson 3 by Josh Irving. I think that's his second 3 of the game.
And that was really set up by the blitz on the ball screen by Grace Christian. The fact that they had 2 guards going for that ball handler and Josh Irving with the ball, they had numbers, and Grace Christian's defense had no other way but to retreat, and that left Josh Irving wide open.
Sampa gets double teamed again on the post entry. Back around to Sampa. Again, he's double teamed there in the corner.
I believe there's a timeout.
Timeout by Grace Christian.
Timeout Grace Christian. This Enercon Power Up Timeout brought to you by Enercon Engineering, celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered. Enercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Let's give you another quick shout out here. Washington Community Bank, your hometown community bank, a division of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC. After this timeout, Grace Christian will inbound underneath their own basket. See what Coach Dilligard draws up. They get it into the right wing. Now out top for the Rams. Baseline, pull-up jumper, no good. Rebound fought for. We're going to have a jump ball, I think. Yep. Jump ball, possession arrow to Pasadena.
We're not in the fourth quarter yet, but we're getting to that point now for Grace Christian. Down 15, not able to really find many answers on the defensive end for Pasadena. They got to be scoring on their offensive possessions.
They had a good little 6-0 run led by John Martin, his own personal 6-0 run, but after then they've been a little stifled on the offensive end.
Anderson kicks on the right wing to Irving. Thought about the three. Sampa cut that off. Now back to Anderson. He drives in the lane again. Skip pass across to the left corner. 3-point, no good. Rebound by the Rams. This is young freshman Isaiah Dilligard. Possibly coach's son there. Just a 5'4" freshman. And
same height as me.
Created right there.
So this is how I would look if I was in the Tournament of Champions.
We need to get Michael Savoy out there on the court.
Hey, I mean, I did shave for a reason. I mean, I was trying.
Turnover by the Rams. Pasadena inbound on the left sideline. Kick it into the backcourt for Timmy Anderson. Now Jordan Jr. on the right wing. Anderson tells him take it back out top. That's Dinkins at the free throw line. The jumper rolls around and in.
Could have been an and one. Dinkins wasn't given room to land, but nonetheless gets the 2 to fall. Lead is up to 17.
Pass to the right wing, in and out of the hands, steal by the Bulldogs. Oh, behind
wow.
the back.
Oh.
Going for the dunk was Jordan Jr., blocked out of there by Sampa. Back come the Rams. To the right wing, jumper short, no good. Irving taps the rebound into the hands of Anderson. He's looking to run behind his back, up under.
Oh.
Bucket, no good. But we're going to get a blocking foul. Here comes a replay.
Yeah, not what you want out of there if you're Grace Christian, and turnover off the first pass of your possession. And then look at Anderson's pass. My goodness, and almost leads to a dunk, but great effort there by Sampa to block that shot. But that just goes to show how potent this Pasadena team is, because once they get the ball off of their defense, they immediately go to attack the basket.
Anderson having some fun out here in his last half of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. He does miss his second straight free throw here. Behind the back pass one time down the floor, behind the back dribble on the run the next time down. He makes the second. Pasadena with a little token pressure here of the ball handler as number 1, Bryson Cody, gets it across half court. Now a steal by the Bulldogs. Here's Anderson again to the bucket for 2. Timmy Anderson taking over. We've got a quick timeout here taken by the Pasadena coaches after that bucket. Want to get their players a little rest. Got a replay coming up here. I love the fact that the Pasadena coaches all sporting the KB Strong sweatshirts here today.
Take a look at Timmy Anderson. Has 2 different options, but it doesn't matter because Sampa, boom, not in my paint. 2 different options, but it don't matter when Sampa's in the lane.
The problem with that is that Pasadena has been having that success attacking the paint off of fast breaks pretty much the entire game, and Sampa had a really good job giving effort there, but for the most part, I would say probably 90% of all Pasadena's fast breaks have resulted in something positive for the Bulldogs, whether that's a foul that resolves in 2 free throws, and one that is converted, or just a layup or a dunk.
Pasadena taking over in this third quarter, extending their lead. See if Grace Christian can answer.
And Timothy Anderson, 21 points. He's been having himself a day.
Biggest lead of the day. As we got head coach Tony Brooks saying, whose house? They're saying our house. Even though they're from Pasadena, but they're taking over the tournament right now. Pasadena playing one heck of a TOC.
Rams back down the floor. The floater is no good. We got a jump ball on the rebound. Ball will stay with Grace Christian Academy.
I just really like the swagger that this Bulldogs team has. Going into the locker room, they were all yelling and screaming. They just get fired up. They have such good camaraderie and have a lot of fun out there on the court.
Rams on the inbound. Nice look underneath, but the pass a little wide for the cutter. Out of bounds, ball back to Pasadena.
Yeah, that was really more of a messed up play by Grace Christian. Looked like on the top of the key, looked like there was going to be an elevator screen that led to a top of the key three. Just never got through the elevator, so it kind of messed up the play to begin with. Trying
to jump the passing lane. Ball knocked out of bounds, will stay with the Bulldogs.
Look at all this room. You don't even see Jordan Jr. He's off to the end of your screen, but get him the ball, get him going coast to coast downhill, and get him going to work.
We got a quick foul on that inbound. John Martin fouls number 11, Caleb Corner, who's going to go to the line for two. That is Martin's fifth foul of the game already here, so he's going to have to sit out the rest of this contest.
It's not a great situation if you are Grace Christian. One of your best scorers, one of your top players fouled out in the third quarter. Already putting yourself behind the chains with a 20-point deficit, and it makes it even tougher to come back from if one of your top players is sitting out the rest of the game.
Caleb Corner makes one of two for the Bulldogs. Back on the other end, here's Grace Christian Academy, and we got a foul against the Bulldogs here. That's going to be against Timmy Anderson, just his second. And now that'll send Bryson Cody of the Rams to the line for two. We've had lots of free throw attempts in this ball game today.
It's been a very physical game from both sides, and I think it's going to continue being that way as we go down the stretch. Free throws rest of this quarter at least.
Cody makes the first. Second one up, and that is good as well.
Cody's first points of the day.
5'9" junior for the Rams. And back come the Bulldogs. Out top, that's Anderson. Gives to Dinkins. Dinkins looking to drive into the lane. Stops off the glass and good. Paris Dinkins, 6' juniors, had a nice day for the Bulldogs.
Good patience, good footwork. He's up to 9 on the day as we're in a zone defense right now. Good dish to Sampa.
Sampa with a Martin Tech slam dunk on a nice feed for the Rams.
Yeah, it was just him in the basket right there. That was a great find there by Grace Christian, and able to get one of your best players a chance to throw the house down, and that's exactly what he does.
Anderson dribbling out top for the Bulldogs. Tries to spin. Still dribbling around. Now kicks in the corner. Dinkins for three. A little bit strong, no good. Ball tapped out of bounds. And that's the final buzzer of our third quarter. Pasadena extends their lead as we head to the fourth.
Slip and score. Sampa slam.
Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's KBM TOC and is the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know that we sent you. Caps is the official pre- and post-game spot for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Stop in for great food, drinks, and fun in a family-friendly environment. And Create a Scene, Countryside, and Laser Electric are proud supporters of this year's KBM TOC. Again, we thank all of our sponsors of the 20th annual Tournament of Champions, now the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And we also thank, again, all of the volunteers who, even on this crazy weather day we are having today, they're still all here. They're still all putting in the time to make sure everything runs smoothly on our final day of this tournament.
It's such a greatly ran tournament, year in and year out. This is my third year being involved of the TOC, and I'm blown away each and every year. It seems like it gets better and better. Hard to believe it gets better and better, but it really does get better and better.
It'll be Pasadena's ball in the black uniforms to begin the fourth quarter here. They trail by quite a few as this fourth quarter begins. And they might look to run some offense and run some clock here during this fourth quarter. Running a little weave action out top. Anderson ends up with it. He goes into the lane. Shot up no good. Rebound by the Rams. This is Sagan Sampa. To the left wing, that's Wilkins. His quick three up, no good. Irving the rebound for the Bulldogs.
I think Pasadena is just, they have the big lead. They're not really looking to do too much off of their transition. Just run through more of a motion offense, see if they can get a screen and roll to the basket, and maybe even a guard penetration.
Derek Jordan Jr. around the baseline. Kick out for a three by Anderson, no good. Rebound to the Rams. Bryson Cody will bring the ball up. Into the corner, that's Wilkins. Everybody went away from him, so he decides to shoot, leaves it short. Rebound by Dinkins.
I think he was a little bit surprised on how wide open he was.
Speaking of surprise.
Irving wasn't even looking for that pass, hit him right in the chest. Luckily into the hands of his teammate Jordan Jr. And before things get too out of control on that possession, Pasadena coach Tony Brooks calls a timeout. Once again, this Power Up timeout brought to you by Enercon Engineering, celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered. Enercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us.
Yeah, Pasadena has a big lead. I mean, there's no mistake about it. They're up by 19, but it's important for them that, you know, obviously there's a really low chance that they end up losing this ball game as it is right now, but it's important for them. It's a Thanksgiving tournament. We're in late November. It's important for them to take this last 6 and change minutes seriously. They can take away from this time in this tournament and go into the rest of the regular season and into the California State playoffs with a full head of steam.
Pasadena will have possession out of the timeout here. Pass deep into the backcourt, taken by Timmy Anderson. Yeah, not in any hurry here are the Bulldogs. This is Derek Jordan Jr., hands off to Anderson. Gets a screen from Irving, tries to split the defense, loses the handle. Ball to the Rams, up ahead for Sampa. He was going up for a dunk attempt, but the quick hands of Anderson knocks it back away. Here comes Irving, stop, gets the defender to fall and gets an easy two.
Good little finger roll right there. Trying to attempt to charge. I mean, what else can you do against a 7-footer? You're not going to block him. So trying to set a charge, doesn't get the call, but really good finish from Irving.
Wilkins with the ball for the Rams out top, loses the handle, and as Irving brings the ball up the court, he's going to be called for a traveling violation. Referee said he took a few too many steps in between dribbles there and kind of cupped the basketball. Turnover back to the Rams.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that Irving can do. Sometimes he's not perfect.
I think he's perfect.
Yeah, he's been playing like it. I mean, especially on the defensive end, he's been a menace.
Rams move the ball around out top. This is Wilkins with it, guarded by Dinkins. Tries the right wing.
Good cut.
Caught over there by McAfee.
Yeah, that's what 7 foot can do to you. You could probably take that layup any other game, but when you face Josh Irving at 7 foot tall, you're not going to shoot that layup. You're going to back it out, and that's what happens in that 7 foot presence. You got that shot clock violation.
Yeah, great defense all around by the Bulldogs here. Creates the turnover, and Anderson will bring it up the floor. Gives to Irving out top. Now there's Dinkins on the left wing. Irving now on the right wing as the ball is swung around the perimeter. Paris Dinkins gets a screen from Jordan. Bumped out of bounds. We're going to have a foul call against the Rams. Number 12, Caden McAfee with the foul. A Washington Police Department foul. Signals a inbounds on the sideline for the Bulldogs. Anderson with it, gets a screen from Irving. He's going to pull from behind the arc, no good. He's already hit a couple of those in this game. This time leaves it a little strong.
Great shot, though. Great pick and pop opportunity, just left it a little long.
Texas A&M is going to love that, the ability to step out and hit the long-range three. That's what 7-footers are supposed to do in today's basketball world.
Speaking of a long-range three, trying to do a little bit too much was Hudson Wilkins, who's a great offensive player. Thought he had a lot of room and takes a near volleyball line shot three.
Well, he's shown willingness to shoot that three-point shot, and it hasn't gone in all the time for him, but Pasadena will like to take those and like him to take those.
Anderson drives to the hoop. Ooh, blocked from behind. Oh, we might have a late foul called on that one. Late whistle.
Yeah, it's one of those instances that whether or not he got all ball or not, it just looks like a foul because he does reach from behind. And I'm not saying that it wasn't a foul. I mean, honestly, I'm not really sure. It just happens in real time so quick, and we're up in the top part of these bleachers. I'm not really sure, but it just looks like a foul from behind.
Sends Timmy Anderson back to the line once again. He makes the first. One more coming. That foul was on number 1, Bryson Cody for the Rams. And Anderson makes a pair. 60-39 our score, approaching the halfway point of our final quarter of today's Gray Ribbon Showdown game between the Pasadena Bulldogs and the Grace Christian Academy Rams. Hudson Wilkins on the right wing. Dribbling, loses the handle. Turnover back to Pasadena.
How about Evan Washington, the 6'3 senior, playing great defense, number 23 for the Bulldogs, being a menace on the defensive end, poking out the ball, not getting a reach-in foul called and knocking the ball out of bounds. It's textbook defense right there.
Mario McLeod will check in the game for the first time for the Bulldogs.
Imagine they're going to try to get a few substitutions in here in the last few minutes. Some guys who haven't gotten much action today or maybe in the tournament. Nice take there by the Rams. Bryson Cody misses the layup, but he's going to go to line for 2.
Cody, a 5'9 junior.
Evan Washington, the foul for the Bulldogs. You can see during those free throw attempts, Josh Irving signaling to his coach. Not sure whether he's signaling, yeah, I'm ready to come out too, or if he's saying, don't take me out. I want to play the rest of this final game. Well, nobody's at the scorer's table, so it looks like he wants to stay in there.
There's definitely not a real reason for him to still be in this ball game with a 22-point lead, but I guess it doesn't necessarily hurt. You're just obviously running that risk of injury. Not saying it will happen, but, you know, you're always going to run that risk.
He's young. He wants to play. It's a matter of if he should or not. He's always going to say he should, however.
This is Dinkins, takes a baseline jumper. We're going to get a foul called on that. That's going to be against Hudson Wilkins. And that's his 5th foul as well. So 2 players from Grace Christian have fouled out now, both Hudson Wilkins and John Martin, 2 of their primary ball handlers and scorers.
Dilligard comes in to replace him, the 5'4" freshman.
Dinkins misses the first free throw. He'll have 1 more. And he gets the second one to roll in. And now doing most of the ball handling will be number 1, Bryson Cody for the Rams. He drives in the lane, kick out. Now they get it to Sampa. Nice ball fake, takes it on Irving and gets the reverse for the layup.
Sampa hasn't had a whole lot of success today against Irving, but when he's had success, we've gone to see how good he's been with the ball.
Into the corner for the Bulldogs. 3-point attempt, no good. Sampa gets the tap off the rebound off the tap. Here's Dilligard. Dribbling out top, looking for someone to pass to. Nice cut by Cody. His shot is rejected by Dinkins, out of bounds. Possession remains with Grace Christian.
Yeah, this Pasadena Bulldog defense from quarter 1, this beginning of the game, until now, it's just been all over the place, and they're up by 21 points, and they're playing like it's a 1-score game, and this defensive possession truly matters. And this is something that's going to have this Pasadena Bulldogs team be really formidable in the state of California.
A couple of check-ins, and we get a timeout on the floor. Give us a chance to give a shout out to a few more of our sponsors. We'll start with Titan Industries, who is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second. And we'll shout out the City of Washington, who is welcoming us to the 20th annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Noticed a couple of players we haven't seen yet. Again, Pasadena trying to empty their bench here, so we'll give them some recognition. Number 3, Nathan Steele in the game. Number 13, I saw Branston Edwards out there. Number 4, Mario McLeod. Josh Irving still out there, though, for the Bulldogs.
And so is Samka for Grace Christian Academy.
There's Dilligard. A long 3-pointer is good. Isaiah Dilligard with a renewal by Anderson 3 for the Rams. There's number 13, Branston Edwards out top for number 3, Nathan Steele. He drives in, kick out to Edwards. This is Cunningham into the lane, scoop up is good. Number 23, Evan Washington for the Bulldogs.
Really good take there, and you can tell that the guys who don't see a lot of action really want to get going and get scoring, pad their stats a little bit. Those who do so much in practice to get these everyday guys going, good to see they get the opportunity now.
Running one-hander by Sampa falls a little short. Rebound to the Bulldogs. Nathan Steele out top. Here's Irving. Yeah, Irving and Sampa still out there. They're going to play to the end. 3-point attempt by the Bulldogs is banked in. Nathan Steele, a renewal by Anderson 3-pointer.
And he hit the celly too. Love to see it. Good hit, kid.
That was a great curl screen there by Pasadena in order to get that 3-point shot.
Into the lane, Bryson Cody, a bucket for the Rams. So we wind down the final few seconds here. Steele this time loses the handle, ball on the deck. We're going to get a jump ball, I believe. Yep, jump ball. Possession arrow will favor the Rams.
And with 30 seconds left to go in this ball game, it's really important for Grace Christian to not get too down on themselves. Obviously, they've competed in a really good tournament against teams that they'll probably honestly never see again. I don't want to speak too much in the future about them, but just know that they're going to take a lot away from this tournament and go forward in the state of Tennessee.
Three-point attempt by the Rams is no good. Irving on the breakout. He takes it all the way in the lane, leaves his layup short. Rebound by Sampa. Last seconds ticking away here. We'll see if the Rams can get another shot up. That's Dilligard. Dilligard in the lane, pulls up from about 14, no good. Sampa the rebound. He's going to pull the trigger from three at the buzzer. It's good. Are they going to count it? They are going to count that one. One more renewal by Anderson, three by Sagan Sampa to finish this ball game, but it was pretty much all Pasadena. Jumped out to a lead early, extended that at the start of the second half, and come away with a final victory here in the Gray Ribbon Showdown.
Yeah, Josh Irving, 12 points. Wasn't much of a factor offensively in terms of his scoring production, but his defense really set the tone. He got I believe he got 5 blocks, if I remember correctly, 4 or 5 blocks. I can get the official tally here. He had 4 blocks on the defensive end. He's been a menace. The guards of Pasadena really did a great job.
Yeah, I want to talk about Timmy Anderson, who transferred from Blair to the Pasadena Bulldogs. And why did he transfer to the Bulldogs? Because Timmy Anderson got that dog in him. 21 points, one heck of a tournament from him and Pasadena. But a great showing as well from the Grace Christian Academy Rams. They'll be just fine, led by Marcus Dilligard. And this is my last game on Telestrator this season, so here's a little heart for you guys. Thanks for enjoying my telestrating abilities, everyone.
Yeah, Pasadena, Grace Christian was just overmatched by Pasadena. It was shown by the opening tip. The defense of Pasadena was just too much, and it's important for Pasadena to know that they can compete against one of the best teams in the country that are playing in this tournament. It's also important for Grace Christian to know that, even though they got overmatched today, that they can take a lot away from playing very quality teams in this tournament.
And with these teams playing in their final games, we got some award recognitions. The Kevin Brown Hustle Award, won by Derek Jordan Jr. of the Pasadena Bulldogs.
Very deserved.
We got Sean Powell, the tournament director here, giving out some awards. Here's an award to John Martin of Grace Christian Academy. We'll stick around and see. He's got a few more medals there.
Next person averaged 16 points, 9 rebounds. He's going to play a low in college basketball in a few years.
Sagan Sampa, who averaged 16 points and 9 rebounds during this tournament, being recognized. Again, he's on the radar of a lot of recruiters here. Looking forward to a big junior season, and we're going to go ahead and send it back down to the Uftring Tournament Central studio. Again, Brett Parrott, this is my last broadcast of the tournament. Again, humbled and honored to be a part. Thank you, Clutch, for inviting me back again, as Josh Irving being recognized here, along with Michael Zavoy and Sky Gillespie. We'll go ahead and send it back down to the Uftring Tournament Central.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on the court and in his battle with glioblastoma. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has already begun groundbreaking clinical trials in the area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
And welcome into Off-Drink Tournament Central, getting you ready for Game 3 of the final day of the Tournament of Champions. Joey Wright and Brian Tibbs hanging out with you, keeping you company before West Hancock. And, gosh, Brian, I blank on who they're playing next. We've had a lot of great basketball, and crazy to think at Mount Bethel and West Hancock. It's crazy to think we're just a few games away from the end of the 2025 tournament.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that it is the last day. I don't even really know what day of the week it is right now. But, yeah, it's crazy to think we're in our last day and 4 games left, I think.
Yeah, they tell me it's Saturday, but we were here Monday setting up. We were here Tuesday morning, and, it's certainly not all about us. There are a lot of volunteers that have put in that same amount of time. Just to that end, Brian, what have you seen over the last few days? Because I know they're long days. I know they're very rewarding days, though, for the volunteers that give their time and energy.
Yeah, there's so many people that come out and help us out. It's just such a great experience for my family, myself, and then so many people from our community. If they're not here helping, they maybe have businesses that have helped us by sponsoring or donating or something like that. It's just truly a small town with a lot of great people here.
We mentioned your family. Has to be cool to go back to Tuesday night, Washington's girls team, and Avery Tibbs had a great game, and they get a big win. And that's been really cool to see, not only this year but last year, too. Girls basketball starting to become a more involved part of the TOC.
Yeah, what a great addition to the tournament. Really, obviously, I'm really excited to have the girls have the opportunity. And the team had a great game, not a great first half, really battled back and just fought back when they could have just rolled over and had a loss on the books and got it over with or whatever. But really battled back and played hard and played tough and found the open person, and we made the open shot when we needed to.
Yeah, a lot of expectations for certainly this year's group, and coming off a run to the Class 3A state championship last year. Brian, this week as a whole, it feels like sometimes we're so busy. If we're not calling the game, it's hard to maybe pay attention, but so many close games. Wednesday, I think 6 of the 8 games came down to 7 points or less. Had a great slate yesterday, off to a good start today. Do you have a chance, in your experience at the TOC, to actually watch much basketball or take us inside that dynamic?
So my family's involved in a lot of different things here, and so I end up in the hospitality or in the concession stand area helping out. I did get out to watch a little bit of Wednesday night's game between Waukee and Pike. That was a battle, really, really fun game. And then I got out last night to watch a little bit of Washington's game. So fun to catch just a little bit. And we do have a TV that I can usually catch some of the games on. So watching you guys broadcast the games, it's helpful for us over in hospitality as well.
There you go, and it's a great hospitality setup. The perfect spread for a snowy Saturday. They've got soup, chili, baked potatoes out there, so I'll have to go get a plate when we hop off the air. Brian, you mentioned you snuck out, watched a little bit of the Washington boys game yesterday. They're 2-1. A loss yesterday to a really good Second Baptist team, but feels like a lot of energy around the program right now and high expectations for that group as well. Great to see them come out and start with 2 big wins.
Yeah, really fun to watch them play. I think they have a new energy. They're definitely getting a lot of second chance opportunities, second chance baskets, getting offensive rebounds. I mean, just stuff that hustle plays and things that are exciting to watch.
Yeah, I've been remarking all week. They had a few great teams a few years ago. Devin Vanderheit, Ethan Mounts, those guys, and this year's team feels like kind of a return to that play style, that form. So they've been a lot of fun to watch. Take us inside. You mentioned the hospitality room. What goes into that on a yearly basis? It's as I said, a great spread today. It's been a great spread all week, and I know that certainly we appreciate it, as do all the volunteers and all the coaches and visiting teams and everyone that comes with that.
Yeah, so it's probably about 6 months in the making. A lot of restaurants, businesses that are asked to help, and our Washington is just one of those great, unique small towns where our businesses are very, very generous and help out. Today we have the meal sponsored by Lindy's. Tonight is Kep's. Yesterday was, I think Kep's did 2 meals. We just have some really, Jimmy John's is in the mix, Subway. We just have really, really generous businesses that try to help make everybody's experience here a good one. And a lot of what we do in the hospitality room is because of all the generous donors we have that help us raise money for the cause.
Yeah, great to see Culver's, I think, the other night as well. So you start listing off names, it's easy to leave someone out, but certainly great to see all the signage for those sponsors, and make sure you support them if you're here in town. as we get ready to count down to Mount Bethel and West Hancock here in a little bit. Brian, to shift gears a little bit, snowy Saturday. Crowds might be a little bit thinner today, although I've seen already a lot of people make their way out to Torrey Gym, so hopefully that continues as the day goes along. But a little snow feels like nothing. I was just remarking with Beth a little bit ago here in the studio, this tournament, year in and year out, whether after the tornado in 2013, after the COVID-19 pandemic, seems like this community always finds a way, and snow, I guess, not something they've had to deal with in 2 decades here. This is a first for the TOC.
Yeah, I did ask Sean if this had ever happened. He said, nope, this is a first, a snow event during the TOC. But Washington High School and their maintenance staff, the Washington Park District brought out some maintenance staff, so we tag teamed it. I think they met before 8 a.m. this morning, started clearing lots, and I think they're still out there clearing lots, clearing sidewalks, and trying to just keep the area open for everybody to come and watch.
Yeah, they were doing a great job. It was pretty clear when I got here this morning, so shout out to those guys. You know, it's cold, it's windy, it's not much fun outside, but the parking lots are looking good, and there is plenty of space. If you're looking to come for the final, what are we down to the final 4 games of the 2025 TOC, so still plenty of basketball left. Brian, we'll leave you with this. Obviously, glioblastoma and Coach Kevin Brown, a great cause behind this tournament. Coach Kevin Brown fought a great battle with glioblastoma. He was obviously well respected as a teacher, as a coach in this building. Just take us back to what you remember from Kevin and the legacy he left on this community.
Kevin was just a fighter. Kevin was so fierce and so ready to compete with anything he did. And so I think it's just great what really Coach Eric Schermerhorn has kind of pulled together here and went from just a basketball tournament to way more than basketball. So able to raise a lot of money through our avenue is basketball. It's just truly a fun event to be a part of. And I'll plan to do this as long as I can.
There you go, as will we. It's a lot of fun to be a part of. Teams this year from California, New York City, Georgia, Florida, Texas, Maryland. They've come from all corners of the country. Really cool to see, and we're down to 4 games left for the 2025 TOC. You see the link at the bottom of your screen for the KB Strong Foundation, kbstrong-fightingthefight.org. Visit that website, learn a little bit more about Coach, about the cause, make a donation, and get involved as we continue to fight glioblastoma and brain cancer. Brian Tibbs with us here at Uftring Tournament Central. Brian, thanks for the time, and look forward to getting over to the hospitality room later today. We'll send it to a break, and then up to the booth, Mount Bethel and West Hancock coming up. You're watching Clutch Sports Media's coverage of the TOC.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey, from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. To request an appointment, visit our website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. By Uftring Auto Group. Take advantage of outstanding savings during the big year-end event at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin. Online at UftringAutoGroup.com. And by your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Good evening. Welcome back. It is Game 3 of our final day here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. I'm Sky Gillespie, joined by the one, the only, Cody Rostins. We got a great matchup coming here today between Metamora and Mount Bethel Christian Academy. Cody, how you doing, man?
Not too bad, Sky. It's pretty miserable outside, I'll say, on my drive in, but we're nice and protected here inside the elements. Taking a look at this one, Sky, breaking it down, Mount Bethel, right? They've got a just ton of offensive firepower going their way. They've had a couple resounding results. They really fueled by a 3-headed monster. Not many teams so far in this TOC have been able to match up with them pound for pound across the floor. Excuse me.
And I do apologize, I misread the team names. West Hancock led by Cooper Knowles in town, and Cooper Knowles versus Peter Julius. That's going to be one heck of a battle between the two 6'9" big men, Cody.
Yeah, down low is going to be a big part of this game, right? We've seen a couple teams try and hang with Mount Bethel just on pure outside shooting. They've done it for a little bit, but neither team's really been able to hang with them down low and kind of match up with them, like I was saying earlier, size for size. And that's what the X factor in a lot of these tournament games are, especially playing multiple days in a row. It's one thing to do it for one night, but can you string them together? Mount Bethel really hasn't run into anybody quite yet that's been able to match up with them.
Not at all. They've been one of the better teams in this tournament, perhaps one of the best, coming from a school with 216. It's a battle between two small schools, both playing in their first ever TOC. A lot of names to watch here, and definitely a tall task for West Hancock. But they're playing their best ball at the right time, and they could walk away with their biggest win of the tournament here today.
Yeah, and it's going to take a lot from them, right? They know they're probably going to be a little outgunned at times here offensively against their defense, and so it's going to be a little more possession-based game, I would say, for West Hancock. They're going to slow things down, but the 6'9" senior, like you said, Cooper Knowles, is going to have his fingerprints all over this game for the better. Mount Bethel does a really good job of space and pace and getting you in foul trouble.
Most certainly here. Game 3, the final day of the TOC. I feel like I blinked, and it just ended, Cody.
Yeah, it's been a great TOC, Sky. I mean, as we get ready and set for the starting lineups here, it seems like every year this event comes and goes in a blink of an eye, and here we are, as you said, kind of nearing the finish line, just a handful of games left. But these two teams here trying to really kind of leave on a high note. It may not have been your tournament to this point, but always a chance to leave with a win.
Indeed, as we are very nearing the starters, and both of these teams trying to just finish on a high note. It is early on in the season, and these games aren't necessarily going to be big impact games as they look forward towards the end of their season. As we're meeting the starters for Mount Bethel. We got Caden Hudson, Nate Robinson, Roman Avery, Dennis Esamude, and Peter Julius rounding it up. This team coached by head coach Cal Boyd.
Yeah, Peter Julius is a man amongst boys at times during this tournament. He's going to present a lot of matchup problems down low. He's so fluid, really quick for a big guy, moves really well. Gonna have to try and find a way to either front the post if you're West Hancock, or trying to ball pressure the perimeter so well that they can't just throw it into him.
And Peter Julius, a sophomore, he's got already all eyes on him, and he's got 2 more years to improve. Just after this year, he's going to be a problem now and in the foreseeable future.
Yeah, the nice thing for West Hancock, though, is they do have some nice size of their own to kind of throw around back at Mount Bethel. But, it's not like these are, kids have spent a lot of time in the weight room quite yet, right? They're still looking to fill out a little bit. And Peter Julius right now has that kind of physical size advantage. And so West Hancock, again, like we were saying, can just kind of make life a little bit harder for him down there. It'll go a long way in them hanging around.
Mount Bethel wins the tip, and we'll get going here. And early on, the big man, Peter Julius, getting doubled bodies all over him, but he scores 2 quick ones.
Yeah, and we saw it in their game yesterday, 2 days ago, just how well he elevates over double teams, whether it's to pass or to score.
Dish it back out top. You can tell there's a lot of length causing fits, but a really good cut right there, just not getting the bucket and trying to get the second chance opportunity, but a loose ball foul, and we will go the other way. That foul's on Hunter Froman. Hunter Froman, another big complimentary piece to look out for West Hancock.
Yeah, you can't use big too often when you're talking about West Hancock. They've only got one guy standing taller than 6'5", and that's Cooper Knowles. So he's going to need some help down there, and you can kind of see him right now arm wrestling with Peter Julius.
I think the big thing right here is try to stay out of foul trouble, as it looks like he got a piece of that, and then we'll get the rebound after the second chance opportunity. But, wow, I think he just wanted another block, Cody.
Yeah, I don't know if he wanted another block, but the turnover resulting in 2 will put Mount Bethel back into the cup. And again, if that's the kind of game Knowles is going to play, where he's able to be lengthy and vertical, it's gonna bode well for him today.
And he'll fire back with 2 from the assist from Hunter Froman. But quickly, not taking much of a rest, are Mount Bethel, and get it in the hands of Julius, who takes his time, goes up for an easy deuce.
Yeah, they're carrying that 6'2" edge right now. Our score just a touch off. But that's already, 4 points inside for him. He's going to have a feast today if they're not going to send 2 bodies on him.
2-on-1 break right here after that loose ball gets patted back into the favor of West Hancock, and Cooper Knowles doing it all so far. 6-4, Mount Bethel leads.
Yeah, we highlighted it in the open. That's going to be the matchup today. Cooper Knowles, Peter Julius. These are the 2 engines that really make the car run for their offenses.
We've seen some games go pretty slow so far, slow pace, but Nate Robinson right there with the first 3 of the game, 9-4, and there's just so many talented pieces on this Mount Bethel. Any one of them can beat you any given night. Floater right there from Knowles, and no good. It bounces around, touches the backboard, touches every part of the rim, but doesn't fall as Robinson looks to push, goes left, spins back, dishes it to Julius, goes up, tries for the slam, doesn't get it to fall, but draws a foul.
Yeah, we'll take another look at it here. Get that nice post feed, faces up strong with it. But however, it's just tough to beat 6'9" vertically. And I know they come away with the defensive rebound there, Sky, but if there's going to be a second man following for Mountain Bethel, they're going to have to box out a little bit better and can't give up so many ORs in the doorstep.
That's got to be one of the keys to the game as Julius goes in to give a high five to absolutely nobody. Everyone getting back on defense. Don't want to draw any silly fouls down there trying to get a rebound. Just want to get everyone back on defense in case West Hancock tries to push. Julius misses the back end of it. Cooper Knowles gets another rebound and sends it over to his co-worker in Hunter Froman. Little back tap there from Nate Robinson, but it'll go out of bounds.
Yeah, free throw shooting wasn't a strength for Mount Bethel on Thursday when I last saw them in action. They were only about 6 for 17 from the free throw line.
Loose ball foul right there on Mount Bethel. Nate Robinson gets the foul. Cooper Knowles catching it in kind of no man's land and getting hounded by a Mount Bethel defender. That is number 13, Esamude. Looked like there was a little bit of arm around him, but no call. Knowles trying to post up. And good patience right there, getting it to Knowles at the top of the free throw line. And they're going to call an offensive foul right there. That's going to go on Jess Scott.
Yeah, and again, those are the kind of fouls that West Hancock can't have. They're really good at crashing the glass here in the early going. That's now the second OR they've had taken away from just a simple foul.
Nate Robinson getting hounded at the top of the key. Good drive to his left, spinning back towards it is Avery. Dish it back out for a three-point shot, and 2 Titans fighting over the ball, and it'll fall into the hands of Froman, the point guard, who will bring it up and try to use a screen but won't do it. Will scoop it up, scoop it, no good. And as expected, going in transition, Robinson around the horn and in for 3. Avery with a big three-pointer right there, extending the lead to 9.
Yeah, this is where you kind of get into danger time. If you're West Hancock, you can't get into a track meet with Mount Bethel.
And not even going after that rebound there. And we'll go the other way. Look at the head coach, Cal Boyd, with Mount Bethel out of Marietta, Georgia, just north of Atlanta, one of the largest cities in all of America, as they head to Washington with a total population of about 16,000. Robinson going to do it himself, go to his left, go up and under and in for a deuce.
Yeah, West Hancock really struggling to guard the dribble drive, and on top of that, once they've gotten in the paint, it's resulted in not just layups, but as we saw a couple possessions ago, that driving kick 3. Mount Bethel really getting whatever they want on the offensive end.
Hurts had the fake handoff, dishes it out to Crowley, who's looking for Froman. Sets a screen. He's not coming off the screens, but a good crossover. Foot was on the line, though. Rebound by Hurt. A short corner shot. And second chance opportunities aplenty for the Titans.
Yeah, nothing going down quite yet, but the ORs will definitely help.
Three-point attempt by Crowley, way off, very deep, and the Titans got to get back. Knowles, the shot blocker, nowhere to be found. He finally gets back into the picture. As Robinson, really good one-on-one player, very good driver, leads to a timeout from West Hancock and Jeff Dahl.
Yeah, going to talk about it here, you know, trailing by largest lead of the game of 11. Obviously would like a faster start to this contest, but coming out just a little bit flat. They haven't been able to get much to fall from the floor outside of a couple putbacks. Cooper Knowles hasn't really had much to do in terms of the offense. He's taken a couple. We saw his last shot from distance not quite go, but still time for them to battle back into this.
That's an Enercon power timeout. This power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering, celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered. Enercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and gen-set packaging ready to power up your career. Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. 17-14, Mount Bethel leads the Hancocks out of Warsaw, Illinois. Really small town. Pretty far trip as well, and we've seen a lot of red in attendance. Not as much so today as there has been out throughout the week here supporting the Titans, as we have a errant pass and a slam dunk. That's a Martin Tech jam. Caden Hudson right there rears it back and slams it down. And back-to-back turnovers from Knowles. We're going to take a quick peek at that replay.
Yeah, again, you know, just reading the eyes, right? It's almost like a DB, and I don't know, so technically call that a slam. I don't know if he got his hand on it more, so he just threw it in.
DeAndre Jordan-esque. Three-point again right there off the side of the backboard. No good right there from Avery. Hurt will give it over to Knowles. A give-and-go action just short on the baby floater. And Julius, the point center. Back to Julius. One dribble power up. Shot affected by Knowles and no good. He'll get the board and pass it over to Froman. Titans bringing it up. Froman looking to do it himself. Drives to his left, goes up with his right, and gets it in for two.
Yeah, that's a strong, decisive take there. It won't completely erase the slow start they've had, but that'll give them confidence going down the lane later into this ball game.
Going to be a jump ball right there after that miss from Hudson. Another block by Knowles. Jess Scott going to check out of the game for West Hancock. Possession arrow was in favor of the Titans. 19-6, this very potent offense for Mount Bethel Christian Academy. One of a couple Eagles here in this tournament. We'll see Eagle Academy play later on, the team out of the Bronx, as Knowles has a one-on-one on Julius and gets stuffed, but gets another chance. They're going to call it a jump ball, and just as soon as you can blink an eye, another jump ball, this time in favor of Mount Bethel.
Yeah, Peter Julius getting a little bit of payback for those first few possessions, which Knowles had a couple of rejections, and this time doesn't necessarily get credit for the block, but gets credit for the held ball.
Hudson dishes it out to the corner. Back to Hudson, fires it over back to the opposite corner, and no good from three. And another Martin Tech slam from Peter Julius. He's had plenty of those this tournament.
Yeah, now just sloppy in transition again.
3-on-2 break to Hudson in the corner. No good. Tipped back out, and Julius, who was kind of camping back, comes back into the play, and ball's flying everywhere right now. It'll land in the hands of the Titans. Knowles at the top of the key, pump fake, driving to his left, takes his time, spins back over. Beautiful two from Cooper Knowles.
Yeah, Peter Julius that time just a little slow in reaction on the drive, but still was in really good position. Nearly got Another touch on that shot. But Cooper Knowles just long enough to get that flicked over the top.
2-3 defense right now. Trying to slow down Mount Bethel, who's been all fast-paced as Hudson goes up at the free throw line. No good. Knowles gets it, and the Titans want to go. They put up a prayer at half court, and no good. Mount Bethel dominates the first quarter here against West Hancock, leading 21-8. Before we get into the second quarter, we'll take a quick little ad break. PJ Hare is a proud sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and is the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterfingers and fresh frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. Keps is the official pre- and post-game spot of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Stop in for great food, drinks, and fun in a family-friendly environment. Cody, fast start for Mount Bethel.
Yeah, and we kind of seen this throughout their game so far in the TOC. They've had really good starts to games. It's helped them set up. There's nothing worse than when you're a team coming into a neutral site venue against a team you probably know you're going to have an uphill battle against and having to be behind the 8 ball early, right? It's one thing to kind of stick with them and maybe lose a little bit of traction in the second half. Right now, West Hancock's going to have to dig deep if they're going to try and save this game as we head into the second half.
I think they just got to slow down, believe in themselves, believe in the sets that they have as they're going to come out in a set. Froman finally coming off a screen. He's been kind of, there's been screens set for him, but he's been kind of avoiding them as Knowles dishes it back out. 3 attempt, no good from Gooding. Mount Bethel will bring it up. Still in that 2-3 zone. The goal is to slow down Mount Bethel and force tougher shots, and so far they have, as Hudson here in the corner. No good, but the hardest part about being in the zone is boxing out and rebounding, and we see that there. Dishing to Hudson, who did a great job of cutting. An even better find right there from McTeer, the freshman coming in off the bench.
Yeah, and the lead grows to 15. I think if you can get this down to single digits again before half, that's going to feel really good if you're West Hancock.
15-point lead. Great pass, great cut. Get it back out to the big man Knowles. This man-to-man defense is forcing the ball very deep as they send a double in a kind of a volleyball set pass into no man's land. Getting the steal is Esamude. Back to the freshman. And we'll kick it out to the corner. Alex Hedden, no good. And Titans have numbers if they want it. Out to the corner for Crowley, no good. Knowles coming in for the back tap, also no good. A little bit of a frantic pace in the last minute or so.
Yeah, I'm not sure that necessarily benefits West Hancock.
Agreed.
Mount Bethel just, again, so athletic. They're able to get out and go and set up their stuff, spot up in the corners, and that's really where they thrive.
Good tip right there from Hurt. And still that frantic pace leads to a 3-ball from Wade Gooding. That's a renewal by Anderson 3.
Yeah, and that's much needed, right? They needed a little bit of injection of adrenaline into this one. 2-3 zones kind of helped them slow the game down a little bit. Mount Bethel not the best jump shooting team we've seen so far here. Late stages of the first quarter and early into the second.
Really good at driving into the teeth of the defense. However, that jumper is good from Nate Robinson, the 5'10 senior.
Yeah, that 2-3 zone, if they're going to give you the free throw line jumper, then you got to be able to make it.
Thought we had a good opportunity for Hurt right there, but an even better block by Hudson, and the freshman dishes it out to Robinson for a mini 4-0 run.
Yeah, some people say the mid-range is dead in basketball nowadays, but back-to-back baskets from the midi prove it's not quite a lost start for Mount Bethel.
If your name's Nate Robinson, you can shoot a mid-range jumper. Cooper Knowles getting doubled, backdoor double. You heard everyone screaming Wolf as Hurt gets a 3. Back-to-back renewal by Anderson 3s for West Hancock.
Yeah, they got it back down to 13, but they're going to need a little bit more here to try and trim it closer to 10 and perhaps a little closer into the single digits.
And getting the ball in the middle against the 2-3 zone is very important, but no good right there from Mateer.
It almost seems the uncontested looks have been a little harder to knock down for Mount Bethel than the ones that they've had the higher difficulty.
Knowles going after the paint of the defense without Julius in the game. And ball going everywhere. Hudson going up, challenging Knowles, and probably not wise.
I like this, though. Get out and go if you can.
Great finish right there from Braden Hurt, the 6-foot senior. It's going to lead to a timeout from Cal Boyd. I just didn't like what I saw from Mount Bethel getting back on that trip.
Well, and the thing is with Mount Bethel, they've been so good about, kind of flipping the transition, if that makes sense, getting an active steal when they're bringing the ball up the floor. So you can't really blame them. They've done a really good job at pressuring near half court. That time, just able to sneak one kind of across the court there, and easy two cuts it back to 11.
As we take this Intercon power timeout, West Hancock, I think that switch to a 2-3 zone kind of sparked a little bit in them.
Yeah, and the one thing about it is, it makes the offense think, right? Because when you're skipping the ball around, there's not really shifting defenders there unless it's a cross-court pass on those skips. And so if you can kind of have the ball on one side of the floor and they're just driving, it allows everybody else to kind of react a little bit easier. And it keeps Knowles in the paint, right? He doesn't have to range out and worry about covering the perimeter anymore like they did in their man-to-man and getting Peter Julius out kind of near the elbow. So it really kind of helps him be more comfortable, defend the paint, absorb those rebounds. And as you said, Sky, to this point, has the lead back down to 11.
We see that gentleman in a St. Louis Cardinals hat, and as you were talking about, it makes this Mount Bethel team think, and I'm going to quote one of my favorite St. Louis Cardinals, former St. Louis Cardinal Jack Flaherty. He would say these two words, don't think. And that's what this team's best at, when they're just going fast and making quick decisions, but this zone does slow them down, as we were just talking about.
Yeah, they're sticking with it again.
Extending it this time. Robinson with the ball.
And now they're almost shifting that backside guard into the high post.
Getting deep into the shot clock this time. Robinson driving, dishing down to Julius, and another Martin Tech slam dunk from Julius.
Yeah, and again, the zone defense isn't meant to be a permanent fixture. It's more to be like a gimmick defense and throw things off. So after a while, teams typically find out how to kind of break it down, what kind of passes they like.
Backside help right there. Nobody alerted Knowles, and Julius goes up and finishes for the and one opportunity.
Well, you can't keep a good player down long. Peter Julius right back into things here in the second quarter. Take another look at this one again. Just getting the ball around the perimeter. It's the dribble drive that opens this up, right? Swinging the ball, get downhill, don't hesitate, and when the help comes, got to be able to dish it off.
There's been numerous occasions we've seen so far where Cooper Knowles gets, every time he turns his head, he gets a help side defender come back and double him, and that's resulted in a couple steals. Bringing it up right now are the Titans, down 15 again. Cooper Knowles taking his time, and there it is again. The help double team leading into a Cooper Knowles turnover. Avery has the ball and tries to take it himself, dishes it out to the corner. That three ball is good by number 3, Justin Lamassire. Renewal by Anderson 3. Froman from the mid-range, and he answers back with a quick 2.
Yeah, we said they had to kind of have it around 10 to have that puncher's chance in the second half. Not too far off from it, but they had it down to 11, and a bit of a Mount Bethel run has them still kind of spurring a little bit on defense.
Good idea there, trying to feed it into Julius, but it didn't work out, and good defensive stop from the Titans, and they'll look to push it. Hurt has the ball. Cooper Knowles from downtown, you don't see that often. He doesn't finish, and we have a 3-on-3 break going up for 2, and the tip back follow dunk from Peter Julius, and you see him say too little, puts the hand down. That's a Martin Tech dunk.
Yeah, right now West Hancock learning the hard way what Peter Julius is all about. Just brings so much energy to this Mount Bethel team.
Coming off the screen is Hurt, going to his left hand, trying to create some room. We'll do a fadeaway. He's deep. Cooper Knowles gets the board. He's also long on that, and it's going to go off the hands of Jess Scott.
Yeah, and Peter Julius is doing a really good job of keeping Knowles in check. You know, he's had paint touches here and there. We'll see, you know, the long-range three doesn't quite go. Get out quickly in transition. The initial layup isn't there, but again, always trailing the play, always looking to bring an impact.
Nate Robinson will bring it up, and we keep seeing this 2-3 zone get extended, but not too far up as we get a Roman Avery renewal by Anderson 3. Quick answer right there from Wade Gooding.
Yeah, both these teams trading back-to-back triples, but again for West Hancock, their offense isn't going to be what gets them back into this. Their defense is going to have to generate some stops so that way they can start a little bit of a run.
Another 3 attempt by Avery is good. 3, 3, 3. Threes are flying everywhere, folks. Gooding dishes it out to Hurt. And we're passing the ball around the perimeter. Nobody out inside the post. Froman. Mid-range magic. It's good for 2.
Yeah, not another 3, but able to still connect nonetheless.
Almost a 3. A deep 2. And we just keep seeing this 2-3 zone get extended out farther and farther, but it's not working as Peter Julius doing everything he wants for Mount Bethel. 44-26 right now. Another Martin Tech slam dunk. Keeping 2 feet in right there was Goodman. A steal right there. Coming down is Hudson, and he'll do a little bit of magic and lay it in up at the buzzer. It's good.
Yeah, take another look. Here as we head into the half. Mount Bethel just super patient, able to generate what they want. And again, Julius is just at point-blank range.
Really good first half from Mount Bethel. Not much more you could ask for if you're head coach Cal Boyd. They lead 46-24 against West Hancock in this gray ribbon showdown. A lot of work to do if you're West Hancock, and if you're Mount Bethel, not much to change. We're going to take a quick break, then we'll send it down to the studio. We'll be right back at you for some more Mount Bethel and West Hancock action.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on the court and in his battle with glioblastoma. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has already begun groundbreaking clinical trials in the area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
All right, welcome back to Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Teddy Ball, joined alongside Pasadena Bulldog big man Josh Irving. Josh, you've had a great overall tournament so far. We're 2-1, and the one game you guys did lose, I'm sure you learned a lot from it, but 2 very good games, and overall you played great this tournament. What do you think about TOC from your time here?
It's an amazing tournament. You know, the hotel they had us in, it was amazing. There's no complaints, but yeah, it was way more than I thought. You know, just going to the hospital, you know, seeing the kids in need, and you know, just showing support in that time. And the games here were electric. Like we come from LA, where it's like not a lot of people go to the games, you know, and it was just electric. You know, just hitting a 3, getting a block air, the crowd going crazy, and it just brought us energy that we needed, you know, to win those games.
Yeah, you had a lot of electric moments. I want to go back to the first thing you said. I wanted to talk to you about it eventually in this interview, and I'm glad you brought it up right away. Was just the other things this tournament does to bring awareness to things, whether it's the Children's Hospital as well. There's I don't know if you know, but the KB Strong Foundation for the fight for glioblastoma, a rare form of brain cancer. Talk about in terms of other tournaments you played for, how does this one compare for like the community aspect and really raising awareness for it?
Compared to other tournaments I played in, we played in like Tarkanian and Vegas. I played in Damien, and those are more just like playing. You got to win.
Yeah.
You play against really good teams from like all over the place. But this tournament, it was really more for like the people watching. More than for the players. It was so much like just love being shown everywhere. After the game, we signed an autographs for all the little kids. And you just don't really get that from any other tournament.
Yeah. The other thing you mentioned I want to go off of was the big moments and the fans that get involved in it. The one I remember from you was obviously in one game you had a poster dunk underneath, turn around, one hand. That one was crazy. The other one was the step back three with off the pump fake. I don't know if you remember that exact play, but that got the gym hype as well. Talk about some highlight plays you had so far this tournament.
There was a couple of them, like as you said, that step back three. I feel like that's the biggest highlight from this tournament. But there was a block I had in like the first game, and it was like really tough block, and dude drove right, and my teammate got beat. He ended up fouling the dude, but I ended up coming out of nowhere, glassing it off. It was just really bad. I heard the whole crowd saying, "Ooh!"
Yeah.
That was a little bit of a highlight, but yeah, that step back. I don't think nothing tops that step back three.
Yeah, that was clutch. And another thing, you've played highlight moments, but you've played good basketball as well. And I'm sure you guys as a team have grown. Looking forward to the rest of the season. I don't know whether you have other tournaments lined up before, or you're just going to go straight into play back in California. But how did this tournament, playing against tough competition from all around the nation, prepare you guys for the rest of the year?
So we got League coming up next, and then we're going to take it to Tarkanian in Vegas, and then we're going to go to Damien right after. And, we don't really got a tough league this year, and, we got some good teams in it. But most of the time, it's like not really like a challenge for us, So, like, having, like, teams like here, we play against, all these other Midwest teams, and just this great competition is just getting us ready, showing the mistakes early, so that we can correct it as a team. And just preparing us for like the tough battles, like when we got like a rival game and like a playoff game. When we're like down 3 points, we need to get a bucket real quick. We need to run our offense correctly, and just having these games, just close games, against other top 4 stars, 5 stars, just mentally prepares us to get ready for these next coming battles.
One thing I noticed from one of the games I was working where you guys played was just the energy you come with the game, and not only for the plays that you make, but your teammates as well. Whether it's diving for a loose ball, a turnover that you guys win and have the possession arrow, you're always, the double flex is something we kept mentioning. That seems like your signature thing, but also just getting very excited for your guys, and that energy you bring lifts the rest of your team up, and you guys play well because of it. You guys are just a really strong group. What really goes into that?
It's just that we're a big family. We spend so much time together with this team, and we're basically together every single day. I see these guys more than I see my family at times.
Yeah.
And, I've known most of these guys on the team since like middle school, and we've been building a relationship ever since. And, just seeing everybody succeed in their own way, whether it be like layup, block, steal, it just makes everybody hype. And that's like our big thing. We gotta stay energized. We gotta bring the energy, because you feel better, you play better. And like, just seeing all these clutch plays, by Tim, Paris hitting a couple good shots, and the game before Caleb hit like 2 big threes. He hit a 3 to close out the half. It was like really just, uplifting, and we come bringing that energy, and then it just momentums from there, and we end up going on a run. But yeah, it's just so much fun to play with these guys.
I'm sure, having a great team player is something that is going to contribute well to the next level. And speaking of the next level, you're committed to play at Texas A&M. Speak a little bit about, the process of recruiting, and just how you knew that Texas A&M was the right fit for you.
It was tough, because like from the beginning, like I was so close to committing, just to the first visit. It was like a little bit long, it was a little bit tiring. I'm just like, man, I don't know if I could do this 7 more times, and it's just like, but I stayed together. My mom was, coaching me through. After every visit, we talked, how we feel about the place, and we made a list, and then it was always updating after every visit. And just going to like Kentucky, it was really, really, really hard not to commit there, because I felt like I could really play with them, and just going to, Texas A&M, you just felt the best fit. I felt like it's the best situation where I can go to. I could play, be myself. Play in a really good system. I really like Coach Bucky, and I just think I could, benefit the most being there.
Well, I'm sure you're going to do great at the next level. I'm excited to see and follow you throughout that. I appreciate you joining us here in Uftring Auto Group's Tournament Central, and congratulations on a great tournament, and best of luck for the rest of your season. We're going to send it back up to the other guys as we get set for a great second half of action.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey, from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. To request an appointment, visit our website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. By Uftring Auto Group, take advantage of outstanding savings during the big year-end event at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin. Online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. And by your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome back here between Mount Bethel and West Hancock. 46-23. If my math is correct, that is double the amount of points for Mount Bethel. And that's been the story of the night. Mount Bethel, multiple players with over 5 points, but they are led by Peter Julius with 15.
Yeah, Sky. Peter Julius put his fingerprints all over that first half. Really tone setting from the second they had the ball on their first possession, getting that to go against Cooper Knowles. Cooper Knowles on the other side had a couple blocks, but really his offensive game hasn't gotten going yet for West Hancock, and it's hurt them. It's commanded others to try and step up and contribute, but it's made it that much easier for the 4 other Mount Bethel players to kind of isolate each other on the perimeter. They forced a lot of live ball turnovers, which has been a trend for Mount Bethel in this one, converting into a lot of points. But like we saw, when West Hancock was able to slow them down and make them think in the zone defense, it allowed for them to make a little bit of a run. But towards the end of that, first half, Mount Bethel really figured it out and was able to come up with an answer. So what's the counter to the counter here? I guess we'll find out as we get set for this third quarter.
West Hancock with 3 players with exactly 6 points, and then another with 5 points. Cooper Knowles 6, Hunter Froman 6, Wade Gooding 6, and Braden Hurt with 5. Cooper Knowles also has 2 blocks. Starting it off with the ball here in the second half are the Titans. One of the rarely seen sets, and Cooper Knowles was getting doubled, and they passed it into the double team as well. We're going to still be in that 2-3 defense, and a good steal right there from Hurt, and a foul from Nate Robinson.
Yeah, great active hands there for West Hancock, right? You didn't get the offensive possession that you really wanted coming out of the half. They double Knowles. He's getting bumped out of bounds. He can't even be the first one to touch it when he comes back in. Has to establish himself first. They throw the pass in there anyway, gets turned over. But, again, able to get it right back with their activity on the defensive end. That's what's going to lead them back into this ball game, not their offense.
Baseline out-of-bounds set using the screen and pulling up 4-3, but it's long from Froman. A 3-on-3 break, but Avery doesn't care. We'll dish it out to Hudson. Nate Robinson, power dribble, goes up, passes to Julius, a little bit awkward, spinning the opposite direction, and Titans have numbers coming back. Taking the 3 is Hurt, no good. With the board right there is Esamude. Really fast-paced start to the second half as Robinson dishes out to Avery. Avery goes up. A little long, but Julius there to get the board, and another opportunity. 2 straight misses, but going up for another. And a good no-look pass, but it gets deflected by Froman. Froman will lead the way, dish it out to the corner. That's Crowley, no good. Julius ahead of the pack will go up for nearly a dunk, but 2 points regardless. 48-20. 23.
Yeah, West Hancock right now just can't buy a defensive rebound, and Peter Julius is thriving in those moments, keeping plays alive for his Mount Bethel side.
Man-to-man defense for Mount Bethel. Throwing it to nobody. Nate Robinson coming and finishing strong. 50-25.
Yeah, I don't know if Mount Bethel could have thrown Robinson a more on-the-money pass than West Hancock just chucked him, and again, they're getting out and going quickly.
No look pass to Avery, and we might need a timeout here to just slow the pace from West Hancock. Going to get a full timeout. It's been a little bit of an interesting start. I think Mount Bethel has come out with a lot more energy in this Entercom Power timeout.
Yeah, again, you know, West Hancock, we knew they were going to be coming into this one outgunned, but it was, you know, how would they kind of manufacture a way to hang around? Was it longer, slower positions, grinding out, trying to get to the free throw line? Right now, it's very much a jump shot game for them because Cooper Knowles hasn't been able to establish himself down low. Meanwhile, for Mount Bethel, they've been forcing so many turnovers, they really haven't had to run much in their half-court offense because they've been able to thrive in the transition game.
Well, talk to me. There's still a lot of game left, but win or lose, how important is it for a team from low A Illinois basketball to go up against a premier program out in Marietta, Georgia?
Well, I think it kind of just shows you how big this game is, right? And, you know, a lot of coaches, especially when it comes to scheduling, you don't really learn much about your team when you're cruising, right? You want to learn what your team, you know, when they're trying to fight adversity, having to struggle a little bit. And so for West Hancock, this is such a valuable learning opportunity. You're not going to see a better athlete on your schedule or many others in the 5 on the floor for Mount Bethel. And so for West Hancock to come out here, try and grind, trying to see what they can do, I've really liked the way they've stuck in there in their defense. They forced some turnovers. But again, right now, they're going to just kind of learn how each and every one of them is going to have to contribute, and they won't be able to rely solely on Cooper Knowles.
Peter Julius leading the way for Mount Bethel so far with 17-7. West Hancock with the ball. Had the ball. No more. Bringing up the ball, fast-paced once again, dishing to Julius, who will do it himself. Trying to go up, but another deflection from Cooper Knowles. That's going to be his third block, but a foul. Looked like it was going to be a jump ball, but instead going to be a foul right there from Roman Avery, the 6'4 junior.
And there you see, I mean, Julius got to his spot, but Knowles did a good job of just staying vertical, walling up, putting a hand up to contest that, and that's another block at the rim against Julius.
Julius did have an open eagle down there, but he tried to do it all himself as Hurt has the ball. Crossover, driving to his left, dishing it out to Knowles, and over to Froman in the corner. Renewal by Anderson, 3 for Froman.
Yeah, nice ball movement there. One thing I'd like to see more of West Hancock do, though, is when Knoll has the ball posted up, you just can't be hanging around the perimeter. Somebody's got to cut, giving them options, because right now all these skip passes are getting tipped and being run out the other end for Mount Bethel.
Too much ball watching, as that's going to be an easy slam, but an offensive foul. It's going to go the other way.
Yeah, you know, that time they're trying to pick on Knoll a little bit, trying to get him rooted out of the paint so Julius can get his touches down low, but Ezavude just, you know, trying to kind of booty ball him out of the way without the ball, and you can't do that while the ball's not in flight.
It was a good try. He definitely accomplished what he aimed to. As that is high off the glass, a 5-0 run from Hunter Froman.
Yeah, maybe that's what they need to get back to just a little bit more. We saw them get downhill a little bit in that first half. Nothing was really working for him in the jump shot game.
Good tip pass right there. It's going to deflect off of Mount Bethel. And we finally see a little bit of energy coming from this West Hancock team, especially from the bench. They all got up on their feet and cheered for their team.
Yeah, that's why that 2-3 zone is going to be so good this year for West Hancock. Knowles occupying the middle, just such a long wingspan, presents a lot of problems for opposing teams when trying to get downhill.
Ball fake from Froman, trying to go up for 2, doesn't get it to fall. And they need to run back on defense or, wow, jump ball looks like. Nope, they're going to call it a foul instead. It looked like there was a lot of ball there. Peter Julius smiling it off as he draws the foul.
Yeah, and that's a good take foul there. You know, you don't want to give up the 2 in the middle of your run.
That's too easy. Esamude right there with the easy bucket. He just sealed off his defender and got an easy 2. 54-28 here. Just under 4 to go. Roman Avery dishes out to Hudson, who goes after the mid-ranger, but opts to not take it, drives into the teeth of the defense. Cooper Knowles with the initial block, but ends up getting the foul.
Yeah, that's the other thing, too, right? A block shot's only as good as the rebound that comes after it. And right now, for as much as Knowles is doing, could really use a little bit of help down low with all these bodies are throwing at the offensive glass.
And that's the important to get Knowles up on his feet, because if he's out of the equation, there's a lot of potential for offensive rebounding if he's up in the air going after a block. Jess Scott will check out of the game. We'll get a good look at him coming back to the West Hancock bench. Julius looking for this free throw. 55-28. He's a really good free throw shooter, Cody.
Yeah, and again, it's kind of a stark contrast. We haven't seen Mount Bethel super on the money from the free throw line so far in this TOC, but starting to heat up here as they kind of got more used to the rims.
Froman brings it up. Taking his time, trying to draw a foul, and almost committing one himself. Slowing it down is Hudson. Hudson getting hounded by Hurt. And out to Avery for three. It's a renewal by Anderson, three from Roman Avery. The 6'4 junior who holds multiple D1 offers, including a Kennesaw State offer. Hudson will bring it back up, has Nate Robinson open, gives it to him, and that's exactly where you want the ball thrown in a zone, but the jumper is no good. Second chance opportunity. And Julius will go into Knowles, but loses the ball. Bringing it up is Hurt, will fire over and tipped. Good pass over to Crowley, but no good. Cooper Knowles gets it back, lays it up and in. Now has 8 on the day.
Well, he's certainly battling right now, and that last layup attempt, it's a really nice feed. Gotta finish that off for your teammate. Instead, good thing Knowles for West Hancock able to gather that offensive miss and stick it back.
Roman Avery dishing to Nate Robinson at the top of the key. Down to Hudson, high-low action, tipped away from Froman. It'll stick with the Eagles. Mount Bethel Christian Academy, 3-1 on the season. They were the 2017-2018 GICAA state champions. Last year were 16-13, 12-4 in region play out in Marietta, Georgia. Avery at the top of the key, trying to penetrate against this zone. Good short corner run, and a 2 laid in from Caden Hudson. Caden Hudson, a 6'5 freshman here in a starting lineup. Hurt has the ball at the top, gives it to Knowles, who will drive the lane, spin move going up, drawing a foul, and no good, but it'll go to the line for 2. Look at that.
Take a look at a little snowball action going outside. We talked to some of the student athletes how this is really their first time ever in the Midwest and getting to experience the, depending on, I guess, where you are in the Midwest, anywhere from a foot to just a couple inches of snow fell last night and continues to fall and will fall all the way into tomorrow.
That free throw from Knowles falls right there. 9 for Knowles. Wow, good toss right there. They got to get some gloves on.
Yeah, if there's one thing you'll learn quickly about the snow, if this is your first time ever seeing it, if you're a team from the south and just never really made any cold weather states, it'll remind you pretty quick what it's all about, especially after you get your hands wet.
As a Macon, Georgia resident the last year, we saw some snow in the area for the first time in a long time. It was really cool to see, especially as a Midwesterner, seeing snow in Georgia. As that is up and in from Dennis the Menace Esamude.
And right now, West Hancock's just in full-fledged, outside attack mode. They haven't been able to get much to fall, and it's a long shot for them to battle back and make much of this game, but there's still a lot they can learn from themselves going up against, a superior talented team like this one, multiple Division I guys really looking to, test their mettle here. And this is the kind of game where you learn a lot about yourself and the character of your team.
That's no good, and there's Mount Bethel again. Pushing in transition. Good hands right there from Gooding. but an easy two. Another one from Esamude.
Yeah, and Dennis Esamude that time, nice job just sitting on that short porch, able to grab the ball, go up strong, quick. A lot of times players will think too much in that short corner area.
Crowley coming off a Cooper Knowles screen, going up with the left, too long. And once again, what do you expect? The Eagles are flying through the court as looks like Hudson got his arm grabbed. That didn't get called, but the secondary contact does get called as this snowball fight's just relentless. It's never ending. Who's gonna win? Snow all in their hair and everywhere. When was your last snowball fight, Cody?
Oh, I haven't had one for a few years. Probably, I'm sure, sometime when I was in high school. So I was talking to some of the folks back home in Southwest Iowa. They had 11 inches it's supposed to get up to for a total amount here. Come by around 5 p.m. tomorrow.
11's a lot. I don't know what we're at right now, but
I think they had us at about 5.5 earlier today. Supposed to get up anywhere close to 8 or 9 when it's all said and done.
I envy those viewers comfy in their couches watching here on Clark Sports IL as Froman will bring the ball up, but it's off his foot. That's going to be in over and back. Can't really catch a break if you're West Hancock.
Yeah, it's just being real tough right now for them. They're battling. I'll give them that. They're continuing to try to get downhill, draw some contact, but Mount Bethel's well coached. They've got the athletes to kind of play the style they want, and right now they're just owning this offensive glass.
Esamude again having a big quarter, gets the foul drawn right there, and we've seen a lot throughout this tournament. Teams get out to double-digit leads and then kind of take their foot off the gas, but complete opposite right here from the Eagles, and you love to see it. A lot of that has to do with the coaching. Cal Boyd has this team prepared, and they understand the agenda. They are here to prove a point as the first free throw getting Esamude and the Eagles up to 70 points. It's good. No good right there, but a second chance opportunity. Three-pointer flies and is no good from McTeer, the freshman. And McTeer tips it, but back to Froman. Three-pointer up and no good from Boley. The prayer at the end of the quarter was late, wouldn't have counted from Esamude. But you couldn't have asked for a better third quarter if you're an Eagles fan. We're going to run through a couple quick ads. Renewal by Anderson, where quality meets community. They are honored to sponsor the Tournament of Champions and help raise awareness against the fight against glioblastoma. Need reliable technical solutions? Martin Tech Solutions has your technology needs covered, specializing in business and residential. We keep the equipment you depend on running reliably to ensure your technology makes life easier, not harder. Call Martin Tech Solutions today at 824-3927 or visit www.martin.tech for your one-stop solution. PJ Hare is a proud sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of the Champions and is this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. We wish all teams good luck. And let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. Cody, how many years have you attended the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions?
I believe my first year would have been when I was an undergrad in college. So what, maybe 4 years, roughly? 4, maybe 5, somewhere around there.
What's it like and what does it mean to continue coming back and working for this tournament that does such a good job on the court and off the court in their fundraising funds?
Well, I think
efforts, rather.
Yeah, I think the results speak for themselves, right? Continually raising funds for a great cause, but the community constantly embraces it. Largely a volunteer staff having to come in on a miserable day like today and these tough conditions and take time away from their families all week long, and they just continually put on a great product.
McTeer puts up a renewal by Anderson. 3, the freshman hits another. Played a really good first half, had 3 assists, but now gets into the scoring column, playing well on defense, playing well on offense, and McTeer is going to combat that with a foul. 73-32 right here in the fourth. Our most lopsided game of the tournament thus far. But that's nothing against West Hancock. It's just they're going up against an incredible team, and another foul right there. That's going to go on Esamude.
Yeah, good post up by Knowles there. Being strong with it, going, snatching it with 2 hands. 2 hands on the back, though, however, will give you a foul every time.
All fouls are brought to you by Washington Police Department. Esamude has a 2-on-1. McTier shifts out to the corner. Euro step. And good. Esamude for 2. Euro step, one of the most common moves, but one of the most efficient and effective moves in the game of basketball while you're driving. And picking the pocket is Esamude. And going up for the jam. Esamude having one heck of a half with that Martin Tech dunk.
Yeah, West Hancock right now just trying to get back to running their regular stuff and build on this performance coming down the road as they get ready for, as you said, a team from low A trying to kind of find a footing and measure themselves, and they got a heck of a barometer today in Mount Bethel.
Nobody going after Esamude. He will dish it out for 3, and no good from Lamasir. Bring it up is Froman looking to attack. He'll stop at the free throw line, dishing it out to Hurt. Rattles around the rim and no good. Esamude gets the board, and they're not looking to stop. McTier in the corner tries to go over Cooper Knowles, but that's a tall task for a freshman.
Yeah, his time will come, and he'll kind of master that a little bit, but looks like we're going to have a large line substitution here for Mount Bethel. They're going to get some more of the reserves into the contest.
One of the best times of the game for players like me back in the day, as we have an Entercon power timeout. Really cool that, you see all these guys perform so well throughout this tournament, and then finally, after cheering on your guys all tournament long, you get the chance to shine on the court.
Yeah, a lot of these guys are very, like energy guys. The glue guys is kind of the phrases I get thrown a lot for, guys who maybe kind of get in towards the end of the contest once the results kind of decided. But, they deserve and they practice just as much, and as hard as the other guys in the gym do. And just because they're not out there in their top 8, top 9 rotation doesn't mean that they're not in there grinding as well. So getting opportunities like this to kind of show what they can do in these moments is a great opportunity for them.
You absolutely love to see it. You love to see how happy the head coach, Cal Boyd, is right there for Mount Bethel. They got a team that can do some damage late in February. As they'll inbound the ball here, McTier will do the inbounding. We'll dish it to Esamude, who gets the 2 to fall. Dennis Esamude wearing my favorite number 13. Crowley has the ball. McTier looked like he went through the body of Froman, but no foul called. Froman dishes it out to Crowley in the near corner. Crowley getting hounded by McTier. A switch on the defense. They are a switching team, this Mount Bethel, and all 5 can guard all 5 positions, it seems, and running low on the shot clock. Froman's got to put it up, and he'll put it in for 2. Hunter Froman having a really good tournament so far. As McTier in his favorite spot, that corner, and it's good. Another 3 from McTier. 82-34. As here's that line change you mentioned, Cody. Number 2, Peter McDaniel, the 5'9" junior, checking in. Remaining in the game is Justin Lamasir. We have number 22, Alex Hedden, in the game. 23, Makai Boothman. And McTier also remains in the game. West Hancock with the ball, dishes it out to the corner. That's number 0, who is not listed on our roster. Take a look at some more snow flying through the air as the Pasadena Bulldogs could not be happier. The team from California, SoCal, Northeast Los Angeles region. And they're seeing snow, and they're walking away with a trophy. Great job from Pasadena all tournament long. they're going to have some stories to tell when they get back home.
Yeah, they're like, you're not going to believe this. It's like 7 inches of snow on the ground. We had a snowball fight, you know, gearing up to get back to California, where I'm sure, you know, they've had maybe not the best or warmest weather in the world, but certainly warmer than what we've got here.
Something so funny to me. Josh Irving, the 7-footer, just out there playing in the snow like a little kid as Mateer goes up and in for the easy deuce. It's just, he's about to be dominating college basketball, yet he's out there just playing in the snow like a kid in the candy store. As West Hancock has the ball, dishes it out to the top. It's now in the corner. And we'll get back to the top of the key, attempting to steal, but to no avail. A lot of deep, long, late possessions here for the Titans late in the game.
Someone's got to try and get up and get a shot.
Colton Six got the ball stolen from him. Benton Boley is in the game. Colton Six as well. A couple more checking in. Kinnick George, the 5'10 sophomore. Max Siegfried, 6'1" sophomore, also in the game.
Yeah, just for those at home, we are in running clock territory, so.
That's why you see that clock not stopping on the screen. That's how a running clock works, Sky. Very smart. Very smart. And a triple team. Mateer will lead the 3-on-1. He'll take it himself. Block attempt by Hunter Wibley is no good. Mateer scores another. Bringing the ball up is Kinnick George. He'll need some help. Ball is stolen from Lamasier. Kicked out to Mateer for another corner three. No good this time. Rebounded by George. He'll fire it up into no man's land and somehow ends up into the lap of a Titan, Hunter Wibley. Into the corner for three. Colton Six, no good. Lamasier dishes it up forward to McDaniel. McDaniel lays it in. Peter McDaniel, the 5'9" junior. They're going to call that a foul on Justin Lamasier. And the bad part about running clocks is that when there's fouls like that, just the clock keeps running, so you do miss out on some opportunities if you are some of these bench players that don't get to play a lot. So that's always why I try not to foul in situations like that. But they're all being aggressive, so just playing hard. Can't blame them. Mateer in his favorite spot on the floor, that corner spot. He'll look to get it into the post. That's Boothman. Boothman off the glass and in for two. And the entire Mount Bethel bench, you see they're flexing, loving to see the bench big man getting the time to shine.
Yeah, last few possessions coming here. West Hancock, you know, they get to see just what, you know, the real marquee programs look like and what they can strive for coming down the road this season. They're still going to have a lot of games ahead of them in low A here for in Class low A for Illinois.
I believe they are in 2A, if I'm not mistaken. Low in the shot clock and at the buzzer, this game is complete. A 90-point barrage for Mount Bethel Christian Academy, the Eagles out of Marietta, Georgia, over West Hancock. Titans 90-36, Cody. What a performance from this team.
Yeah, from start to finish, you know, they really controlled it. West Hancock, you know, had that little bit of run where they cut it back down to 11 points, but were never able to get any closer than that. And from there, Mount Bethel just was able to pour it on, live in transition. They were selfless with the ball and shared it quite a bit. And on the other hand, for West Hancock, they're going to take this experience down the road, learn from it as they get ready to go here for their regular season.
Hunter Froman leads the way for the Titans with 13. Cooper Knowles had 10 of his own. Had 11 rebounds to go with that. 4 blocks as well, as you'd expect for the big man. And for that of Mount Bethel, Caden Hudson 11, Nate Robinson 13, Roman Avery 17, Dennis Esamude 13, Liam McTeer with 10, and the star, Peter Julius, with offers from Tennessee, Georgia, Virginia, Clemson, to name a few. As a sophomore, he led the way with 19. Very balanced scoring. Just gotta give it up to this Mount Bethel team. They are one talented program who's got a bright future ahead of him as Cooper Knowles gets recognized for his outstanding tournament. Not the way he wanted to end it, but he's got a bright future ahead of him as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
All tournament team being selected. Caden Hudson. Hudson, just a freshman on the all-tournament team.
Yeah, he's got a bright future. We saw what he could do throughout this tournament. So athletic, able to command the offense as well when needed.
Roman Avery as well. We talked about him. He's got some D1 offers as a junior. Specifically, Kennesaw State, one of his bigger offers. Makes sense as the team is out of Marietta, Georgia. Just can't explain the potential of this team. Roman Avery, a junior. Caden Hudson, a freshman. Peter Julius, a sophomore. They're going to be good now. They're going to be good tomorrow. They're going to be good the next day. They're going to be good from years to come. Mount Bethel, 90. West Hancock, 36. Any final words from you, Cody?
No, and just getting ready here as they get these final few accolades handed out. These two teams, on opposite ends of the spectrum today in terms of, just what they were able to get out of each of their offense. West Hancock had their moments. Mount Bethel were just more consistent for longer today, and it really showed with their intensity on the defensive end.
Mount Bethel walks away with a 90-36 victory over West Hancock. I'm Sky Gillespie, joined by Cody Roskins. Sky Gillespie's last game of the tournament. He's very sad, but he's so thankful for the opportunity to call games for you amazing fans at home. Take a quick break and toss it to Tournament Central. We'll be right back.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on the court and in his battle with glioblastoma. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has already begun groundbreaking clinical trials in the area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
All right, big time win from Mount Bethel over at West Hancock, and what was very dominant win. And West Hancock, got to give them credit. We talked about this over the break. They stepped up to a big challenge this week, and they looked good all week. Obviously, they won against a really good Mount Bethel team.
Mm-hmm.
Jake, I'm here with Jake Weston here in the Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central. Jake, what we witnessed during that game, obviously we had a game going on. However, we saw it on the broadcast. We'll pull up a replay here in a second. Pasadena, team from California, had a snowball fight outside when they were getting ready to leave, and probably the best clip not basketball related that this tournament seen all week long.
Yeah, so it was pretty funny. Somebody walked down and said, hey, you got to go see Pasadena out there having a little bit of a snowball fight. We went out there and checked it out, and they were getting after it a little bit. The boys from California, not very good at making snowballs yet. We had to show them a thing or two. I did rifle a couple, and showed them how a good Midwestern kid makes a really hard snowball. Yeah, show them the pros and cons of it. So, but it was awesome. They were excited to see snow. We talked to a couple of the parents and stuff, and they were excited. They thought the snow was really cool. So, just all around good fun here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. I know Zandy Media, shout out Zandy. He was out there filming, and he's got a clip of it, but he got absolutely blasted from point blank range. So, yeah, all around good day, good basketball, and a lot of good fun to be had here.
They didn't shy away from the camera guys either. Like you said, they got Zach, Zandy Media, the Dagger guys were out there too. Our photographer Knox got hit with a snowball. They even he said that they pointed out, get the camera guy.
Nobody was safe out there.
Nobody. And really, that's what it's all about here. I mean, obviously the basketball is great, and this tournament is for a great cause, but also these kids are just having fun. I got the chance to talk to Josh Irving right before they went out, and before we went on the air, he was telling me, I was asking him about what their plans are for the rest of the season, all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. He's like, I'm not really thinking about that right now. I think we're going to go out and have a snowball fight after this. So I kind of knew it was coming. I didn't know if they were going to do it right there or like out front, so I'm glad we got it on footage. But just that's what it's all about, making memories like that, and especially these teams from California that they might have never seen snow in their lives.
Yeah, so we've had a few teams that have that have said that they've never seen snow, never been around snow, outside of pictures and whatnot. So they're pretty excited about it. Obviously, wish it would have happened maybe tomorrow and not today. But the shout out the City of Washington doing a great job keeping the roads clean. Shout out the Washington Park District and the high school maintenance staff. They came together to make sure that everything's cleaned up here and working hard. So, come out if you're able to. Some great basketball games. This next one's going to be a great one. The 5:45 game with Victory Christian and Second Baptist. That's going to be an absolute war. You're not going to want to miss that game. And then you got Washington taking on Mater Dei tonight to wrap things up. So, a lot of great fun, a lot of great basketball, and a lot of great memories to be had here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
I think, anytime when you're trying to advertise like a tournament, you're going to hear great basketball. But this week has really lived up to it. This last game was a little bit away, but other than that, we have had razor-thin margins of error for almost every game all week long. It has been so close.
Yeah, so, it feels like we've had a lot of, last-second shots, game winners, a lot of late-game strategy coming into play, which a lot of these teams, you're in your first couple games, so you don't really get to practice that as much early season. So it's exciting to see that come and play in here, and then just some all-around phenomenal athletes out here. It's been fun. It's a family-friendly event, right? You got the autograph studio behind us. Last night we had, 5 heroes from the Children's Hospital, kids that were, battling some, whether it's cancer or another ailment. We recognized them last night and had a big starting lineup. They came out and then they signed autographs from players, right? And so, we have the mantra that it's bigger than basketball. And it's not something that is just a tagline. It's something that we truly believe in. And this awesome basketball tournament is such a great vehicle for us to fundraise for the KB Strong Foundation and the incredible work that they are doing just right here in our backyard with OSF and University of Illinois College of Medicine. The breakthrough treatments, the research, funding, clinical trials, all that right here in Peoria. It's making a massive impact, and we couldn't do it without the teams. We couldn't do it without the fans and all of our great sponsors to put on such an amazing event.
Yeah, going back when I talked to Josh, one of the things I asked him was what his favorite memories. Before that question, we were talking about his highlights and stuff like that, so I was expecting a basketball-related answer. I said, what were your favorite memories that you made so far this week? And this is before the snowball fight, so I'm sure that's included now too. But he talked about meeting the kids from the Children's Hospital, and also just when I mentioned previously to that about how it's for a bigger cause, and he's like, he goes to a lot of tournaments. He said they had one lined up in Nevada, and another one that I don't know off the top of my head, but I remember the Nevada one. He's like, and those ones, you just go and you play basketball, and this one has more of a community aspect to it. So when you have even the players recognizing stuff like that, not just the people that are out here, coming to the event and watching, it's truly, you guys have done such a great job year in and year out and just continuing to raise the bar. And so congratulations to that.
Yeah, so Josh was one of a few players that on Thanksgiving morning that went up. The Geiger kid was another one with a couple Washington players. And I think we sent 2 Pantherettes this year from the WCHS dance team up there. They did a tour of the Children's Hospital, got to meet several kids, spread a little holiday cheer. And that's just, it goes back to the bigger than basketball, in Pasadena. And so many teams have taken we have ball boy, ball girl experiences, so people can pay and select a team to be a ball boy, ball girl for. And it's funny because day one, they're a little timid. By the end of the week, they're best friends with the team, right? And they just embrace these kids so much. They embrace them at the autograph spot. Another great place is we do clinics leading up to the TOC. So, and I'm going to probably forget one, but I know Washington did 2 nights, Metamora did 1, Dunlap did 1, Morton did 1, Ottawa Streeter, they're not even in the event, but Bo Doty did a clinic, and I know I'm probably forgetting a couple here. Hunter Rhodes came over and did one. He brought a famous ball handling instructor, Johnny Stefani, Dribble Too Much on Instagram, who works out with NBA trainers, flew him in from California to do a clinic. And all those kids got into the TOC for free with their shirt, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's just about promoting a fun family atmosphere. And, the basketball on the court's phenomenal. The family involvement, right? Bring your kids, all that is awesome. But more importantly, it's all for a bigger cause, and that's just to raise money for the KB Strong Foundation.
Going off what you said, too, I mean, we're gotten to the point where now the 20th year of TOC, a lot of these, all the kids that are from around the area, if they grew up going to the tournament, they made those memories. And so the kids that are experiencing that stuff now, one day they're going to be playing in a Washington uniform or a Morton uniform and playing here and having those exact same memories. So it's just going to continue to grow that bond.
For sure. So if you look at Avery Tibbs and Luke Kaminsky, before we officially had a ball boy, ball girl experience, we threw shirts on those 2 kids, and I'm sure there's a couple other kids, right? And so they were ball boy and ball girl for teams, and now they're playing, right? Avery played on Tuesday night in the girls' game. Luke's been playing phenomenally for the Washington Panthers. So, it's just fun to see. You're exactly right, though. You have kids. We're in 20 years now. You've had kids that have played in it or were around it as kids, right, and have went on to now play in it, right? And then you've got old heads like me who rode the bench while while we played in it. And then now, able to help out and give back. So it's a lot of fun. It's evolved a lot over the last 20 years, but it's a labor of love, and it's one of the greatest basketball tournaments, and maybe I'm a little biased, but I think it's one of the greatest basketball tournaments, Thanksgiving tournaments in the country.
Oh, yeah.
And if not one of the greatest basketball tournaments in the country. It's just a lot of fun.
It's surely up there. This is my 4th year doing TOC, and I plan to come back for as long as it continues to go. So I enjoy it. And we're going to wrap things up here. Jake Weston joining me in studio. We send things back up here for another game. Jake,
real quick, I just want to say shout out Clutch Media for being here to do the live stream. You guys have been phenomenal. Also shout out the media guys. We got Dagger, Ethan Genders, Zandy, Tristan. I think that's T-Mec, and Hunter is back there as well, right? So a lot of the clips that you're seeing on whether it's Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, all that are those guys, and those guys are just working their tails off, just like you guys, to put that content out there. So appreciate all you guys, appreciate all the fans and everybody that came out. If you're around, swing over, because we've got 3 more excellent basketball games to be had here.
Thank you, Jake.
Thank you, guys.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on the court and in his battle with glioblastoma. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has already begun groundbreaking clinical trials in the area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second. The 2025 Kevin Brown
And welcome back to Torrey Gymnasium as we get set for yet another action-packed evening of basketball. In our next matchup, it's Eagle Academy and Xavier Academy doing battle. I'm Cody Roskins, alongside me, my broadcast partner, Jonathan Michael. And John, these two teams, similar names, but very different, I guess you could say, on paper.
Yeah, this has been the tournament of Eagles, we've said. I mean, there's so many teams called it, and all of them are very talented. Just saw Mount Bethel Christian put on a show in the last game. But, yeah, this is going to be a game we're really looking forward to. I saw Xavier yesterday, a close loss, against Calvary Christian out of Clearwater, Florida. McAdoo DUF had a massive game for Xavier Academy. Looking forward to seeing them again. They bring a lot of size. Again, Eagle Academy, a lot, very kind of shifty team. Again, they have a lot of good guards. Dedham Trotman, one that we're keeping our eye on. So should be a fun matchup again as you're in game 4 of 6 here today at the TOC.
The Eagle Academy for young men out of Bronx, New York. It's their head coach, Roosevelt Byers. They're coming into this one trying to end on a high note as they head back out east at the conclusion of this tournament. Xavier Academy out of Houston, Texas, and their head coach, Teddy Wheeler. His son, Lincoln Wheeler, is a junior at 5'7" on this team. We'll see him at times tonight. And as we kind of get prepared to go down the avenue of setting the table for this one, John, Xavier Academy, they're coming up, warm weather state team coming up here, getting a lot of the cold. Bronx getting maybe some familiar kind of climate in their sense. And we saw Pasadena, so both these teams maybe not having the same experience when it comes to this cold weather in the Midwest, but both enjoying it nonetheless.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're pretty much might be a little snowman here on the court as we try and draw it there with our little telestrator. I mean, we saw, guys having little snowball fights and everything. So there's our little friend Frosty the Snowman there at midcourt. Might as well be here. But it's nice and toasty here in Torrey Gymnasium, and we're looking forward to it. But yeah, I mean, Eagle Academy probably a lot more used to again just these elements. Again, obviously we're not playing football, we're not playing outside, but again, it might feel a little bit more at home. So yeah, I mean, again, should be a fun one. And again, probably these teams for battling through the elements and just being able to get here today. So shout out to these teams' bus drivers for being able to get here in the snow, and shout out to all the people helping clear the snow and getting these teams here in the gym as well.
Absolutely. It will be Xavier Academy in the all-yellow uniforms with black trim, or I guess that could be navy depending on how you kind of view it. Opposite of them will be pretty much the inverse. The Eagle Academy for young men in the all-black uniforms with gold/yellow trim, as we get set for another what should be fantastic showcase here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. John, as these two teams begin to trot out their starting five, what would be 2 quick points you'd like to see from each team here in the early goings to kind of set the tone in this one?
Yeah, again, for Xavier, I think a big key for them is getting Martin Alice going. Again, he is a 6'6" sharpshooter, again, from Estonia. Had a tough game in their game yesterday. Couldn't get going and didn't have a single field goal. So if he can have a good game, I think Xavier is going to be extremely dangerous. And also for them to, again, trying to get it down to DUF, who had just a huge game yesterday. 36 points for McAdoo DUF, 6'6" senior for them. So again, feed the big fella. He got to work, and again, Xavier Academy should be in good shape for Eagle Academy. Again, I've seen them a little bit less, but again, big game for them. Trotman is going to be key, and again, just ball movement is going to be key for them again against a slightly bigger Xavier Academy squad as well.
Yeah, don't be fooled by our score bug. Xavier Academy and Eagle Academy getting ready to do battle here as we get set to meet the home team on the scoreboard, Xavier Academy. And their head coach, Teddy Wheeler, who has produced over 60 Division I commitments in his head coaching career, including 3 McDonald's All-Americans.
Yeah, and again, just some amazing crop of talent that he has each and every year. A lot of, again, Division I bound players this year. Again, obviously the 2 of them down at Bradley, Montana Wheeler, Jackson Seastrunk, alums of this Xavier team that made some noise in the playoffs last year down in Texas. And obviously now they're playing locally here in Central Illinois, so right down the road we got to see Montana Wheeler and a couple of his Bradley teammates showing out here to this Xavier team yesterday. So yeah, just so much talent here. Again, Teddy Wheeler, one of the best coaches around down near around Houston, Texas.
Just waiting for Xavier to break their team huddle and get ready to go. You'll notice Number 2 in gold for them, Lincoln Wheeler, the 5'7" junior. He is the brother of Montana Wheeler and the son of Teddy Wheeler. He'll be running the show at the Pointe today, but don't be fooled by his size. That family's produced a lot of undersized guard talent before, and he is just the next step in that line as we get prepared for our opening tip. As it'll be Lincoln Wheeler and company in possession for Xavier Academy. Opening action, getting down
nice
low.
move.
In a hurry, and Xavier Academy opens the scoring at 2-0.
Yeah, that was Epiphany Offie. Again, one of the larger guys for Xavier Academy, a 6'9" sophomore. Just great movement there right out in that first play. I mean, can't get much easier than that.
Trotman, he'll pull up from the elbow, and it's just off. Hauled in, and running the other way is Diouf. Corner 3 on the way, just short. And that'll be the first foul of the game on Xavier Academy to Lincoln Wheeler.
You know, overall, Cody, this has been a pretty cleanly played tournament. You know, not too many fouls. I mean, we saw a couple guys 2 games ago, you know, fouling out. But, I mean, overall, this is, you know, been pretty cleanly played tournament. You know, the guys, the star guys you come to see are being on the floor for almost the entire game, which is, again, makes it a lot more exciting for us, makes it a lot more exciting for everybody involved.
Giovanni Moran found the opening and converts for Eagle Academy's first 2 of the game. Getting back in on the action again, gets the theft. Reverse layup is off the target and will stick with Eagle Academy.
And that's job by, again, Moran getting in there for Eagle Academy is here. They'll try and set something up. They try to go there to their big forward. That was
Lincoln Wheeler couldn't get the transition layup to go, and now Eagle Academy will come the other way.
And sorry, it took me a second to get the names there again. Few number discrepancies, but got it all taken care of. Number 20 again for Eagle Academy, Malik Adoyi, 6'7" senior center.
And Trotman again down the avenue, able to convert for his first field goal of the day.
Yeah, real nice aggressive drive there from Denham Trotman. Again, not one of the biggest guy in the court, just 6 foot. But again, he's just so talented, and he is not going to shy away from any size difference.
Alice from downtown.
As we talked about, again, Xavier's got to get Alice going, and didn't knock the 3 down yesterday, knocked one down early, and he might be feeling it now today.
6'6" junior. And the response as Elijah King able to hit it right back. 7-5 Eagle Academy as we take this Enercon Power Up timeout. Celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered, Enercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low-end medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us after those back-to-back renewal by Anderson triples.
And one thing we have seen a lot of this tournament, again, are those three-pointers. I mean, and that's just, you know, the way basketball is going nowadays, and, you know, it's trickling down to the high school level. So, you know, even though some of these guys, some very talented big men, I think we're going to see a lot of, you know, kind of, you know, inside-out action, you know, get the big guys open for some threes. And, yeah, there's a lot of movement, you know, on both of these sides. So, and well, these teams still trying to settle in, but I mean, 2 minutes gone by at 7-5. This is could be a shootout here today, Cody.
Yeah, we thank all of you tuning in at home or wherever you're watching as the snow continues to fall all across the Midwest, but very heavily here in central Illinois. And staying warm with us as we get back underway between Eagle Academy and Xavier Academy. Wheeler from downtown couldn't connect.
And we just saw Mount Bethel put up 90, which I believe, I have to double check, is the most points scored so far by a team in a game this tournament. So both these teams could be on track for some big numbers here again.
Giovanni Moran with the drive and kick to Trotman. Trotman, elbow jumper, back iron, tapped back out and controlled by Eagle Academy. Again back iron. This time Alice hauls it in, and Xavier Academy will go the other way.
Well, I think the Eagles like that little kind of elbow jumper right there. I mean, Trotman kind of saw that spot and just made a beeline for it. So I think that's got to be a spot he is comfortable in.
Elijah King picked up that foul on the reach in on Alice, and he will grab a little bit of a break. And sticking into the contest will be Jakendrick Clevenger, the 6'1 senior. Ball back up top with Wheeler. Down the lane. And this pass deflected. Now Clevenger. Shot clock. Not a problem quite yet. Turns the corner, gets downhill. His runner towards the backside of the barn. Layup stuffed at the rim, and Eagle Academy's heading the other way.
And Clevenger had kind of two options here. Again, he had the guy on the side that he passed it to, but he also had, I believe he had Afi, who set that screen kind of off to his side as well. So nice play there for Xavier Academy, just couldn't quite connect.
Again, getting to that elbow. Now downhill, kick to the near side. Trotman whips it right back out. Three-pointer on the way, and it's short. Here comes Lincoln Wheeler. Wheeler, the hesitation kick out to Clevenger. Neither team getting too impatient. Alice fakes the jumper, pulls it, and is well off.
And that was a good look from Alice, pretty wide open in a definitely makeable range. It's just always tough, and you try to go up and over there. That movement was just slightly off balance. It was kind of enough to, again, wasn't able to get quite enough mustard on that shot.
Teddy Wheeler, I just noticed out of the corner, rocking one of the better fits of a coach we've seen here with the double patterned sport jacket.
He looks very festive. I mean, it's past Thanksgiving, Cody. It's officially Christmas season now.
Not in my household, it's not. Getting downhill, Trotman again, but good defense by Xavier Academy. Moran, he'll pull up and rattle it home.
Moran's got a quick 5 for Eagle Academy.
And Moran's now got a quick 5. He's equaled the output from Xavier Academy by his lonesome. Getting downhill, tough layup and a shooting foul will send Afi to the line.
Afi getting big down there on the block, and again, we talked about, a lot of these bigs can shoot, but we also have seen some bigs, especially Afi, again, just really be able to use their size and put their back to the basket here in this tournament as well. So, it's just because these guys can shoot doesn't mean that they can't bang down low. It's just because these forwards nowadays are just better and they're just more versatile.
Able to connect on the first. He'll have one more at the charity stripe. And goes 2 for 2. So Afi with a sweet touch at the line. Puts 2 more on the board for Xavier Academy. And that one goes as well for Eagle Academy.
I think that was King on that shot. Quickly down on the other end. Xavier wasted no time.
Afi couldn't get it to go on the offensive follow. Gio Moran just left of the center target. Now Xavier Academy trying to track it down once more. Lincoln Wheeler from the volleyball line. Back iron. Gio Moran starts up the offense for Eagle Academy. Far-sided corners off the front of the rim. Offensive rebound couldn't be stuck back. Third chance finally goes as Ryan Edwards missed the initial triple, stuck it back for his first basket of the contest.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised no one was down there on that that low block with that board there for Xavier. Edwards is kind of able to slide on in and get the easy deuce. So, I'm sure Teddy Wheeler not going to be too happy to give up that easy second chance bucket.
And these two teams talk through their Enercon power-up timeout, John. It's been Eagle Academy doing it a mix of ways. They've been kind of sharing the load here offensively. Moran's hit a couple. We've also seen Trotman getting involved early. But it's very by committee so far. And for Xavier Academy, they're just hitting some, cold shooting touches here and there.
Yeah, pretty much. And we've seen it a lot this tournament, too. I mean, there's guys that, we talk about, okay, Denham Trotman is kind of the man to watch for Eagle Academy. But the thing about these teams is they are so deep. And, I mean, there's guys that can, 4 or 5 guys on the floor can all have double-digit nights. So we're seeing that definitely for Eagle Academy as 4 guys have already scored. And for Xavier, we didn't really see Lincoln Wheeler score a ton yesterday. He knocked down a huge triple near the end of the game. That was finally his first bucket. So let's get these guys going early. Let them see one go in and then just kind of go from there.
Clevenger trying to start things up, getting it down low to Diouf. Ends up out on the perimeter. His running fade is just short. He'll be hauled in again by Eagle Academy.
And Diouf again had 36 in that game. I mean, single-handedly willed Calvary Christian back into that game, or willed them back in that game against Calvary Christian yesterday. And
a bit of an awkward foul there as one of the Xavier Academy defenders, it'll be Amir Bryant, was already on the ground, ended up tripping one of the members of Eagle Academy. Take a look at some of the snowball fights we had earlier today, John.
Yeah, that was a ton of fun again. That was Pasadena from California. That was one of the coolest things of this tournament. Didn't even happen inside the gym. Luckily, our cameras were in the perfect spot. We were able to catch it out the window.
Yeah, Matt Santiago in that moment, able to come down, knock a triple out. Kick to the corner, 3 on the way, rattles in and out. Offensive board tapped around and controlled by Xavier Academy. Getting into the ball screen with Clevenger, down low to Diouf. Working down low, he'll earn 2 free throws for his troubles.
And we'll switch it around again. Eagle Academy is the team in the lead right now, so if you're just tuning in and just checking it out, or just were with us from the start again, Eagle Academy leads this one 14-7 here. As we'll see again, Diouf at the line, and Xavier, that's kind of been one of the things about them this tournament is they have not shot free throws well. They really struggled with it in their first game. They were 8 for 15, and at one point they were about 2 for 9 or 2 for 10 in the first half yesterday. That really helped set them behind. So if they can just make their free throws, again, they should be in a good position despite them being down right now.
Gets the friendly roll, and Matt Santiago will bring it up after Diouf goes 2 for 2 at the line. Trotman again, trying to get things started for Eagle Academy. Had an elbow jumper in the opening moments that saw them get out 2-0. Corner 3 off the mark, nearly rattled home. Xavier Academy trying to get out and go with Clevenger. He has it lost and nearly a backcourt violation. Clevenger getting downhill. His runner's blocked into the corner for Alice. Skips it, cross court. Another 3 on the way. It's off.
Did everything but go down. Therefore, Ezekiel Isaac.
Elijah King hauled in the board after it was all said and done. 8-point lead for Eagle Academy. Trotman getting some words of advice from Roosevelt Byers, his head coach. Going isolation on that far side. Step back 3, blocked away in the corner.
And the length of Ezekiel getting in there, too. I mean, we talk about how big this Xavier Academy team is. I mean, they're the smallest school in here enrollment-wise, 139, but they got a 6'6", a 6'5", 6'9", 6'4", another 6'9", 6'8". I mean, this team is just, I mean, I don't know where they find these kids down in Houston, Texas, and all find them on the same team. Just crazy height at that Xavier Academy squad. Hopefully the heights for the doors in that school are pretty high up.
Shot fake 3 on the way. Off the near side, coming downhill. And that one will not count as we head to the end of the first quarter with the score 17-9. Eagle Academy out in front.
Yeah, really impressive first half there for Eagle. You know, they did it a little bit from inside and outside the arc. Gio Miranda with a nice start for Eagle Academy. Again, as both these teams trying to end their season or end their tournament here. Season is just getting started, but trying to end their tournament here on a high note in Washington.
I'd like to remind our viewers of our sponsors that make this broadcast and those in the future possible. First, for Renewal by Anderson, where quality meets community, we're honored to sponsor the Tournament of Champions and help raise awareness in the fight against glioblastoma. Also for Martin Tech, need reliable technology solutions? Martin Tech Solutions has your technology needs covered. Specializing in business and residential, we keep the tournament equipment you depend on running reliably to ensure your technology makes life easier, not harder. Call Martin Tech Solutions today at 824-3927 or visit www.martintech for your one-stop solution. And for PJ Hair. PJ Hair is a proud sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. Getting ready for the second quarter of action between Eagle Academy and Xavier Academy, with Eagle Academy, the team out of Bronx, New York, out in front by 8 in what was a very defensive last few minutes there, John.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, we saw it was 7-5 2 minutes into that game. And then the last 6 minutes of that first quarter, Eagle obviously got a little bit more up on there, and got up to 17. Xavier, though, kind of got a little bit cold. So, again, it's just the Xavier squad, again, for them, they're just trying to, again, kind of shake off that rust and, get going for the season. They have played, multiple games even before this tournament, but it's starting games hot is going to be a key for them going forward.
Good rebound hauled in by Isaac Ezekiel.
And back to that point real quick, though. I mean, this tournament, we've seen, teams easily recover from bad first quarters. I mean, we've seen 25-9 first quarter deficits and teams come right back. So the Xavier squad, they're right in it as you have one of the Eagles go flying into the trainer's room. But again, you see them certainly come from behind, although I'm sure they wouldn't want to if they can avoid it by any means.
Take another look at that one as Diouf just couldn't quite get it in time to Clevenger.
And go up there, draw a little play on the scoreboard as well while you're in there, a little whiteboard.
Right-handed layup won't go. Diouf with the rebound. His putback is good. Count it, the basket. The and one opportunity coming from McAdoo Diouf. It's a strong move down low, John, gathering that offensive rebound, and he'll have one more for his troubles.
Yeah, foul sponsored by the Washington Police Department. But, yeah, nice job there by Diouf, who, again, finished through contact many times yesterday. So, again, he's, pretty strong guy. I mean, we're all the way up here in the booth. I mean, arms look about normal size. I mean, if you get up close, I mean, Diouf has definitely got some muscle on him for sure.
Trotman, deep three on the way. It was tipped, hauled in by Alice.
So one thing to keep an eye on for Eagle Academy, too. I mean, they're a team that likes to shoot. Xavier's got that length, so might not be the last tipped three we see today.
Diouf trying to punch a gap. Trapped at the free throw line. He'll fade from the free throw line, and it comes up short. Offensive rebound brought in by Clevenger. His runner doesn't roll home.
I will tell you, one thing that any coach hates is giving up an offensive board. And things coaches hate more is giving an offensive board after the ball takes a bounce on the ground. So, again, it's kind of ended up in no man's land there, allowed the second chance.
Kendrick Clevenger, kick out. Lincoln Wheeler strikes a pose, couldn't get it to fall. Offensive board again, around the horn it goes. Clevenger will try his luck, and it rattles away.
Yeah, one guy we haven't talked about really that much, again, who grabbed that offensive board there for Xavier, as we'll get a foul, is Amir Bryant, number 23. He had a really big game yesterday. Maybe didn't completely light it up, but scored some key baskets when they needed to, as we'll get the first foul of the second quarter here. As we try and see who that's on. Again, it's a tough vantage point from up here in the booth, but and either way, fouls have not played a big factor in many of these games so far today.
Eagle Academy able to get it inbounded. We're about 6 minutes left to go here in the second quarter. It's a 5-point game. Xavier Academy has trailed essentially since the start, and that three there will keep them in that spot as Ryan Edwards connects.
Yeah, I mean, Xavier kind of sagged off, thinking that Edwards was going to go around the screen, just pick and pop, and knocked it down.
Eagle Academy in transition. Down the middle of the lane, Alice has it. It's a 3-on-2. Alice fakes the jumper, flushed home. That Martin Tech slam.
Well, it looked like for a second that Alice didn't know what he was going to do, but then the more he hesitated, the more the more Eagle Academy was kind of like, okay, I don't know which direction he's going to pass it, and they chose wrong and left Offie wide open there for the slam.
Lincoln Wheeler with his second steal. Offie hops through the lane, and that's another two for Offie.
He's got 8 now for Xavier. And again, really big credit there to Wheeler for sparking that turnover of the active hands on defense.
Yeah, all 5-7 of them. It's a little easier almost at times for him to kind of just reach underneath the dribble. Matt Santiago's jumper from the elbow is good.
And he's got 5 off the bench for Eagle Academy, so no one has scored off the bench yet for Xavier, who the team's about the same roster size. They'll go a few deep into their bench, not insanely deep. There's a foul on a Wheeler.
So that one will go on Edwards as Wheeler will take a breather. Clevenger checks back in. And a few more members of Eagle Academy will also take a spell. It looks like Robert Gilmore will check into the contest for the first time. Alice off a screen, fires, and it's off the front of the rim. So Xavier Academy coming up a little bit short on some of their jumpers. It wasn't a horrible look, though, for Alice.
No, it wasn't. Again, Alice, you can see he's trying to get going in this game. Again, he did knock down that early triple. So now it's about, getting number 2 and just stacking buckets for him.
Runner in the paint won't go for Gio Moran. We'll stay here with Eagle Academy.
And right now, Xavier again still just hanging around. They haven't really led much in this game. But they can just keep them at arm's length as there is a missed bunny there from Eagle Academy. That's all you really need. All you need to do is go on a little run like you did yesterday against Calvary Christian. Again, they fought back and nearly won that one, a 66-65 loss.
Clevenger trying to pass back over to Offie. He's doubled. Deep triple from Ellis.
I mean, he shot that one from the parking lot. Hopefully they cleared enough snow out of there for him to shoot.
Layup in transition falls, and Eagle Academy pushes the lead back to 6.
That's Doyle's first bucket of the game. So now 6 different guys have scored from a team out of the Bronx, New York. First team ever from New York, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, in this Tournament of Champions.
Offensive rebound off the Offie miss is stuck back by Isaac Ezekiel. And this will be a Enercon power-up timeout, celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered. Enercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPowerUp.com and engineer your future with us.
Cody, what interesting note, I'm looking at this Houston Xavier schedule this year. They started off their year all the way back on Halloween night. They played a school called Grind Prep. They've played a team from Oklahoma City. That's where Grind Prep is from. They've played a school from Tennessee Collegiate Academy. They've played a few teams from Texas. Obviously, they come here to the TOC and play teams from Florida, New York, and all over. And then later on this year, they'll play a team that was at the TOC last year. I don't know if you remember St. Francis Episcopal out of Houston. And then they will also play another team from Illinois, Wheaton Academy, in January as well. So kind of a interesting schedule they got here for the Falcons this year, and it's kind of taking them all over to see all different types of basketball and all sorts of different teams.
Gio Moran up top to Trotman. Looking to get downhill. His runner's off the front of the rim again. Out in transition, Clevenger. He'll rise up and able to lay the layup.
Yeah, and Xavier's doing a nice job of getting out in transition. Several baskets have just been pretty easy there on the break. So I think that's where the one thing they have the advantage on against Eagle right now.
Santiago nearly throws it away. Here's Gio Moran. He'll step into an open 3 and hit another.
Yeah, and Xavier Academy is learning now that they got to cover Gio Moran. He's knocked down now 2 triples. He looked too comfortable there on that play.
His pass taken away. Back up to Santiago. And his layup goes. The lead's up to 9.
How about Santiago kind of giving Brian a little shoulder there again. Did so without fouling. Nearly a backcourt there, but it's a really nice move for Santiago. 7 points off the bench. And Cody, those guys can make all the difference.
Moran again. Off glass and in. 11-point lead opened up for Eagle Academy. Timeout, Xavier Academy.
And just as I said, Xavier was get down transition. It had the advantage. Eagle just, again, is killing the Falcons here in transition and opening up an 11-point lead. This is going to be a really key last 2 minutes here before halftime. To see, can Xavier, keep this, within a single-digit deficit, or is Eagle going to go on and extend their run and make this a 15 to 20-point game before the half?
Absolutely. Big 2 minutes, kind of that middle 4 that we always talk about, the last 2 minutes of the first half, the first 2 minutes of the second half. As you take a look there at Eagle Academy, and somewhere in that mess is Roosevelt Byers, the head coach for the Eagles, again out of Bronx, New York. They're coming in here, they've had an okay time here at the TOC. They'll be coming down the stretch, heading back out east, John. But these are the kind of events that kind of show you, again, like you were saying, for Xavier Academy, the different styles of basketball, different qualities of teams. A nice barometer test always when you come to a neutral site event like this.
Yeah, definitely. And again, I mean, high school basketball looks different in different parts of the country, right? I mean, teams in Central Illinois probably play teams a lot different. Take a look at Ethan Genders, our skilled videographer there, but teams in Central Illinois play much different than teams from Florida or from the East Coast, like like Eagle Academy from the Bronx, New York. So again, there's just different styles. You see teams from California that play pretty kind of spaced out, pretty fast paced. I saw that from Pasadena and Mater Dei, who is going to play Washington in the final game of the tournament here tonight. So yeah, again, it's just a really good job, not just to see good teams, but also to see, again, those different styles as well.
Alice on the perimeter. Clevenger hits. Excuse me, not Clevenger. That's 11. That's Gorell, Elijah Gorell, the 6'2 senior, able to get. I saw the one flash on his jersey as Lincoln Wheeler picks up a foul.
But again, Xavier's doing a better job of getting some guys involved in the scoring. Now have 6 players now scoring after that bucket from Gorell. Ezekiel, Clevenger, and Gorell have all scored off the bench too. So, like we said, these teams are just so deep, and anyone can make you pay.
So 31-23 our score now reads. Again, Gio Moran probing the defense to the free throw line. Off the mark, hauled in, and now Xavier Academy trying to come the other way.
Nearly a carry there from Clevenger. How about this pressure, though, from Eagle Academy? I mean, they are not giving anything easy to Xavier up top.
Clevenger again trying to turn the corner. Lofts it down low. And shooting foul with 2 coming for Diouf. That'll be his second trip to the free throw line, and nearly got the end one to fall.
Again, Diouf is just a foul machine. I mean, an Eagle doesn't really have the size to match up with him, so I expect to see that we might see Diouf at the line a lot here today. And, he's been pretty good here at this tournament so far, and hopefully this time I don't give him the old broadcaster jinx.
So Xavier Academy trying to inch a little closer here before halftime. We can start here at the free throw line as it's off. Hauled in. Coming back the other way is Eagle Academy. Gio Moran's had a really good opening half. Pocket pass down low, floater. Off the mark. Clevenger with 35 on the clock.
And there's just a few seconds difference between the shot and game clock. So now it's going to be in the act of shooting. I was going to say if that was on the floor and they were not shooting, they probably would be able to hold for the last shot, but they are going to say it's on the floor. So now a 4-second difference. It was a few seconds more than that. Now it's, again, Xavier will have to shoot here, and Eagle will have to try to get the board.
Catch and shoot. It's short. Offie down low, lost it. Excuse me, not Offie down low. It's going to be Bryant down low that couldn't haul it in. Here's Diouf. Try to get it back to Alice. Stolen away. Eagle Academy going to have a chance here before the horn. Santiago, kick to the corner. 3 on the way from Edwards. Rattles off. And we're going to have a foul on the rebounding attempt on Xavier Academy.
I think it's going to go on Clevenger. I think he got one of the Eagles there around the arm. But, Cody, we talk about, teams holding for the last shot. I mean, we haven't really seen that a ton this tournament. I think these teams are kind of now thinking that, hey, if we have a good shot, we're going to take it. That was an open corner 3, again, there for Eagle Academy. So not a bad shot by any means, and they'll get a second crack at it with 7 to go.
Shot coming from the corner. Comes up short. few seconds left. Alice, layup attempt and one before the horn.
Wow.
With .4 on the clock, Alice gets it out quick, able to lay it up and get a big 2 and a possible 3 points here at the line before the end of the half.
Well, yeah, it's kind of saw Alice kind of leaking out there near the back, and I'm like, well, what is he doing right there? Well, that's exactly what he was doing. They're trying to get the board and push it up the court. A nice job by Alice. He's not able to knock down the free throw.
And that nearly went through for Eagle Academy. But after the missed free throw, the score stands 31-26. Eagle Academy leads Xavier Academy as we hit halftime.
Yeah, again, it's nice job by Xavier in that last 2 minutes. We said this is going to be a key stretch for them. They took about an 8 or 9 point deficit, cut it down to about 5. So, I mean, this game is just neck and neck. It might as well be a coin flip at this point as we get another look here.
Yeah, this is the transition opportunity. Comes up short. Heck of a pass down floor. And Alice, great work by our camera crew. You see 1.8 on the clock. He eventually gets it to fall with .4 and just missed the free throw towards the tail end of that.
That's been a fun first half. Again, a lot of guys getting in the score sheet. Offie with a nice first half for Xavier. And Gio Moran, 10 points for Eagle Academy there in that first half. He's been playing well and shooting it really well for Eagle Academy too.
Well, we're going to throw it back down to our Tournament Central as we get set for the second half between Xavier Academy and Eagle.
Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on the court and in his battle with glioblastoma. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has already begun groundbreaking clinical trials in the area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
Hello and welcome back to the F-Train Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Charlie Schimmerhorn, joined alongside Mr. Joe Allstad. It's good to have you here.
Charlie, I appreciate the invitation. It's great to be here.
For sure. Now, if you were watching earlier, you probably recognize him as he was already interviewed earlier. However, it is that time of week where, we're starting to kind of overlap here, but there's no issue with that. So take me through, with that being said, kind of what you've seen so far throughout when you first were here at the tournament to now.
Well, my first interview must have been so good, Charlie. You wanted another shot at it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The ratings went up. Okay, awesome. Thanks for having me.
No problem.
What sticks out about this tournament this week has been just the number of great games that we've seen. I mean, We've had so many photo finishes and down to the wire games. I mean, there's no replacement for that as a fan. I mean, you've been entertained for sure.
Right.
Our fans have been entertained both here live and on your stream. But yeah, having the games, those are how memories are built and moments, and it's been fun to be a part of that.
Absolutely. If you had to pick one moment that's maybe your favorite, what would it be?
Charlie,
there's so many good ones, though.
Charlie, yeah, that's tough. I think the moment for me as the athletic director here has been the games that our teams have won. Washington's won. The girls' game was awesome. The two boys' games that they won, that'd be Tuesday and Wednesday night, were great games.
Right.
Even last night's game, the first half was awesome, fun to watch. It's fun to watch our kids compete in that environment, and the crowd support we've had, and the student sections have been great. That's been the highlight for me for sure.
Absolutely. Now, you're a very busy man at this time of year, especially with all the other academics, athletics rather, academics too, maybe, who knows. But the TOC, take me through kind of the preparation that goes into this tournament throughout the week.
Well, throughout the week or throughout the year,
year,
know as well as anybody,
yeah,
it's a 12-month process. We started having regular meetings back in the fall, probably August, September, at every monthly meeting with our committee. And, everybody on the committee has their own role and their own part of it and piece of the pie. And, I've tried to get my part done, and everybody else does their part. It takes literally hundreds of volunteers to pull this off. And it's a huge undertaking, a big undertaking. And this being my second year here at Washington, I've really gotten to see and witness firsthand how it all is pulled off. Last year's kind of a blur as my first year, but this year it's been nice to see it more in depth and be able to take more of it in.
For sure. You mentioned volunteers, right, are a crucial part of this whole tournament and the success and getting it to run and function. Take me through kind of the type of person that's required really to get this whole tournament just going.
Well, it certainly takes a selfless person, right? Somebody who's not worried about their Thanksgiving vacation and their break, and this becomes their passion and what they're driven to do and what they're interested in. We have those type of people here that are in all areas of our gym and our facility here, taking part in their roles, from concessions to hospitality to working with the teams to the officials, etc. I mean, it's a huge undertaking. We have a lot of people on staff, and it takes that type of person, just that selfless person with a lot of energy to make it happen.
Right. There's so much that goes into a tournament like this. Kind of switching gears here a little bit. Washington Athletics had a great fall, and I know. Take me through that success from your point of view as the athletic director, and what that says about not only the students here, but the coaches and the staff and the parents.
I've been a high school athletic director for 19 years, and I haven't had a season like that one, and that's something you'll never forget, and you never really can count on because it's so tough to win in the postseason. But we happened to see, we sent 5 teams to state tournaments. We brought home 2 runner-up trophies. We had a couple other teams that were Elite 8 and right there on the cusp of making it happen. So to watch kids be able to perform well in that environment is, as an AD, it's what you do. It's what you live for. It's a lot of fun. It's a great highlight for me in my career, and I'm not the one playing or the one coaching. Right. But we have tremendous coaches, and I'm just so proud to be a part of that and be a small part in that and be able to watch them do their thing and help support them along the way. So it's been a whirlwind fall, like you said.
What does that say about the community, really, of Washington? Because I feel like Washington now takes pride in their sports. So many people get excited to see us succeed as a school, and just really as a town, too. So take me through the community aspect of Washington and what effect it plays on the community.
You bring up a great point about the community, and I think the community is not just invested in athletics, but fine arts, academics, everything. I mean, it's really a well-rounded school here, and the community is a huge part. Having the fans support that we have at our games and traveling with our teams is second to none. The student sections that we've been able to have been great, and it's been just a fun fall to be a part of, but also my 2 years here, been great memories.
Absolutely. Just as we kind of close here, this tournament really is about one big cause. And I know you've only been here for 2 years, but I'm sure that you see the impact that Coach Brown left, and really how he impacts everybody here, myself, possibly you, people behind us, volunteers, the players, coaches, whatever. So take me through your aspect and your perspective on the deeper meaning behind this tournament.
Well, I've never met Coach Brown, but I did know a lot of stories about Coach Brown from his days when he was in Bloomington Normal. I have a friend, but to be able to come here and experience the type of person that he was, from hearing stories from other people, and to see all these people that want to help and for his cause and to keep his memory alive is inspiring to me, for sure.
Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure here. Mr. Joe Allstat, Charlie Schimmerhorn, we're going to send it back up to the guys in the booth, but before that, we got a quick ad break. Thank you, and enjoy the second half of basketball.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey, from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. To request an appointment, visit our website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. By Uftring Auto Group. Take advantage of outstanding savings during the big year-end event at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin. Online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. And by your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
We're set for the second half. It's Eagle Academy leading Xavier Academy as we head to the start of the third quarter. Teddy Wheeler's bunch out of Houston, Texas with a solid end of the first half after a Martin Alice layup and one cut the deficit to just 5 as they head into the third. John, it was the first half of up and down action. We're expecting more here in the second.
Yeah, we really are. I mean, both teams got off to a really hot start from the field. Then the defense started to play a little bit more, but again, we've seen again pretty even game on both sides. I mean, that's an amazing job. Whoever made this tournament schedule, I mean, give them a huge raise because I mean we've seen so many close games, and this is another one right here.
Eagle Academy was fueled by Gio Moran in that first half. He had a couple threes, got something going from the mid-range as well, and his defense really converted to a lot of points for the Eagles.
Yeah, he really did. And again, Eagles shot 13 and 34 in that first half. They led by, again, 10 from Moran on 4 of 7 shooting. Moran has 2 of 5 triples for Eagles. So again, we knew they were going to go out and shoot a lot. Just 2 of 14 for deep from Xavier. Again, that's another thing besides free throws they did struggle with the other day. They started slow, but again, they picked it up a lot in the second half. We'll see if that story is the same here today.
It'll be Xavier Academy possession as we begin the third quarter. Essentially the same 5 on the floor that ended the first half out there to start the second half. Alice trying to find something down low, gets it over to Clevenger.
Had a big size advantage there on Trotman. Keep an eye on, again, 0 on yellow and on 3 on black.
Getting it down low. Afi banging. Couldn't get it to go, and it's hauled in. A nice rebound there for Adoyi.
Yeah, nice defense, too, as well. Managing to stay straight up, didn't leave his feet. Didn't take the shot fake and stayed there level-footed on the ground.
Gio Moran over to Trotman. Moran downhill, back to Trotman. Free throw line jumper. That's his game, and that's why it's through. 2 points for Eagle Academy.
Right, Cody, that reminded you of Duke Dean a little bit there from Bradley. Again, kind of getting there that mid-range and the high jumper, kind of hang in the air, take the feet up in the air.
A little bit. Afi nearly had a Martin Tech slam, and there's going to be a foul when it's all said and done, and this may send him to the free throw line.
And for those of our out-of-area viewers who don't know, Duke Dean, again, all-conference point guard at Bradley, just graduated. Played for a school that, again, me and Cody here are very familiar with here in town. But a nice jumper there, and Afi will shoot 2 again. This is where Xavier needs to convert, and they do right there.
Yeah, he had 2 trips to the free throw line in the first half, converted on all of his attempts. Remember, serves correct, maybe missed on 1.
I think he was 3 of 4, but yeah, he was pretty good from the line, and it is right there.
Afi goes 2 for 2, and the deficit's back to 5. Deep 3 on the way and through. Elijah King.
That was a pretty shot there from King. Held the finish and nothing but net there. So very confident shot there. Another one of Eagle Academy's many good guards.
Martin Alice. Another big shot in response. Try it again. Nearly got it to go for a second straight trip as Elijah King's 3 is rolled out. Trying to get that post feed on the run, and the pass from Clevenger rolls out of bounds. This will go back to Eagle Academy. So Elijah Gorell checking back into the game.
And in case you weren't there for the first half, and bench points a big factor in this one. Xavier came up with 7 of those in the first half, and Eagle Academy with 9, led by 7 from Santiago.
Gio Moran short on his runner. McAdoo Diouf with the rebound. He's going to try and go coast to coast. Diouf's fouled. And going to the line to make it a possible 4-point game.
Saw Diouf there kind of slowed down a little bit before he got to the arc and then said, you know what, I'm going to take this all the way in and go into the line and get fouled. So, again, that's what I like about Xavier's bigs is, again, they're not afraid to go to the line. They get downhill, they get contact and knock down free throws.
Diouf connects on the first. And rattles out on the second. So 1 of 2 at the line for McAdoo Diouf.
And despite that miss there, Xavier's still shooting pretty good from the line today, well over 60%.
And a friendly roll for Adoyi.
Xavier going quick, but Eagle Academy did a nice job there getting back on defense and not letting Xavier pull that quick triple.
Diouf's going to lower the shoulder, get to the rim, and unable to convert. Trotman will bring it up the floor for Eagle Academy.
And Adoye is really meeting the challenge. Some nice defense in the paint today. Hasn't picked up many fouls. Did so right there.
Trotman getting to that mid-range again. Moran dancing behind the screen. Runner goes and falls for Trotman. Waited for him to make his move, what felt like for an eternity. Finally gets it to convert.
And Trotman in those one-on-one matchups is just lethal as there you go, Diouf in the paint gets it the fall, but during, I believe this past summer, Denham Trotman was in this event, I believe called the Jordan Brand Classic up in New York and held by the Jordan Brand, and it was pretty much a big one-on-one tournament. He finished in the top 4. He was a semifinalist in that tournament. So again, one of the best one-on-one players you'll see anywhere.
Long outlet ahead to Offie. And possible contact there that wasn't called.
Yeah, a little bit of kind of a tough shot off balance there. Wasn't sure if it's because of contact or because he just lost his balance.
That one might have been tipped on its way over. Still kept alive. Trotman inside. He airballed the layup. Ripped away, and there's going to be a shooting foul. As Adoye will go to the line for 2, and Diouf feels like he was fouled after the rebound.
Yeah, you saw him kind of clap there and say, well, what about the foul on me? But he just got him just a bit beforehand. So we'll see Adoye shoot 2 here for Eagle again. And Cody, we said it's going to be back and forth, and teams getting up and down the court here in the second half, and it certainly met that expectation so far.
Let's take a look over at Teddy Wheeler. The jacket has come off.
And you put it right there. Yes. Now, it sets it down nicely. Make sure, that's a nice jacket. You can't just ball that thing up and throw it into the bench.
Really, he goes 1 of 2 at the line. If you're anything like my old high school head coach, we had our stats with the jacket off versus when the jacket was on. Power up layup doesn't go. It will stay with Xavier Academy.
Well, which one was the better one, Cody? Was the stats better with the jacket off or on?
Well, the jacket didn't stay on for very long, so the stats were usually better.
Results were maybe inconclusive at times.
Yeah, sample size wasn't big enough with the jacket still on. Now trying to come the other way. And Trotman just setting the pace.
And Trotman is, again, such good ball control. Again, it is always seems like he is in complete control of the ball at all times when he's got it on his hand.
3 on the way, and that one's pure. Again, Elijah King, that's the second of his makes from beyond the arc in the second half.
Yeah, I thought initially that might be tipped, but King found just enough wiggle room to get that shot off.
Lincoln Wheeler, bottoms.
Nice looking shot there from Wheeler again, who's mainly a distributor, kind of like his brother, but again, can really knock down a big shot. Is you see some of the, there you go, look at that beautiful jacket that Teddy Wheeler's got today. Dual pattern as well, but you saw the Xavier coaching staff kind of talking a little bit to Amir Bryant. He's been quiet today for Xavier, one of the few guys that hasn't scored for them, so they can get Bryant going as well, and watch out because he can get hot in a hurry.
Yeah, this is a Intercom power-up timeout as Eagle Academy surrendered the 3 there in response to Lincoln Wheeler. And an 8-point game as Eagle Academy will have it coming out of the timeout, but they've been largely fueled by Gio Moran, and then here in the second half, it's been a large output from Elijah King. He's got at least 6 here in the second frame.
Yeah, King's been a really nice shooter for Eagle Academy today. Again, Trotman hasn't had to do it all. He's been able to rely on King and Moran. So again, Xavier kind of, they're not taking Trotman away. He still has 6 points today. Very balanced scoring from Eagle overall. But again, Xavier doing a nice job on Trotman and not letting him completely dominate this game. And again, earlier in the week, Trotman hit one of the shots of the tournament, a game winner in a win over Calvary. Again, from Clearwater, Florida. That was back on Wednesday. One of the many, many shots of this tournament that decided the outcome of the game within the last 5 seconds.
A little bit of a 1-3-1 coming for Xavier Academy. Lincoln Wheeler, the middleman in that zone.
You see Eagle Academy initially had 3 guys down there on the baseline trying to counteract that. Now they kind of go in a little bit of a 1-3-1 offense here as well.
Shot from the corner rattles off. Lincoln Wheeler with the board, and they're out and running. Wheeler, lob up top. It was underserved.
And a good read there, but better hands.
Swiped and scored by Isaac Ezekiel. He had some big baskets in that first half. Doesn't have a large quantity, but came through really when his team needed a lift. Another long-range three. This one's well short. Brought in by Xavier Academy's Clevenger.
Kind of a little heat check there for King, who's been feeling it today. And very cold outside. A lot of these guys, though, been pretty hot from inside the Torrey gym here shooting the ball today.
Clevenger trying to go to work. All by his lonesome. Gets downhill to the mid-range, floated underneath. Just rattled out, still alive. Offie appeared to have it, and it's going to be a reach-in foul underneath, and this will stay with Xavier Academy.
Yeah, it looked like that. I believe that was Ezekiel just kind of sitting there waiting on the block, just calling for the ball. And no one from Eagle really seemed to pick him up that well.
Now last foul on Gio Moran.
And they were lucky that that shot, again, just rattled out.
Going down low, Bryant couldn't get it. Offie with the offensive board, still battling amongst the trees. And it's stolen away. Nearly stolen on the perimeter, getting down low. Floater goes, and again, Elijah King starting to heat up.
Yeah, I saw that double screen there for Eagle Academy trying to get around it, and Xavier did a nice job of, again, not letting him get completely around it. Nice help defense there, but it's a better floater after they nearly got the steal.
Here's Offie. Face up, now attacks the rack. His layup, and he is fouled, and he'll go to the line again.
And that's kind of the motif right now for Xavier, is to try and get to the line, get Offie and Diouf, and eventually you'll probably get, the odds are you're going to get some three-point plays. And you've seen many of from those two guys here in this tournament. So, and I bet Teddy Wheeler wants these guys to get to the line. Also for some easy points, but also to see, okay, how much have we improved during the week? I mean, how much did we learn from those first two games? We didn't really shoot the free throws that well for the entirety of it. And again, this is. And so far, I think their best free throw showing of this tournament so far.
Martin Alice back into the game. And 2 for 2 at the line for Offie. .69 sophomore. Converting for 2 for 2, and the deficit's back to 6. But Elijah King working on the 5-7. Wheeler has it swatted away by Offie.
Yeah, great help defense there. Again, Offie knew that Wheeler was a little bit outsized and said, hey, don't worry, I'm going to come in and help you out. Gets the big swat back into the corner.
Trotman working against Martin Alice.
And that's been the matchup today. And again, that's why Trotman maybe hasn't gone completely wild just yet. Again, Alice at 6'7" and Trotman at about 6 foot.
A lot of space to work here for Eagle Academy on this position. Pull up three is pure.
And so Alice, again, kind of saw Trotman kind of eye the lane, looked like he was going to drive, then pulled it quick trigger, and a nice shot again from Trotman.
Wheeler barely draws iron, and it'll be out of bounds to Eagle Academy. So we're under a minute to play here in the third quarter.
And in case you're just tuning in, Eagle Academy is led pretty much almost all of this game, and it was about I think it was an 11 or 12 point lead at one point. It's been just under 10 most of the way, so Xavier hasn't really been able to cut into the deficit that much here in the third. So they can go on again. You don't need anything huge, just need just a little 5-0 run here, a little 7-2 run there, for example.
Runner off the mark, ball still loose, offensive rebound underneath, but it's swatted out of bounds and will belong to Xavier Academy. Looked like Martin Alice may have gotten a hand in there.
Yeah, I see how Trotman a little upset there by, I called to me, again, way up here in the booth. Looks like it was out on Trotman, but again, he was obviously right there and might have just grazed the uniform, which again, obviously would have been blind to us.
Clevenger getting downhill. Offie met at the summit, and he'll go to the line for 2.
And it looks like Talon Knowles, number 4 in black, 6'5" senior. First time I've called his name today, was in a bit of pain, but good to see him come back up. That was a heavyweight collision mid-air between him and Afi.
Afi with another trip to the free throw line.
That's the thing about this tournament, Cody. Again, so much size and so many just high-flying, fast, athletic guys. They're meeting each other near the rim. We've seen some hard falls in this tournament, but again, thankfully we haven't seen anything that's been super major. Again, fingers crossed, knock on wood yet in terms of injuries. So that's just kind of how this tournament is. So much talent, so much size on each and every team here.
0 for 1 on the first, and converts on the second. A bit of press coming here for Xavier Academy. 10 seconds left here in the quarter. Trotman on the drive. Kick back out to King. King fires. Well short, and that's how the third quarter comes to a close with Eagle Academy leading by 8 over Xavier Academy.
That was a nice little behind the back move there by Trotman there. Didn't really, and obviously, result in any points. And kind of a tough shot there from King. Looked like, again, defender was closing out. Almost looked like he shot that one-handed with his right hand, but his team, again, leads by 8 heading into the final frame.
As we head to the fourth quarter, we like to remind fans about some of our sponsors that make this broadcast and those in the future possible, starting with Culver's. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions as the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria and let Scoopy know we sent you. Also for Keps. Keps is the official pre- and post-game spot for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Stop in for great food, drinks, and fun in a family-friendly environment. Also, in Create a Scene, Countryside and Laser Electric are proud sponsors of this year's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Well, John, with the 4s in the air, it's a single-digit deficit for Xavier Academy. Eagle Academy has led since the start, and they're looking to try and put a bow on what would be a wire-to-wire win.
Yeah, and looking at, again, the stats for both these teams, one thing Xavier's done really well is the offensive boards. They have 6 guys that have 2 offensive boards today. And adds up to 12, and Eagle Academy is just 6 offensive boards today. So, and Xavier Academy can just get some shots up and keep on crashing that offensive glass, and could lead us some easy buckets and potentially some and ones to help them claw back.
Santiago with it outside. And they're going to be a hold going against Xavier Academy's number 11, Elijah Gorell. Always when you have those off-the-ball fouls, it's a little harder to decipher, but when you look over and one's on the ground and one's still standing, it's usually not too hard of a puzzle to put together.
Yeah, it's they're pretty much always going to get that right there, so not going to get away with that call, especially with these referees.
Gio Moran rattles in the jumper, and the lead's up to 11.
Moran just looks like, again, such a comfortable shooter.
Up to 10. It is 11. Never mind. My mental math's right. I was looking at our score bug for a second. No worries. Bryant getting downhill, hop step through the lane, and there will be a shooting foul. And so your Academy making a conscious effort to get to the stripe. And that's going to be the 4th foul, I believe, on Santiago.
It looks like we might see Alice come back in here for Xavier sometime soon. We'll see, but yeah, Santiago, 4 fouls coming in off the bench. He's played some good minutes, hasn't played the entire game, so and it's going to be a key player that would have to come off for Eagle Academy, but it looks like he's going to stay in as Alice comes in on the other side for Xavier, and it looks like Afi is checking out.
Bryant was short on the first. Can't capitalize on the second. They gather the OR, but it's thrown back to Trotman.
That's just a tough break. Momentum's carrying you out of bounds. You just have to just throw it back and hope that someone's there, and that was obviously not the case.
Trotman on the triple. Rattles out. Called in by Xavier Academy, and they'll try and push the pace. Layup comes up off the mark. Trotman in transition again. Moran able to get it to go.
That's composure there from Moran, get that one to go. In transition again, now a 12-point lead for Eagle Academy. They could start putting this one away if they can continue to, again, just extend this run a little bit.
Runner off the glass, doesn't go out of bounds, staying with the Falcons.
And for Xavier, again, we've talked about, again, their gameplay. They want to get to the line a lot, but again, eventually I think you're going to have to start draining some threes, and it's a matter of, okay, who are you going to look to? I mean, Diouf and Afi, maybe not your best guys for that. I mean, Lincoln Wheeler, Alice, you see if one of them can knock down a triple.
Ball swung to the corner. Wheeler on the drive. Wheeler moves it out. Alice from the volleyball line. Comes up short off the front of the rim. Batted out. Lincoln Wheeler will give it a try. His rolls out.
That was a good-looking shot there from Wheeler. Again, he was right there, had his feet set, just, again, couldn't knock it down. It's been that kind of day right now for Xavier. If it's going to knock down one or two more of those shots, I mean, they're, essentially right back in this game in a, maybe 4 or 5 point deficit.
Joe Moran bounce pass to Trotman from the mid-range. Man, he is money when he gets inside the arc.
Ah, man, Trotman is a smaller guard, but yeah, he really does love that mid-range. Really nice shot creator, can make shots off balance. He'll pick up the foul there on Wheeler. But you saw kind of that little leg kick there, kind of doing that to help kind of create some space. He's just an electrifying player to watch.
Trotman picks up that foul as Wheeler was on the drive. Thrown inside, Diouf. He's been quiet for a while, but able to lift the lid.
Yeah, you're going to have to get Diouf going, too, as well. I mean, you talk about knocking down threes. If you can get some and ones, that will help as well. Diouf can help you do that. And that's what we get timeout.
That'll be a Enercon power-up timeout, as it's a 10-point game here in the fourth quarter with Eagle Academy leading Xavier Academy. John, as they're coming down the stretch, it's a double-digit deficit for Xavier Academy, but they still have the firepower to kind of punch their way back into this one.
They do. And again, it all starts on defense. That's what any coach will tell you. I mean, when you need to start a run, and good defense leads to easy offense and complementary basketball. Get out in transition. Get active hands, lead to steals, lead to fast breaks. So again, Xavier can certainly come back in this one. And we've seen it before in this tournament. I mean, this has been the tournament of comebacks. No lead is safe, except, maybe the 90-36 final between Mount Bethel and West Hancock before this one. Maybe not so much. But, again, 12 points certainly makeable here for Houston Xavier.
5 minutes and change left here in the fourth quarter. As Teddy Wheeler's bunch trying to mount another would-be comeback in this tournament. They've had success doing it through both their first two games. Haven't had them perfect 2-0 when it was all said and done, but they had a narrow three-point win in their game on Wednesday. And as you alluded to, John, had another close outcome in their last contest yesterday.
So we'll try and get our clock reset. There's more than 4 minutes left to go in this one, a little over 5 minutes still. So, again, more time on the clock. And it shows 5:26 or so as we'll get that reset here for Xavier to make a comeback. They've played some close games. Both their games, I believe, have been decided by just 2 points here in this tournament.
Santiago nearly got the and one to fall. And it's going to be an offensive foul.
And that, again, that's not a personal foul, again, because Santiago does have 4, or at least we believe, and nearly came away with a steal there.
And Lincoln Wheeler nearly was able to get that and race uphill. That's going to be a foul on Gio Moran, who was wrapped up like a Christmas present around, I believe that would be Gorell. Alice outside on the perimeter, throwing it down low for Diouf, and that was never really there.
Yeah, a straight man defense there for Eagle Academy, and just tough pass. You can't afford to waste possessions when you're trying to come back. Gotta, again, at least end the possession in a shot. At least give you the chance to get an offensive rebound, even if it doesn't go in.
Santiago. That would have been a big shot had it fallen. Alice the other way. Kept that pivot foot down. Into the corner, Alice for three. Comes up short, offensive board still there. Diouf getting up, couldn't get it to fall, but he'll go to line for two to try and cut the deficit to 10.
And you'll take that again, another offensive board, another trip to the line for Xavier. They've really, again, had the advantage in that here today. And for Eagle Academy, again, just goes to boxing out again. It's not always about size. You know, I mean, Dennis Rodman wasn't the biggest guy in the NBA, but I mean, he's one of the best rebounders of all time. And he said it's more about positioning, it's about boxing out rather than length and just being tall. It's much more than that.
Second free throw goes, so the lead's down to 11. A little bit of the run and jump at half court, and that's an obvious foul on Alice. Neither team in the bonus yet.
It appears, I believe, Eagle Academy has 4 fouls. We will. Eagles got 5 fouls to 2 for Xavier. So, again, that'll definitely go in the Falcons' favor as they try and claw back in this one.
Gio Moran, mid-range jumper is off the back iron. Off he has it. Wheeler flying up the floor. Nice crossover in the paint. Reverse layup falls. And Lincoln Wheeler cuts it back down to 9.
You can tell, Wheeler, I mean, he's the smallest guy in the court, but he definitely plays like an alpha. I mean, he can knock down some big shots. You see it kind of in his eye. I mean, he knew he wanted to finish that drive off. And Xavier Academy needs that board.
And they come away with it. And this is the kind of mistakes that Eagle Academy doesn't really want to do. You don't want to start running and gunning with a near double-digit lead here. Wheeler size up 3. Doesn't go. Hauled in by Elijah King.
Now, we'll see what Eagle does on this possession. I'm right with you, though, Cody. And Eagle Academy doesn't have to be in any rush again. We are playing with a shot clock. Just a quick reminder, this is your first time tuning into this tournament. 35-second shot clock.
Off back iron for Edwards.
Eagle going cold a little bit. This is where Xavier, I think, can really start to strike. It's down to 9 right now. Get a bucket, a stop, and then another bucket. And it might force Eagle Academy head coach Roosevelt Byers to call a timeout.
Wheeler directing traffic right now. Nothing really doing. Trying to get it inside to Offie.
Speaking of Byers, he's almost fully out on the court right now.
Offie, he'll go to the line again. You can see him trying to orchestrate the post up, but Eagle Academy did a really good job of just denying the ball, and Offie will head and try and cut it down to 7.
And that's a good point. I mean, Offie and Diouf have been trying to get them in for some post-ups, but most of those have ended in free throws rather than actual made layups. So, and obviously the layups, Captain Obvious speaking here, give you the guaranteed to. Again, you have to earn those at the line. So Eagle Academy doing a good job of making them earn it. But again, this is all these are must make here for the Falcons down the stretch.
Haven't been many 2-for-2 trips to the line for Xavier Academy in this one. That's an 0-for-2 trip.
See a little bit of a press here. Wheeler almost got crossed up.
Looking with his 3rd steal of the game in the corner. Going downhill, layup, falls. And Eagle Academy pushes the lead back to double figures.
Yeah, big bucket there for Gio Moran, who's definitely been the MVP of this one so far for Eagle Academy. 16 points on the evening.
And that 2-point layup will go for Isaac Ezekiel, the 6'5 junior. And almost have him caught in the backcourt here. Ball floated ahead to King. King with the bounce pass down the lane to Trotman. Roughly 2 minutes to go in this one.
A triple team there up top. I mean, Xavier just fully selling out, trying to get that steal. It doesn't pay off as they got it down low there to Ryan Edwards.
So Edwards will go to the line for 2 free throws. Try and push that lead back to 11.
And stay tuned after this one. Could be, I mean, probably the game of the tournament. It's the championship game of the Washington Invitational. Second Baptist out of Houston, Texas, taking on Victory Christian. Those teams have been so fun to watch. I mean, so much talent on the floor there. I mean, that is going to be the game to watch, along with the Washington and Mater Dei game. That's going to be a fun way to close this tournament out. But yeah, we are, again, just getting started. We're going to see some great basketball the rest of the evening.
Lead is 10.
Wheeler almost traveled there.
Alice, pull up three. He's fouled and nearly banked it in.
Again, I'm not sure if that is tough to see from way up here. Alice jumped up almost out of our line of vision. But I don't know if that foul was on the actual shot or if it was, when he landed, because you have to let the shooter land. And obviously Alice took a tumble there.
Alice converts on the first, so 3 big free throws coming here for Xavier Academy. 7 points lets you hang around here a little bit. And rattles in the second.
And the biggest thing for Xavier, too, is again, they've done a nice job staying in this game without making many threes. On the day, they are just 3 of 20 from behind the arc. Man, that'll do just the same, though, for the Falcons.
Ball whipped ahead. Elijah King will back it back out, and not the worst idea in the world there. This will put Eagle Academy on the free throw line, I believe. They'll only be their 4th, so not quite yet.
Next one will, and again, yeah, I mean, you can start playing this foul game if you are Xavier, if you want to. I think they're going to, obviously, again, primarily trap. They're not going to foul right away on the inbounds. You have a guy that you feel like might miss a few or maybe hasn't shot much today, say by all means go ahead.
We nearly get Moran caught. Moran whips it back outside. Xavier Academy trying to play for that steal. Offie's going to come down. 3 from King. Off the back iron. Tapped around and controlled by the Falcons.
And a good tap there from Clevenger, who's back into the game for the Falcons. Again, must score possession here.
They get it blocked away. And that layup is smoked. Hauled in by Xavier Academy.
Rare miss from Trotman, and the door is still open for Xavier.
And Isaac Ezekiel just flat out lost it, and that flush might just do it. A Martin Tech slam to push the lead all the way back up to 9.
Yeah, I mean, Xavier Academy did the right things on the defensive end, but not on the offensive end. Again, you just can't turn it over right there. Nice job by Adoy reading the eyes and this wide open path in front of him there to slam that one in. I believe that's our first Martin Tech slam of the game.
It's one of the few we've had for sure, but at that point, one of the guards just has to come get the ball from Isaac Ezekiel. Just didn't ever look comfortable dribbling that one up the floor.
Yeah, and right there again, you got to get the ball in the hands of Wheeler, of Alice, one of your guards, or again, I mean, obviously not to harp on Ezekiel there, but again, he's a little bit more of a forward there. Again, I would have liked to see that ball in the hands of Wheeler, if possible. I know obviously Eagle Academy was making it tough, but that's a tough one to swallow there for the Falcons.
So 60-51 with 59 seconds left. Xavier Academy just waiting on them to break their huddle. Teddy Wheeler trying to draw up the appropriate game plan to come back in this one with less than a minute to go. There you see Mater Dei waiting their turn. They'll be up very soon at the conclusion of this one. It'll be Clevenger to bring it up, and here comes Lincoln Wheeler. Ball thrown underneath, and 2-point layup goes for Diafi. For Diouf. Thrown ahead. Got to come out and either foul or get the quick steal.
They got to foul now, I think. Oh, nice pass.
And a great feed underneath as Adoyi pushes it back up to 9.
Usually when you're seeing a press, the most open guy's going to be down right there in that same spot where Adoyi was, right underneath the basket. And the Eagles realized that, and again, it's found him not going to get an easier look than that for Adoyi, maybe other than that dunk he just had.
Yeah, Offie will go to the line again, and it has been a mixed bag at the line for that young man. Started off the game going 3 of 4 from the line, but since then has had a couple of 0 for 2 and 1 for 2 trips. And is well off on the first.
Yeah, 7 for 11 now at the line for Offie. This is 26 free throws shot there by Xavier, just 4 on the day for Eagle Academy. So they've been just getting it done. Again, shooting from the field, getting a lot of twos. They're not down to, a few triples, but a lot of their damage has just been done on some nice drives and layups and a few mid-ranges too from Trotman.
Quick inbound. Got 3 trying to corral the ball back to the other side for King, and Teddy Wheeler not calling for a foul, and that one's thrown away. So in the 8-point game with 12 seconds left, still would be a miracle in terms of a comeback effort, but Xavier Academy is going to be okay at the end of this one either way, John. They're a good bunch, and they've tested themselves early here.
Yeah, and that's what this tournament is all about, right? I mean, every coach wants to come in here and win some games, but I think that's the reason why a lot of them come to, again, along with this tournament that's put on for a great cause, too. It's another big reason they come here. Hospitality as well, but again, in terms of actually on the basketball court, it's a great way to start your season. You're going to face some great teams from, again, all across the country, and the battle-tested teams always usually tend up doing the best, and you don't really get that much better just, beating down on teams and, beating them by 50, 60 points. You win by losing, facing some tough teams. And, again, Xavier Academy, I will certainly be following them the rest of the year. And, again, just a talent factory really down there, that Teddy Wheeler has for that Falcon squad.
First one goes, and so Eagle Academy just putting the final touches on this one. Here's the inbound. Alice has it. They will not put up another shot, so Eagle Academy will earn a win over Xavier Academy out of Houston, Texas. John, the game was led wire to wire by the Eagles, and even though it was a tightly contested game, it always felt like the Eagles had that last counter punch.
Yeah, they really did, and Xavier made a few charges. I believe they got it down to 5 at one point. I think 31-26. That was the halftime score, and again, just kind of did the exact same thing. Outscored them by a similar margin in that second half. So, yeah, nice job by Eagle again, playing with a lead, which we've seen in this tournament is not always easy. But, again, Eagle Academy, picking up a few wins here in Washington. Really good showing for them. It's been fun watching them play. And, they definitely, I think, should make some noise in New York this season.
We'll quickly just stay here for a second as we see some of the players being named to the all-tournament team. Number 20, Adoyi for Eagle Academy getting named. And John, as we continue to get ready to throw it to the studio, any final remarks on this one?
Yeah, this one, it wasn't anything crazy. No huge dunks, not a ton of threes, but just overall just really good basketball being played by both squads. Again, 2 fun teams that like to push the pace, like to shoot a lot. And, this was, some high-level basketball. This is, it's just an appetizer, for what's to come here in the final 2 games to close out the 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
And with that, we will throw it back down to our Uftering Auto Group Tournament Central for Cody Roskins and John Michael. We're putting a bow on this one. We still got one more to go. Back to you guys in the studio.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
Hello and welcome back to the Uftering Auto Group Tournament Central. Charlie Schermerhorn joined alongside Hudson Allstat. It's good to have you here.
Thanks, Charlie. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no problem. So, if you just watched our most recent interview, you're like, man, that last name sounds kind of familiar. Well, it is because I just interviewed his dad, and his dad so gratefully volunteered him. So it's kind of a whole chain domino effect sort of thing. But anyways, it's good to have you here.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem. So that last game, Xavier and Eagle Academy able to take the win. Tell me what you kind of saw there when you were at the scores table.
I mean, yeah, it was a very intense game. It was really close for a lot of the game, and then Eagle kind of pulled away with it kind of late, and they ended up taking the win. Late in the game, they were very composed. They took care of the ball really well, and, yeah, made their free throws.
Tell me your thoughts on Eagles stud player Denham Trotman. I mean, so far I've called 2 basketball games in this tournament, and both teams have been Eagle. The 2 games I've called, they've played. And he stands out to me a lot. He is one of the top-ranked players in New York City. He actually went to a one-on-one basketball tournament thing and was like a finalist in it or semi-finalist. Really impressive. Talk me through what you see in his game.
Yeah, Denham's a really good player. He's really composed out there. He's really patient. Takes what the defense gives him. He's very unselfish. He's always looking to pass the ball and then score if he needs to as well. So he's a really good player.
The thing that really stands out to me, too, throughout this whole tournament really is the freakish athleticism that we see on this court. You know, I'm definitely not that athletic. I don't know about you, but, I'm definitely not. Talk me through your opinion and what you see really just throughout the whole tournament in terms of the skill of the players and the athleticism.
Yeah, there's a lot. This tournament has really surprised me. I mean, not surprised. I knew it was going to happen, but it's really impressive. Every game has been a super close game. There's a lot of athleticism on the court, a lot of future D1 players, a lot of future NBA players, so it's really cool to watch and see.
No, it's so awesome. You are sitting front row pretty much. Talk me through kind of your role here at the TOC. I know your dad said that you're here pretty much every day, watching every game, which I know is probably exciting, but I mean, I'm here every day too.
Yeah.
Can get exhausting. But talk me through what your role here really is.
Yeah, so I've been doing the stat panels for a lot of games during this TOC. I think I've done 18 now, I believe. But, yeah, last year I did a couple. I was just here a lot last year just to watch, but this year I've gotten more involved with it, and it's been super fun.
What do you think that your contribution really is to this whole tournament? Like, if you had to tell one person or a whole bunch of people what you bring to this tournament, what would it be?
I don't know. I'm just very versatile. I bring a lot to the table. I'm always willing to help out. I've been doing the stat panels, like I said, but I've also helped just move things around and just help people for whatever they need.
This whole tournament is built on people like you, volunteers, really. There's so many people. I interviewed another volunteer earlier, Scotty. I'm sure everybody knows Scotty here if you're at the tournament. I mean, the man wears sunglasses inside, which I can only respect, right? But take me through what you see goes into this tournament, right, in terms of volunteer work, in terms of people willing to step up to the table and do what they need to do.
Yeah, I mean, I was here 2022, I believe, to watch as a fan, and then just being here, working it, just seeing all the hours that go behind it, making this possible, getting all the teams here, it's super special, and just people don't even realize it.
Right.
So it's just really cool to be a part of it and to see it for myself, like what that contains of and what it looks like, I guess. So, yeah.
What's been your favorite moment of the tournament so far? It's kind of a random question. But,
yeah.
I mean, everybody's got a favorite moment, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Mount Bethel freshman Caden Hudson is a complete athlete. He's thrown down a couple really nice dunks. And those, I'll remember those for a while. Those are really special.
The amount of people who get up in this gym, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we've already mentioned it, the athleticism. Zion Williamson, he played here. Anthony Davis, he played here. I look to my left, and here comes the Xavier team. Just excellent showing. It didn't go the way they wanted, but sure, there's a lot to keep your head up about, right? And just to look forward to. What does this tournament do for teams maybe in terms of getting them exposed to good competition earlier in the season? I know for our home team, Washington, it's their first games of the season, right? So what does that kind of do to a team's energy?
Well, I mean, it kind of just sets the table for the rest of the season. So you start off playing some really good teams, really good competition, and then from there you're able to see, what you need to work on moving forward. Because Christmas tournament's coming up, and I don't know, just a couple weeks now. Like we're December 1st. Is that tomorrow or Monday?
It beats me, but I got a couple math assignments due
Yeah,
on December 1st, so I hope it's not tomorrow.
Well, anyways, I mean, you got your Christmas tournaments coming up. That's another big set of games.
Right.
So obviously you'll have games before then too, but just playing those games and then getting back into another tournament later on, seeing what you need to work on, like I said, just getting a good feel for the game.
It's crazy how quick, time really moves. It's almost December. I mean, I think parents are probably stressing out. It's almost Christmas time, right? Today we got a huge amount of snow, which I woke up and I was kind of surprised because I heard it was supposed to snow, but not that much. Actually, in the broadcast too, we were able to record. I say we, I didn't do anything. We're able to record a team, I believe, I forgot what team it was, having a snowball fight.
Oh, wow.
Right, Pasadena. Thanks, Sky. Shout out, Sky. He just told me. Pasadena. It's so laid back in this tournament in some ways. Talk me through, like the environment, really, this whole tournament. Like, what do you sense?
Yeah, I mean, today, it's a little bit different. There's a lot of snow outside. Gym's not as packed as it has been for the past couple of days now, but I don't know. Everybody's here. The gym's packed. Everybody's bringing the energy. They want to be here. It's super fun.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's such for a great cause.
Yeah,
right.
of course.
You know this. You're wearing the KB Strong shirt right now. Talk me through what you sense and sense of community in this tournament.
Yeah. So, just kind of what I sense is that it's just a big family. Just Washington, KB Strong, everything. It's just a big family, and everybody's willing to help out, pitch in, volunteer to raise money for a good cause.
Absolutely. There's so much you can take out of this tournament, and there's so much to look forward to. Washington, they play later on. Do you know who plays the next game? I don't.
It's the championship game of the Washington Invitational, Second Baptist and Victory Christian.
Nice. He's better than me. Talk me through, what are you excited to see in this next game?
I'm really excited to see Second Baptist is a guy that's Reese Alston. Yes, he's a really good player.
Crazy.
And then Victory has Tucker Fox, who's put on a show this tournament as well. And Victory themselves is also just a super deep team. They're really good. So just really looking forward to watching that.
Victory Christian, they play such a team-style basketball. They're here last year, too. Their coach is a really good guy. Knows what he's talking about. They play tough. Their offense, it's crazy. It's so fun to watch. It's almost like you're watching a professional basketball team. And then you look over to Second Baptist and Reese Alston. Yeah. You saw that in the second half of the Washington game. He took over, and he showed why he's a great player.
Yeah, he can play. And I can't remember if it was Thursday or Wednesday, but I think he had 30 points in one of those games too. So, yeah, like you said, just a really good player, a freakish athlete. He gets it done out there.
What do you think maybe some of the keys to the game are? We can go each team first, but Victory Christian, what do you think?
Victory Christian just needs to play their game, do what they've done the whole tournament. They've won. They're 3-0. They've won every game pretty easily, in my opinion. Of course, there's been some close games. Morton scared them a little bit, but I think for the most part, they've handled the tournament pretty easily, pretty well. So just playing their game, being consistent, not turning the ball over. And then for Second Baptist, it's getting the ball to Reese Alston, getting the ball to number 12, I believe his last name's Smith, in the post. He's a sophomore. He's a good player. He really good footwork in the post. But yeah, just getting the ball to those two, making role players making their shots around the perimeter, and yeah.
Right. We should have a very exciting game. It's a shame that it only snowed about 15 feet, or else this gym would be packed. But it's not, and that's why you can watch the game at Clutch Sports Media. Just a little promo there. The next game is Washington. What have you seen from this Washington Panthers team? You went to Eureka, right?
I did not go to Eureka.
Oh, you did not? Shoot.
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm the oldest one.
Airball.
It's all right.
What do you think that you need to see out of the Washington Panthers maybe to be victorious tonight?
Yeah, I really like Washington. I think they share the ball really well. They're very selfless with the basketball. James Johnson in particular is always willing to find the open man. And, if Washington can make their shots like they've shown the first half of the game, first quarter, I believe, of the game yesterday, and then in the second half of their South Point game, if they can make shots, they can compete with anybody. So if they can come in and knock down their shots, they got a chance. So,
there's so much to look forward to, not only in the next game but the Washington game too. This whole tournament, it's so exciting. We touched on this earlier, but the main cause is glioblastoma research for Coach Kevin Brown. What can you say really about glioblastoma? Not in itself, that's a loaded question, right? But the amount of people it takes, and just overall, really what this tournament is for, and really the true purpose and message it's sending.
Yeah, so last year is my first time being a part of this, I guess, and seeing them, seeing the $100,000 something check they brought out at the end, that kind of just raised my eyebrows about how big of a deal this is for the tournament, obviously, but also just for the community and everybody here. So it was really cool to witness that. And yeah, like I kind of mentioned earlier, just it's a family thing, it's a community thing. I guess I can say it's really special. Everybody here is like a family, so yeah.
Yeah, there's so much to look forward to. If I had to ask you, we're starting to close here. We got a couple minutes. There might have been a delay in the game, but we're rolling with it. What do you really want to see tonight in the two basketball games? I know we're starting to come to a close in terms of the tournament, right? It's the last day. Everybody's exhausted, dead tired. But what do you want to see tonight out of the athletes, out of the people, out of the crowd, just in general?
Just competition, just athletes ready and willing to compete. I know it's been a long week. I know there's 10 feet of snow on the ground, but you got to come in here and it doesn't matter. There's two really big games coming up. Just play hard. Let's go.
Are you a college sports guy at all?
Yeah, I am. Love the University of Illinois.
Oh, see, that's where we disagree. I'm not a big U of I guy. I'm a big U of I guy, but not Illinois, Iowa. Roll Hawkeyes.
Ooh, okay.
Let's go. Anyways, hook 'em too. Go Texas. Big win over number 3 Texas A&M. What did you watch the Michigan-Ohio State game today?
I did not. I was
You were
working.
probably busy working
Yeah.
the whole time. So was I. I totally didn't watch it at all. But what's your favorite? I know you said Illinois. Basketball or football?
Both.
Both?
Yes.
Man. Brad Underwood. Quentin Kitt. Do you know who that
Quentin
is?
Kitt, yeah.
I saw he committed. What are your opinions
Committed
on
on
that?
Thursday. I haven't seen Quentin play much, so I don't have much of an opinion on it, but he's a 4-star forward in the class of 27. Really looking forward to seeing what he can do. I know they play Washington during Christmas break here at Washington.
They do,
So I'll be here to check it out. We'll see how it goes.
U of I think, unfortunately, is having a pretty good year. I'm not really that big into college athletics. I do like football, though. U of I football, what are your opinions on them so far? What are your takes?
Obviously, coming into the season, they had high expectations. 7-4 right now. Chance to go 8-4 tonight. Play Northwestern at 6:30. So hopefully they can take care of business then and finish 8-4. They're 9-3. No, they're 8-4. My bad.
You could make it up, and I wouldn't know.
Well, they're 7-4. Hopefully they can get to 8-4. But I was at the Wisconsin game last weekend. Whenever they played at Wisconsin's, they got the loss there. It was brutal, but.
Well, from the tournament athletes to the cause to even college sports, why not? It's been an absolute pleasure here. Charlie Schimmerhorn, Hudson Allstat, it's been a pleasure, and we are looking forward to this next game with the Washington Invitational TOC Championship. Thank you for tuning in.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
Welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium. It is the championship game, arguably the biggest game of the entire week at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. It's a snowy, cold Saturday evening. We are getting ready again for a great game between one of the best schools out of Houston, Texas, taking on one of the best out of Florida. It's the Second Baptist School Eagles taking on the Victory Christian Academy Storm here from Torrey Gym in Washington, Illinois. Good evening, everyone. Jonathan Michael and Jeff Little here in the booth with you. And Jeff, I mean, again, this game kind of speaks for itself. Championship game of the Washington Invitational. It's arguably the biggest, I guess, sub-tournament here of the TOC. So both these teams earning their way into this game after 3 wins.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, this tournament is one where, you know, I think schools like this come up here hoping to get a game like this. I mean, they play some other quality competition in their first few games, but they want to get matched up against the very best because they want to see where they're at, what they still have to work on, how they match up against those other teams. They may never, and they'll never see each other again, more than likely. But, you know, they're in a situation where they may see somebody like them or somebody with the same kinds of skill sets. So this is what they're trying to build and see what they can do.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. These teams come to this tournament hoping to play in this game, and this is going to make the long trip worth it for sure. Again, marquee contest for each of these squads. Second Baptist, let's start with them. They got here via 3 wins, beating West Hancock 81-69. They beat South Pointe 60-47, and then a dominant win against Washington yesterday, 59-32. So again, they do it all. They're led by Shia Francis and then Reese Alston. He's had a heck of a tournament. So number 3 in white. You see their huddle right there is going to be one of their main guys to watch here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Reese Alston at times last night was just, you know, just phenomenal. Just could, you know, if he decided he wanted to score, he could score. If he needed to make a great pass to a teammate for a shot, he made a great pass to a teammate. You know, got in a little bit of foul trouble in the first half, but played the whole second half with no fouls. And, you know, that's kind of a testament to a smart player. He learned from what he did wrong and so on. But, you know, it was a great effort by Second Baptist last night defensively, only giving up 9 points to the Panthers in the second half and just, you know, really locked them up.
Yeah, again, they did so again. That was a tough road, true road environment here against the tournament host Washington Panthers, who again are coming up in the final game of the tournament after this. But for now, we'll get to the starting lineups for both of these squads. Victory Christian, they come in after 3 wins. They beat O'Fallon 72-48. They beat Santa Ana Mater Dei 66-52. And beat Morton 62-48. So above 62 points in each of their 3 games and haven't allowed more than 52 as well. Their starting lineup will go like this. They have number 11, Christian Fuller out there, a 6'1" junior, as well as number 32, a 6'4" senior, MJ McCalla. They'll also have number 33, Thok Gall, a 3-year starter, a 6'8" senior, as well as their guards, Miles Morrell, number 2 at 5'9", and Chris Bernard, a number 3 at 5'9" as well. Victory in their road blacks with red numbers and white trim. And for Second Baptist, it will be Shia Francis, a 6'2" senior. Had a tough game earlier in the tournament, but again, he's so fun to watch, and he could have a big game. The aforementioned Reese Alston, the son of Rafer Alston, out there as well in number 3. Kason Hall, a 6'3" junior. They're joined by Will Goolsby, a 6'4" junior. And then Caden Smith, the big man, a 6'8" sophomore. So another really good, talented young forward for Second Baptist. We've seen a ton of them this tournament.
Absolutely. This tournament is known for finding those players when they're young, and this tournament is no exception to that.
So we're getting set for tip-off here again, the championship game of the Washington Invitational. The winner will etch their name here in KBM TOC history. And we're off. Victory Christian wins the tip. And we get a whistle. I did not see what that was. I'm going to say it's white ball.
Well, I think Goy tipped it and then went and got it himself. They nobody really on the circle. All 8 other players were spread out, and he thought, well, I'll just go get it. And unfortunately, that's a violation, and Second Baptist will get the first possession of the game.
And we'll have another whistle here as one of our referees will saunter on over to the scorer's table. I think this may be a clock thing or maybe a shot
I wonder
clock.
if it was. We can't see the clock, so I wonder if it was. I wonder if it was a possession issue. They maybe put the possession arrow. I think it's one of those that Second Baptist will get the first tie up or the ball at the beginning of the second quarter if we don't have one here in this quarter.
So a little bit of a wonky start to this one.
Yeah.
But Second Baptist will go. Here's Alston feeding. Cole in the corner. That triple is good. That brought you there. A renewal by Anderson, all of our three-pointers.
Yeah, Case and Hill late in the game when Alston and Francis were out of the game really kind of scored about 6 or 8 points to end the scoring for the Eagles last night against the Washington Panthers. And he, maybe he's starting off with the high hand that he finished with last night.
3 in the corner is short there from Thought goal. Again, the 6'8" senior can shoot it as well. Didn't get it to go right there, and a turnover for the Eagles. Didn't want that one.
A goal might have got away with one there. Francis tried to beat him along the sideline, and as he got bumped out of bounds, the official said, "Yeah, you're out of bounds," and he said, "I know." I wasn't going there myself.
Oh, nice cut there from Fuller, slicing into the lane. It's an early response there for Victory Christian.
Great cut by Fuller and a great backdoor pass. Kind of get the ball at the high post, and that guard from the weak side makes that hard cut.
And you praise the cutter, but you also got to shout out the guy who made the pass possible. Goal out in transition, gets the pass and lays it in. Past the outstretched arm. I believe that was Smith trailing behind him.
Gold doing a great job running the floor there. Off the long miss.
Alston stepping back. What a way to get free, but couldn't knock down the three.
Tough shot over top of the 6'8" goal.
It was get out in transition again. I mean, not often you see the tallest guy in your team, the first one out on the break. It's been the last 2 times for a goal in Victory Christian.
I think that was good because he had a chance to challenge a shot by Alston, and then he just released, and teammates get the rebound and throw it to him just a little long off his hand out of bounds.
2 minutes going by. Second Baptist has a wide open 3. There's Maverick Manganiello.
Just in the game and already heated up.
And coming in, no fear, shooting that 3. And Fuller will get a screen from McCullough, kick it back out, and airmailed Morrell goes into the front row of some Washington students here early, getting good seats for their game against Santa Ana Mater Dei. That will wrap up this tournament. What a memorable one it's been. Here's Alston finding a wide open Manganiello in the corner. And I think Victory Christian might be content to let him shoot until he makes one.
Well, he will get loose in a hurry, evidently.
Manganiello on McCullough. A little bit of a mismatch there.
I would think that would be a mismatch that Victory Christian would want to take advantage of. McCullough almost came up with an offensive rebound there, but Smith corrals it.
Yeah, goal shot, a little one-hander is no good. Here's Smith, who stepped out of bounds. I was also going to say he also almost twisted the backboard off of its axis yesterday, or 2 games ago, I believe. I think he dunked in pregame warm-ups, and has too much momentum and too strong, and they had to adjust the backboard, so that gives you any indication of his strength as he takes it away from goal. 1-on-2. He goes behind the back. Gold does a nice job of recovering on D. And we have a whistle and a timeout called by Second Baptist. An early one there with 4:51 to go here in the first quarter. It's an Entercon power timeout.
Yeah, good steal right there by Smith. Big man on big man, and just takes it and push the ball up the court. I mean, we've talked about this a lot, that the post players, so to speak, the big guys, I won't even call them post players anymore, but the big guys have so much skill now. He makes a steal, brings the ball up the court behind the back, looking for teammates. I mean, it's comical to think that, we'll see him on the block. You might, but you will see him everywhere else as well.
It really reminds me, too, again, Josh Irving from Pasadena was really one of the biggest epitomes of today's true big man that really did it all. I mean, he had that sidestep 3, that huge win the other night, and we saw him in the studio earlier today. I mean, his Pasadena Bulldogs, you're having a snowball fight out in the parking lot today. We even caught footage of that on our broadcast as well. So, again, Irving was just, 7-footer, threw down some major dunks, but I mean, he was moving like he was, 6'4", 6'5", 6'6", guard,
Oh,
small
yeah.
forward. So
And shot it easily, smoothly. I mean, what a talented young man, big man.
and he's headed to Texas A&M. But back to the game here is Morrell will hand off his goal up top. Fuller deep three from Tucker Fox, and it got nothing. Maybe a little too confident there on that three from the volleyball line.
Yeah, that one was long.
Now, Jeff, at this pace, I think by 2030, that volleyball line might be the new three-point line, the way these guys are shooting. Manganiello misses his third triple, but Smith is there to clean it up.
Yep. Manganiello has not passed one up yet. I think he knows what he's in there for.
Yeah, shooters shoot. And if you have the confidence, you shoot enough of them, one of them is going to go in. Here's McCullough feeding goal, hop step into the lane and finishes. That's Morrell actually with the feed, not McCullough. M&M duo there for Victory Christian. Deep three is no good for Will Goolsby. He's also a strong shooter for Second Baptist. Here is McCullough, diced it into the lane and scores his first bucket.
2 straight baskets off the pick and roll, about as simple as it gets when you're coaching basketball, pick and roll.
Back into the backcourt, Manganiello feeds Alston. And there's an 8-4 lead. Or 8-5 lead, rather, for Victory, and that one's good. Three for Manganiello. Knocking it down, so now 1 for 4. Again, that three brought to you by Renewal by Anderson. Back and forth here in the early going. Gall had it poked out. Nice hands from Smith. Morrell trying to find some space. Pointing out, he says he wanted to screen. No, McCullough will head back to the block. Watch Fuller going there around the corner. Mismatch here with Morrell on Smith. Now McCullough, nice feed, and there's the mismatch on the other end.
Yeah, we thought they would try to exploit that, and there they get it inside McCullough. Nice little left hand over the top.
Yeah, as long as you guys got it by Smith, knew he had McCullough there for a high percentage look. Alston will find Francis. Over to Smith, left wide open. McCullough didn't get out there, but didn't need to. Second Baptist trying to find their groove from behind the arc. They've knocked down a few. Have a lot of high volume from the three-point land so far.
Been a big part of their offense so far behind the arc, and then when those shots don't go, kind of makes you, leaves you empty-handed, that's for sure.
And nearly a dribbling violation there from Francis. Manganiello's three, no good. Smith, the stick back is good.
Nice job by the sophomore with that rebound. Keep the ball high, just take it right back up softly over the front. That's a tougher shot, especially over a big guy and, with the contact that you get.
So 10-10 here nearing the end of the first quarter. Gall goes over to Smith, or to McCullough rather.
Yeah.
He's got 6 now.
Alston quickly back the other way, left hand finish.
Blink of an eye, Alston is on the board.
Usually the ball moves up the court quickly when someone passes it that quickly, but that's just inbound and go.
And Alston takes it away from Fox. Slams it home on the fast break. A Martin Tech slam there for Reese Alston and Second Baptist. Taking a 14-12 advantage.
That's one way to do it. 4 quick points yourself. Get your team a 2-point lead here.
McCullough more open than he expected to be. Goal is there on the offensive glass and can't finish. McCullough the third chance. Ball still
Smith
being
comes out of
wrestled.
there. Good play by the sophomore.
Smith is playing big so far. Fast break bucket as good as Alston again. He is a microwave oven, heating up quick with 6 points. And another steal for Second Baptist. How about this momentum swing?
4 straight.
Now this time they're not in transition. The half court, Alston lost it, got it right back. Not a turnover there. Smith, elbow jumper is rebounded by Gall. I believe this could be the last possession of the first quarter if Victory wants it to be, as the shot clock is off. Fuller sidesteps, finds McCullough, gets the man in the air, just ripped away from Manganiello.
Maybe undersized, but he's definitely got some strength to him.
Nice nifty behind the back. Alston gonna shoot it and almost knocked it down.
Smith battling hard here.
I love what Smith and Manganiello have been doing, again, on the glass and on defense. Okay, look at that last sequence here.
Yeah, you see the strip away there by Alston. Kind of creates the space. He knew he wanted to try to dunk it. Fox did a great job of trying to hustle back, but it's somebody as athletic as Reese Alston. He's going to do what he wants to do in the open court.
Just so dynamic. It's 3 seconds to go. Second Baptist needs to get it in. Nearly a 5-second call, and they turn it over. McCullough at the horn. And actually, that was A.J. Cunningham, number 22, rather than 32 into the game. It comes up short. So Second Baptist ends the first quarter with a flourish, and they lead the championship game of the Washington Invitational 16-12 after one. I want to shout out some of our sponsors here today, starting with Renewal by Anderson. For Quality Meets Community, and they're honored to sponsor the Tournament of Champions and to help raise awareness in the fight against glioblastoma. And also by Martin Tech. If you need reliable technology solutions, Martin Tech has your technology needs covered. Specializing in business and residential, they keep the equipment you have depend on running reliably to ensure it makes your life easier and not harder. Call Martin Tech Solutions today at 824-3927 or visit www.martin.tech for your one-stop solution. Jeff, I think that picture was taken before today, because if it was taken today, that van would be engulfed in probably about a half foot of snow.
Yeah, we might not have been able to see the white van through that.
From what I understand, the Washington grounds are doing a great job of clearing the parking lot, make sure people can.
Well, it was it was a great back pick. Off the out of bounds play, there's Fuller again.
And stuck there for the layup. Back to a 2-point game. And here's Hall, slings it over in the corner. 3 ball is off the mark. There for Sutton Massey. 16-14, Second Baptist lead. Here's Bernard finding over to goal. Nice little assist TJ Ogby. Feeding goal there for the 2.
That might have been Eric.
Eric. Yeah, the PA, that's what the PA announcer, I believe, ready. And we've had a few number switches this week. And the 3 ball is good from Hall, and it just opened right up for him.
Pass fake kind of shifted the defense, and he was open. His confidence still high from the end of the game last night.
And yeah, that good end of the game in that win over Washington, 59-32, as we get a foul here. Again, all of our fouls sponsored by the Washington Police Department. A high-scoring game so far. Again, Jeff, I don't know if you were here earlier, Mount Bethel put up 90 against West Hancock.
Wow.
So, again, even though it's the coldest day of the week outside, stay warm inside. Ball just laying there on the floor.
Loose ball, everybody ran away from it.
Hopefully that ball doesn't have cooties or anything on it. 3 ball all the way is good. That was
there you see Alston creating shot for a teammate.
Aaron Smith knocking down that renewal by Anderson 3. That's like a Baptist, a nice response as Eric slams it home.
We've seen Victory Christian 2 or 3 times use the ball screen, pick and roll, and get it to the roller. That time they threw it to the high post, and the roller then got the pass from the high post and knew what to do with it from there. Just throws it down.
And a Martin Tech slam. That's a big one for Victory Christian, who needed a bucket just to get some momentum and get some mojo back. That'll get the energy on the bench up again. Here's Shia Francis sizing up Bernard. Over Harrison Nape, number 20 into the game. Tough shot. Alston sidestep and knocking it down.
Tough shot for a lot of people in the tournament. Not a tough shot for Reese Alston. We saw him do that little step back 3 head fake to kind of drive the defender off of him.
And trying to force Alston into a tough shot is almost a fool's errand. As here's Francis 1-on-3, gonna stop and pop and knock it down. What a shot from Francis. It's like a Baptist is feeling it.
We talked about him last night and the way he elevates off the floor. I mean, he just Fuller strong to the basket, split the double team off the ball screen and just took it all the way to the rim.
Oh, 27-20 game here in Washington. Here's a steal from the Storm. Driving up the floor is Ogbead. As I want to say TJ Ogbead, but the G in his name is silent, like lasagna. And he'll shoot a pair of free throws.
I would say the officials are letting them play here a little bit too. I mean, which is fine. I mean, as long as the players know that and it doesn't get out of control. But
yeah, I think they are. Again, this is the championship game, and they don't want to see the players just kind of go up to their full potential and not make things too ticky-tack and not decide it at the line.
Well, protect shooters like they did there.
Obeid's first was well short and barely grazed the net. He's also off with the second one. Here's Hall bringing it up. A little 3-2 action to start. Now it sags back into a 2-3. Three ball in the corner is good. Jude Brown knocking it down for Second Baptist. And
Jude made a couple in the second half against the Panthers last night, and the young man can shoot the ball.
6 different Eagles have scored here for Second Baptist. And this one, that one brought to you by Renewal by Anderson. Layup up and good. Needed a response by McCullough. He's got 8 for Victory Christian. Driving in, Alston absorbs the contact and finishes.
Talked about
right
that
off of it.
Talked about that last night. I mean, his ability to you have to anticipate that contact, but if you don't get it, it sometimes messes up your shot. He can take that, like you said, absorb's a great word to use. He just takes it and still has the body control to get the shot off softly off the glass.
Drive in, McCullough, nifty move to get the shot up. Rebound there is put up, and McCullough's fouled, but Jeff, when you were coaching, did you ever use those things? I know some coaches have them. I know they're in the Washington locker room. Those big like foam pads to kind of like swat or kind of use those things to kind of push the players and help them absorb and finish through contact.
That you use, like the blocking pads that you see in football practice. Sometimes you use those on your post players all the time, and sometimes as a coach, you can try to strengthen their morale a little bit.
I know some coaches and some of the scout team guys that maybe get to run those and be the ones holding the pad. They get to have a lot of fun with that. As McCullough knocks down both of the line, it's a 32-24 game. Drive in here, Smith in the post, and the defense was there, but the follow was better from Goolsby.
Great drive by Hill. He dishes off. Smith missed it, but then there's Goolsby to finish and clean it up.
Here's Miles Morrell, their point guard into the game. Drive from Fox, had it stripped, and the follow wasn't good for Obeid either, but a tough start from the field for him today.
Smith there to clean up the boards for the Eagles.
Hall driving in. Shia Francis out there, goes out to the wing. And Hall will, I believe, draw the foul. No Alston on the floor right now for Second Baptist. So Jeff down 10, 3 to go in the second quarter. You feel like this has got to be a time where Victory Christian needs to make a mark. Well, now to say that, here comes number 3 in white again.
Coach Land heard you.
Coming up at halftime, we'll have the Teddy Squared halftime show. It's Teddy Ball from Clutch Sports Media and Teddy Wheeler from Houston Xavier. And you just saw them take on Eagle Academy in our Upstream Auto Group studio. So stay tuned for that as Alston will get fouled. Will it be Morrell or it will be Morrell getting called there? It's him and Gall double covering Alston.
Morrell was definitely trying to keep him from coming into the lane with the dribble.
Alston thought about pulling that shot. I was almost surprised he did it. Francis crossing over, driving in, pulls it from the free throw line, is just a bit short.
Still a good looking shot.
Now here's Fuller. Had a nice game so far for Victory Christian, making their second TOC appearance. They were here 2 years ago. Drive in from Morrell, nice dish. McCullough in traffic, and nice job getting it past Smith, who I think didn't want to foul there.
McCullough's not the tallest, but he may be the strongest kid inside. He's so smooth.
Very built. Again, just 6'4", but I mean, you look at the biceps and the arms on him. I mean, they're the size of tree trunks almost. Here's Hall up top. Francis kicked to a wide open Goolsby and drains it. Has some words for some fans who may have been trying to get in his head there, and knocking it down from the corner. Renewal by Anderson, 3. Goolsby having some fun in this one. Eagles by 11.
Again, we talk about some of the teams in this tournament having kids that don't get high volumes of shot. Great drive by Fuller again. Yeah. But, you know, Goolsby doesn't get a lot of shots, but he seems to make a lot of the shots he takes.
Very efficient. We saw him knock down several triples against O'Fallon and Mater Dei. Earlier in the week, again, this tournament started on Tuesday. This is our penultimate game. Goolsby up top. Now he's wide open in the corner. From the opposite corner, this time is no good. Rebounded by Smith. Tipped back and forth, and goal saves it before it goes out. McCullough running the break. Kick, Fox, corner off the attachment. And Alston has the miss. Had Hall for a brief moment in transition. Driving it under goal.
Oh, my goodness.
What a move from Reese Alston.
What a Euro step there to kind of create that space and go underneath the big guy.
I mean, that cell right there on goal. I mean, he could have, just right by him, had a goal that's flying in the air. Got the easy deuce. Alston up to 13 in the game, as it's an 11-point Second Baptist lead in a high-scoring game so far. And it's just a 2-second difference here between the shot clock and game clock for Victory Christian. And we'll get a foul there on Brown as he calls McCullough to take a tumble.
Well, again, Victory Christian recognized the mismatch. Brown on McCullough in the block, and quick inbound up top to goal, and he was going to try to feed that post down in there. And
as McCullough will set and shoot and knock it down. It certainly helps when you have a forward like McCullough that can knock down his free throws. He's been pretty quality at the stripe so far.
Well, I mean, when you get a big guy who's going to draw fouls and get contact, I mean, he can make the other team pay for fouling him. It's some coaches, some big guys can't. It becomes a turnover, Yep. So in this case, you make the other team pay.
Yeah, I think if I was a big forward, again, I was the complete opposite. I was 5'9" and pretty skinny, but if I was a forward, I would press my free throws as much as I press my post moves, because I know I could end up there a lot. And there's the three that is on the way and good from Fuller. He's in double figures. And a turnover by Second Baptist, and Jeff, all of a sudden, this end of this half is flipped on its head, and Victory could get this down to a one-score game.
Yeah. Yeah, just a quick burst of, a pull-up three, and then the turnover there. It's just, probably going to see a screen here for one of the post guys, maybe both posts.
Morrell trying to find somebody. Back to McCullough, back to Morrell. Driving into the lane, gathers, shoots, and no good. McCullough nearly took a hard fall. Alston, lightning quick up the court, kicks it out. 3 on the wing is good. Aaron Smith bangs it home. It's a renewal by Anderson. 3, half-court heave is right in the hands of that photographer down there. He was nice and ready. It's 42-33 Second Baptist after the first half.
Wow. I mean, you saw spurts from both teams and quick transition from one end to another. So, it may be cold outside, but we got what we expected. It is warm in here. The teams are lighting it up.
High-scoring game here in the Washington Invitational Championship game. One of the biggest, arguably the biggest game in this entire tournament. We've seen a lot of them. We'll see what the finish has in store, as we'll send it down to our Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central, where again, our Teddy Ball sitting by with Teddy Wheeler from Houston Xavier. We'll be right back after this break on ClutchSportsIL.com.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
All right, welcome back to Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Teddy Ball, joined alongside Houston Xavier head coach Teddy Wheeler. They were talking in the booth about Teddy squared when we came down to the studio. So
good, right?
We'll have two great minds here to talk about some basketball. And Coach, you guys had overall like a lot of stuff to take from this tournament,
Yes,
going
for
1 and
sure.
2, but very competitive games.
Yes.
How was your experience so far this week?
It's fantastic. I think it was a first-class event. I thought in terms of not just the aesthetics of how the presentation was laid out, but in terms of the matchups, I thought were really good. I thought we got what we were looking for, which was 3 really competitive games. We came out on the short end of 2 of them, but I think we got something to learn and something to build on.
Yeah, and every game I worked that was revolving around yours, it's just you knew it was going to be close, and you knew that you guys were going to compete until the very last minute. And I think games like this, even if you don't go against or you don't come out with a win, you're going to take a lot from it come postseason.
Yes, and I think it gives guys a chance to have kind of a, like a postseason kind of foreshadow, because you got to execute.
Mm-hmm.
You had to do some really good things in terms of adjustments. Guys got a chance to compete against other high-level kids, other ranked 4-star caliber players. So it was really good for our guys.
One of the things we also talk about is how different areas in the nation play basketball a different way. How is it to get looks from different, unique styles of play that come from different areas?
I think that's perceptive of you. I think we try to emphasize a brand of basketball that's fast-paced, that's up-tempo, that create some level of attrition in the game, through our pace of play. It also gives the guys a chance to have multiple guys in double figures, and guys can be able to showcase their gifts, but also be able to defend and try to win matchups. Because if you're going to play at the next level, you got to be able to guard your matchup.
Now, Coach, what are some things you personally took from these games that you're going to try to apply and really, nail home with your players?
Just different lineups. Got a chance to see, because early in the season, you may not have a chance to get everything in. So sometimes, in this time of year, late November, early December, you're kind of tinkering with some things to see, what works, who works well with others. You get a chance to see more data points because there's more information. And it's hard to do that when you're beating a team by 30.
Yeah.
You don't really get, what's a true indicator. So I thought the level of competition kind of helped us lean into what it is we do well.
Looking forward to this. What's next for you guys on the schedule?
So we got a really good event next weekend in Houston, a tournament that I think will be a good test for us. We have an event called Stars and Stripes, which I host every year. This is year 8 for that event. And we got another event in Louisiana at the first of the year, which will be challenging before we got, strictly our conference play.
All right. Well, another thing you talked to me about was, your 30 years of coaching experience.
Yeah.
Throughout that, obviously, you have a very competitive team right now.
Sure.
What are some highs you'd like to tell the people that in the Central Illinois area that may not be as familiar with what you've done?
Yeah. Well, in terms of coaching, I've coached, AAU basketball, club basketball. I got a chance to coach some international experience. Coaching against the U19 select team. Having a chance to coach my own children has been a blessing to me. My oldest son, Xavier Wheeler, graduated at University of Kentucky, had a high-level high school career, high-level, collegiate career. My middle son, Montana Wheeler, is now a freshman at University of Bradley. The last McDonald's All-American out of Houston, Quentin Grimes, played for me in high school. He came up here and played in this event. I coached them in club and AAU basketball. So just, having a wealth of experience, but also being able to, evolve along with the game and trying to be a consistent learner, having a growth mindset has allowed me to appreciate even the changes within the game of basketball.
One of the last things I'll talk to you about is you kind of mentioned it in that last answer, being able to coach your sons.
Yeah.
And Montana Wheeler, like you mentioned, here at Bradley in
Yes.
Peoria, Illinois, similar, pretty close in comparison, probably about
Yes.
20 miles from here. How
Yeah.
was it to come down here and play kind of for him and around this area with him?
Well, I was love to have gone 3-0. He was a senior and played for me last year. He was the player of the year in our league, and we won a state championship. And to win 32 games with that group was really special, along with Jackson Seastrunk, who's also a freshman at the University of Bradley. So just having those guys come back out, support our guys has been great.
Well, Coach, I'm sure you guys are going to have a continuous great season, and with the rich history you've
you so
mentioned,
much.
I'm looking forward to. I'll definitely be researching for you guys to see how you do
Yes.
throughout this year, and I'm giving you the best of luck.
Well, thank you guys. You had a great experience with this event.
Awesome, thank you. We're going to go send it back up to the booth and see what's going on for the second half of action. Teddy Ball alongside Teddy Wheeler.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. The Breakthrough Treatment Center at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute is changing the game in cancer care with advanced therapies, innovative clinical trials, and compassionate support. So you can play hard. And when cancer is the opponent, OSF helps you fight harder. By Uftring Auto Group. Take advantage of outstanding savings during the big year-end event at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin. Online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. And by Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 50-plus locations in over 30 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Teamwork, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome back to the Tournament of Champions as you get a up-close and personal look of our photographer, Knox Minot. He is in the zone right now with
Feeling
some photos. There, you know, look at him right there. Having a lot of fun here in this game between Victory Christian and Second Baptist School. Again, out of Houston, Texas. Victory Christian out of Lakeland, Florida. Jonathan Michael and Jim Little here in the booth with you. And Jeff, I mean, that first half was so fun on both sides of the ball. Both teams shooting it over 50% in this one. High-flying action so far.
Yeah, I mean, both teams kind of had spurts where you saw great athletic play. You saw good plays on the defensive end, too. It wasn't just offense, but, defensively they kind of made some stops, got some rebounds in traffic, and, boy, the ball can just go from one end of the court to the other so quickly and really create problems for the opponent.
And for Second Baptist, really the story of the first half for them was knocking down threes. They are 8 of 18 from behind the arc, and they have come from 6 different players. Again, Hall leads the way with 2. Aaron Smith also knocked down 2. Reese Alston leads their scores with 13 points. And, man, he had a great first half, especially that little 6-0 run that he had personally to help put Second Baptist in the lead after Victory led for the first few minutes of this game.
Well, and if you said they're 8 for 18, they made their first one, and then I think they struggled from behind the arc for probably 3 or 4 minutes, and then, as a matter of fact, Maverick Manganiello came in and was 0 for his first 3 and then made one, and then that kind of opened the floodgates, and they started falling. So, you say it, shoot or shoot, they recognize I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I've got an open look. I'm going to cut it loose.
Yeah, they are starting to feel it big time. As for Victory Christian, they were led by 14 points from MJ McCullough in that first half and 11 from Christian Fuller as well. And they are from deep. They are just 1 of 5 with Fuller knocking down the only triple. And, I mean, Jeff, overall, it's one thing Victory Christian, I think, needs to do to get back into this game here at the second half.
Well, I mean, if you can control Reese Alston, that would probably be one thing you would write on the board. But at the same time, I think, I'm really impressed with the way they've played and been able to get the ball inside. So I think offensively, I'm going to continue to get it inside, maybe try to draw some fouls. one thing I look for from Second Baptist is Shia Francis really hasn't been a factor yet, and we saw how athletic and how talented he is. So he could be a big factor here in the second half for Second Baptist.
He really could. Again, there's just been some games where he's just been waiting for that breakout performance. You can see it. The talent again, he cannot forget about number 2 in white. As it'll be Eagles ball to start the second half. Here's Smith working on McCullough. And not much to report in terms of fouls. It was a fairly clean first half. And not many players in foul trouble, so we should see the stars and the guys you might be tuning in to see for all of this one. Here's Smith posting up over McCullough and gets it to fall.
Good decision by him. He had a chance to turn to his left, but he was going to have goal there to be an extra defender, and he chose to go to over his right or left shoulder, shoot that right-handed jump hook.
Fox pulled a quick trigger 3 and didn't get it to go. Francis scores on the other end, and it's a 4-0 start for Second Baptist here.
That probably could have easily been a 3-point play there, too. Francis take the contact from goal and scores.
Now McCullough tried to get in that pass, but not before Alston got a hand on it.
I, as a coach, call that from McCullough kind of a lazy catch. He's, just sort of almost, seriously, just kind of one-handed out to try to catch it, and Alston's coming hard, knocked it away. If there'd been more room, he might have been able to steal it and keep it in bounds.
You got to get to the ball. You can't just wait for it to fall in your lap.
It sounds simple, but catch the ball with 2 hands.
Yeah. As here's Tucker Fox, again, off the bench for Victory Christian. Gold feeds a Cuddy Morrell back to Gold. Nice give and go, and Gold finishes it off. He's got 6 points.
Yeah, the double give and go.
Yeah. Francis flips it over to Hall. 11-point lead here for Second Baptist. And an off-balance shot by Hall. And the board goes to goal. He was out in transition. This time he's going to feed it up. Easy layup there is good there for Obi. His first bucket of the game.
Boy, Tucker Fox is really, he has done a good job trying to guard Alston hard.
And he is, again, trying to just keep a hand on him at all times. Or one of my coaches said one time, I don't care where this guy goes, just keep a hand on him at all times. I know where he is Goolsby feeds Smith. Shot clock winding down inside of 10, and bailed out there because of a foul on goal. You saw there was just 2 seconds left on the shot clock there, and a good defensive possession for Victory is going to be likely all for naught.
We'll see the sophomore here at the line. He seems to have a good touch and should be a good free throw shooter.
I haven't seen Smith at the line yet today, I believe, and knocks down number 1. And with a substitution, Jude Brown coming in for Second Baptist, comes in for Kason Hall. He's 6'3" junior. That one hit the front iron. Goal lost it. Ends up in the hands of Fuller.
Tell you, this is an awesome matchup right here. Fuller and Francis against one another.
And 2 lightning quick guards. Here's a 3 from Fox, who is trying to get it going and get Victory back in this game. Still manageable deficit for sure. Still plenty of time left. That's next objective, is just getting it down to a single-digit lead. A wild shot there for Alston, who wanted a foul and didn't get one. Obi diving into the lane, and he was out of bounds as Gall tipped it to him, but his back heels are right there on that line.
Couldn't get it back in and establish position back inbound, so turnover.
The look here is there's Alston there on the wing and tries to go back in there for that shot. Alston back over to Brown, had Francis in the corner. Second Baptist, I think, can afford to play a little patient, as you're seeing right here in the second half. Francis over to Brown. Shot clock down to 9, and it's stolen away. Here's Fox in transition, and there's his first bucket.
Fox in the passing lane, does a great job. And draws the foul on Alston. Did a good job after the steal, denying the inbounds, and Alston just kind of pushed off to free himself.
So essentially a stop there for victory, and this is a possession you really like to convert on. After that, Obeid finds Gall, who tosses it up. Kind of a tough shot there. Early in the shot clock, I don't know if I love that shot from goal.
No, I don't think so either.
Francis almost blocked by Fuller, but hung in the air and not got it to go.
Victory Christian quickly back. We talked about both teams quickly transition, make or miss. Quick transition back up the court.
You don't have to worry about those early morning legs. And it's Fox. He's got 5 straight for Victory Christian. And again, I wonder if Fox is going to kind of be like the Manganiello and the Slingham Baptist has. Comes off the bench. A tough start from 3, but that one, again, could open the floodgates as we get Entercon power timeout.
Good recognition. The defense shifted way too far on the weak side and left Fox wide open over there on the right wing, and he buried it.
So again, this power-up timeout is brought to you by Entercon Engineering, celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered. Entercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. If you're ready to power up your career, visit enterconpower.com and engineer your future with us. And one more game to go after this here at the 2025 Tournament of Champions. It'll be Washington and Santa Ana Mater Dei from California. As tradition, Washington always plays the last game of the tournament, regardless of whether they're playing the championship or not. So that is the third place game. As here's Obeid with the steal, kicking it back. No, he's not going to kick it out. He keeps it himself and lays it in. Yeah, 2 guys out on the wing and said, I'm going to finish it myself. It's a 5-point game.
Turnover, here we go. Victory Christian on a run.
2-on-1, Obeid driving it again. TJ Obeid, the 6'5 junior, after a tough start to this one, has gotten Victory back to within 1 score. Bench guys getting it done. Here's one. It's Jude Brown. His 3 is off the mark and rebounded by Fox.
One of the smallest guys on the court, weak side rebound.
These teams go 8 to 9 deep, and you're seeing all of them have a big impact today as McCullough puts it up. Offensive board. Fuller off balance 3 in the corner. That one would have brought the house down.
Smith slow going after that long rebound, and a good athlete like Fuller just beats him to it.
A reset up top. Fuller guarded by Brown. Trying to go with a little ISO maybe there. Step back jumper from the baseline is well short.
You wouldn't think that the pressure would bother Second Baptist the way it has, but they've created several turnovers. Nice pass by Alston to Smith.
Beautiful vision from
draws the help and drops it down.
Waited for the perfect time to drop that one off for an easy deuce for Caden Smith. 5-point game in a fast-moving third quarter here. And there's 2 fouls here total in this frame. Fuller to McCullough. Thought he had Obeid. He kicks it out to a deep 3 from Fox. He's red hot for Victory Christian.
The pick and roll, and Smith had to stay home because he kind of had to guard both post people as they were driving to the basket, so Alston left to help. Left the shooter Fox open, and he's kind of heating up here in the third quarter for sure.
That 3 brought to you by Renewal by Anderson. Second Baptist's lead was 12, and it's all of a sudden down to 2. And Taylor Land wants to call timeout. Again, the timeout brought to you by Entercon. That's how about Victory Christian, and how about Tucker Fox?
Yeah, he had the 5-point run, and then he makes another 3 there. 8 for the quarter, I think, at least. So, like I said, second half he came out hot and has gotten his team back in this game.
Fox and Obeid off the bench have been very big for Victory and coming back in this one. 51-49, Second Baptist leads it. I think some of our sponsors here real quick. PJ Hair, they're a proud sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. I wish all teams good luck. And let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. I want to thank them and all the rest of our sponsors, which we'll touch on here in just a second. at the end of the third to help make this tournament and this broadcast possible. It's been a lot of fun here with our Clutch Sports Media crew, bringing you every game from this year's Tournament of Champions. And a slightly condensed schedule here today. We were supposed to have 7 games played. Weather affected some things, and we're just playing 6 here today. Definitely a unique tournament for sure in terms of, again, to say, the last final day and all the snow outside. Again, for those of you just tuning in or maybe haven't seen what the weather is like here, about 6 to 8 inches of snow outside here in central Illinois. And I bet these two schools don't know much about that white powdery stuff that's on the floor outside.
I'm sure there might have been some snowballs and snowmen maybe being built for the first time.
Maybe right after this game, I would make some celebratory snow angels. As here's Aaron Brown, turnaround jumper's no good.
Good recognition there, though, by Second Baptist on the reversal and get it inside. Just off the mark with that shot from about 6 feet.
Morrell, he's over to Obed. McCullough couldn't never get a handle on it there. Just juggled it like a circus clown. Step back jumper, Alston. 18 for the son of Skip to My Lou, Rafer Alston. He's putting his hat in the ring, certainly, for tournament MVP, if they can hold on to win this game.
Great job by him. We've seen him do that countless times where he just kind of that little step back.
No shot is too tough for the 6'3" junior, who has a laundry list of Division I offers already. Here's Fox on the drive. He's really feeling that Tucker Fox can't miss. Confident shot from the elbow.
Well, and he's got his confidence going right now. And, that time right there, he drives hard and takes a good under control 15-foot jump shot.
Behind the back move, Alston, he got fouled. That's probably a good foul there from Victory Christian. Nowhere near putting Second Baptist in the bonus, and you prevent what could be a layup there from Alston.
A layup, or if you collapse on him, it's going to be a 3 for a shooter. So
Second Baptist has lit it up from behind the arc, and Tucker Fox has lit it up in this third quarter for the Storm. As Alston will check out for Francis and rest for the final 23 and get probably one last breather. I can't imagine he comes off the court in the fourth quarter. 3 ball in the corner, Goolsby, nothing but nylon.
Great out of bounds play, screen to screener coming over top of a double, kind of a staggered screen. Thought he might have got away with a carry.
Nearly a carry and goal. Slams it in. Martin Tech slam there for Thought Goal. Player who I personally remember from his last time at the TOC here 2 years ago. Time winding down. 3 ball almost went down. There for 34 and white, Noah Lewis. 5'9" guard. It's a 4-point game after 3 quarters here in the Washington Invitational Championship here at the TOC. Want to thank the rest of our sponsors. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's KBM TOC, and the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way, as $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week is donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of 5 of their area locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. Also by Keps is the official pre- and post-game spot of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Stop in for great food, drinks, and fun in a family-friendly environment. And also by Create a Scene, Countryside Banquet and Catering, and Laser Electric. They're all proud supporters of this year's KBM TOC.
Looks like Victory Christian will have possession here to start the fourth. Down 4. We've said it many times, as the tournament's been full of close games. Anybody can come out of here with a victory.
I think this is a rough guess. About more than 50 to 60% of these games, as there's a layup there from OB that makes it a 2-point game, have been decided by 8 points or less. And about, say, 20 to 25 of them have sometimes come down to the final possession.
Absolutely. And you're seeing teams early in the season execute in those situations. You know, even if they didn't work necessarily to make the shot, you saw them run great plays. So the coaches have to feel a lot of confidence in their teams and moving forward.
That is a great point. As again, it's tournament will test anyone. Obeid fell to the floor, and I think we're going to get a foul there on Hall as Obeid is slow to get up. Helped up there by Alston. Nice display of sportsmanship. But again, yeah, you talk about early in the season, and still trying to, some teams trying to shake off the cobwebs. I mean, these teams are not only going to get tested against good teams, they're going to learn how they respond and how to approach these close games that are down to the wire. As Goals pass was swatted away.
Goolsby with a nice play in the post there to knock that pass away.
Fuller for three, got it to go. Victory Christian back in front as Christian Fuller, the 6'1" junior, puts Victory up by one. Renewal by Anderson, three there.
Nice pull up there, creates, elevates over top of the defense, hand in his face, and he makes it.
That's a little over 7 minutes to go here in the fourth and final quarter as the Intercon power timeout.
You know, we were talking about how both teams here, try to gain some things to go through the season with. For Victory Christian, they were down 12 points here to start early in the second half, and there may be a long stretch in their schedule where they're not down at all, let alone double digits. So, if at some point they match up against somebody that can get them behind, they now have the confidence to know, we can come back. Coach can tell you that. You can do play situations, but until you've been through it as a team, you don't really believe it down, I don't think, down in your heart.
And a steal there, Obeid driving it in, kick out to Fox. Victory with a lot of momentum right now. That's a great point though, Jeff. Again, a lot of future state champions play at this tournament. I'm sure we'll see at least a handful that were here on the floor at this year's TOC. Great cut and great pass, Fuller, and one.
We've seen that play probably at least 3 or 4 times today where they will bust that player in from the weak side to the high post, and it's been Fuller each time that's gone hard back door. Once he even made a great drop down pass to Obeid.
Christian Fuller, the three to take the lead, and then potentially a three-point play here for Victory Christian.
Pretty sure that's their biggest lead, 4 points here to start the fourth quarter. You see the full court pressure again. It's been a little bit of trouble for Second Baptist.
Here's Alston. He's going to need to hit some big shots down the stretch. Now Second Baptist on their heels now. Driving in, a lot of contact there, and he gets it up and in. Alston with 20. Right back down the floor, Obeid lays it up and in. Slow start for him, and he's got 10.
Great unselfish play by Fuller. He sees the teammate running the floor on the weak side. Instead of trying to force a shot against the defense, he makes a great pass.
Slightly
There's
demoralizing.
the double on the ball screen,
Baptist.
another turnover.
Here's a goal in transition. Oh, the tomahawk slam was no good, but they might get 3. They might have wanted that more anyway as Obeid got the follow. Goal trying to bring the house down. And can't blame him for it. You get another look here. Obeid has been so active in transition. Goal with some ferocity. And look at the emotion from TJ Obeid.
We as coaches a lot of times would say, hey, don't expect your teammate to miss. Don't expect that they're going to make it. But when they're dunking, you kind of think, okay, he'll get it in. But no, Obeid does a great job, follow that up. Doesn't quite complete the three-point play, but 6-point lead here.
Euro step in, nice dish off from Francis as Manganiello will head to the line. Here in this 6-point game with about 6 or so minutes to go in this fourth.
They're going to have to find an answer to that full court pressure that Victory Christian has employed here late in the second quarter or third quarter, and so far here in the fourth. It just really has given the Eagles a lot of problems.
So Manganiello missed his first. That's to try and get up to 60. Is up and good. So Victory Christian has scored seemingly on every possession for the last 4 or 5 trips down the floor, if not more, as we see a press here for Slingham Baptist. And the Storm break it. Almost a over and back. It was an over and back there from Fuller.
I was going to say, he's awfully close. You want to be careful about just crossing the line. You want to push it down a little bit further.
That was a close call again. The referee was not standing directly at half court. He was off to the side, so I wonder, I mean, that was about as 50-50 as it gets right there. And now Slingham Baptist will have a chance to cut this again to a one-score game.
You saw them answer with a little bit of full court pressure of their own.
As here will be Francis up top. Again, he's just got 4 on the night. Driving in, he'll do it himself and off the rim and out. Obi in lots of trouble and slows it down. Nice job of him by keeping possession. Storm will slow it down. Obi up top, feeding McCullough, getting to work on Goolsby. Just couldn't get it to go, and McCullough a little frustrated there.
This is a little bit different lineup with McCullough and Obidi in here. We haven't seen that combination here much, and they've both been effective inside, so we'll see what happens here. Good screen.
Here's a 3 in the corner, Fuller. Can't get it to go. Obi the second chance. McCullough the third chance is up and good. McCullough and Obi, the dynamic duo right now for Victory Christian. The response is no good. And how about the Storm? Again, down by double digits in this game, now lead it by 7.
Could go up double digits with a 3 of their own here.
Slingham Baptist, they've got to get Alston going again. He's been quiet for the last few. Fuller gallops into the lane. And that one will go back to the Eagles.
Now, there's a great example of them letting them play. McCullough goes after the offensive rebound right over top of Francis. And a lot of nights that may be an over-the-back call, but not here today.
They've been letting him play. Alston goes behind the back, takes it in, up and under. How did he even get that shot off? And we'll see more of that pressure here from Slingham Baptist in the hands of Miles Morrell, who's been facilitating a lot today. He's in some trouble. Finds Obid, finds a spot, dishes it down low to McCullough, and lays it up and in.
Yeah, they're really punishing them in the lane right now, and then Second Baptist is going to have to find an answer to that, and plus they've gone a little cold on the offensive end, so combination of those two things are bad news for the Second Baptist Eagles.
Not great post defense there from Slingham Baptist. That one was just pretty wide open. Again, letting Odeby there get that spot on the elbow and then dish it right back down. Both those moves were just too easy for Victory Christian, who leads it 69-60.
Well, I think one of the things you see is, they're trying to double that ball screen, but Victory Christian, all of their ball handlers, in that case, it was Miles Morrell, does a great job. He throws a pass that splits a double team, and now as soon as you get it, it's 2-on-1 in the lane. And, unless you rotate in, but then you're leaving a good shooter on the outside. That's what got Fox going a little bit. So it's a great sequence and a great design by Victory Christian and Coach Steve Fitzgerald.
Victory Christian trying to win their first title here at the TOC. Again, they were in the Washington Invitational last time they were here, played in the title game and lost. They went 3-1, trying to finish off a 4-0 trip here to Central Illinois in the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Well, if you're going to have to survive the snowstorm after Thanksgiving, there's nothing better than to go home with a tournament championship and tell everybody about it.
So it'll be Francis to inbound. Slingham Baptist needs to get something going. They've been quite offensively after scoring 44 in that first half, just 16 so far here in the first 12 minutes of the second. Alston, quick move, driving in on Fox, kicking it out wide open, Jude Brown, and he makes him pay.
You see, that's something good, an unselfish player. He sees a teammate wide open. I can take a tough shot, or I can give him a good shooter a great shot. And Alston does it.
That was a renewal by Anderson three-pointer. As there's Morrell, bottom of your screen. Getting to work and hands it off to Fuller. Every possession so important now as Fuller Gets by his man and lays it in.
Fuller recognizes, they're trying to double this ball screen, and I've got Goolsby, who I think I'm a better athlete. Great pass.
And Hull had it swatted. Oh, it's going to be a foul on McCullough.
Two great passes in a row by Alston.
Foul sponsored by the Washington Police Department, but McCullough seemed a little befuddled there by that call. As you see Hall there take a deep breath, and he knows these are huge free throws, and what could be one of their toughest games of the year. Second Baptist, again, a state champion last year down in Texas. Again, Texas is one state that, again, has the separate playoffs for private and public schools. They play in the TAPS championship, the Texas Association of Private and Parochial Schools, TAPPS.
Okay.
A little different here in Illinois, where all the privates and publics are mixed together here in the IHSA. As Morrell drives it up.
Great job breaking the pressure. Fuller finds Morrell, who does a smart thing. He pushed it hard to see if they had advantage. When they did, and he pulled it out. Now they're going to be patient here.
Deep three, Fox got the shooter's roll. Tucker Fox cannot miss in half number 2. It's back to a 10-point lead for Victory Christian. And we'll get a push off there from Alston. Offensive foul on the Eagles.
Kind of extended the arm, so I'm sure that's a reason to call. But I tell you, Alston's got to be a little frustrated. Fox has really been riding him hard.
Look at that from Tucker Fox. He has got to be feeling amazing right now. What he has done off the bench. After a tough start, he has been knocking shots down, drawing charges. Again, there was a little bit of maybe a little bit of a sell job there from Fox saw on the replay. That's an all Victory Christian here in half number 2. They're going to be patient here, I think, now, Jeff. Well, maybe not. beat up and under. What a move.
Great job against the sophomore.
Victory Christian has grabbed this game by the horns. Jude Brown left wide open again. He can't make it that time. Smith trying to fight for the board. Second Baptist needs a bucket, and they're going to get fouled.
Jude Brown's made a couple. We know he can shoot it in this tournament. But again, the unselfish play from someone as talented as Alston has got to really excite a coach at the next level who's going to get him.
100%. Again, this was at halftime. Second Baptist at 44 points. And another whistle here and a foul. I think that one's going to go on goal. So 4 fouls on Second Baptist, 3 on Victory Christian. And no, it's actually 4 on 4, so both teams will shoot free throws the rest of the way out here.
Looks like Victory Christian will zone this one.
3 ball, no good from Goolsby. Follow there is good
Brown.
for Brown. Back to a 10-point game. Second Baptist needs to force some turnovers here. And they need to score quick. That's not going to help. Obeid is left open.
That transition out of the full court pressure where you're trapping and getting back to your man-to-man, that is the most dangerous time on the half court. And Second Baptist just a little slow, and Obeid making them pay.
TJ Obeid and Tucker Fox coming off the bench. As here's Smith have combined for, by my count, 29 points for Victory Christian, many in the second half. Here's Fox driving in. Hands off, goal, off the glass and in, and Victory can taste it. Timeout, Second Baptist, and Victory Christian might have just done enough to take home the Washington Invitational title.
Very unselfish play. Ryan Fox had a hot second half, but you know what? He gives it up to goal for an easy basket, and, just a credit. I mean, it's good team basketball. We talked about it a little bit before the game that, they don't have necessarily a star player. We've had stretches of people, one player being hot and getting 5 straight, and the next thing you know, they're making passes to people who are getting 4 or 5 straight. So, I mean, it's just a team effort by Victory Christian here that's put them up 14. We had a close game. We had a game that looked like maybe you thought Second Baptist had it in control, and not the case.
Well, again, I mean, it's the epitome of this tournament, and why would the championship game be any different? No lead is safe at the TOC. And Victory Christian, I mean, again, and it's not that Second Baptist lost this lead. Victory Christian has just played so incredibly efficient on offense. It seems like they've ended every possession in the second half with a basket.
Yeah, not only were they effective on offense, but they were able to turn up the pressure on defense and create some turnovers, and they converted on those. So, it was not only, were you stopping them from scoring, but you were getting points off of them as well.
Here's Alston up the floor, and Second Baptist needs to score quick. Alston, off-balance three is no good. Rebounded by Chris Bernard. Over to Obeid, and Second Baptist, we'll see if they start fouling, and Goolsby almost had a steal, but it'll stay with Victory. Again, one more game to play after this in the TOC. Washington and Santa Ana Mater Dei from California to wrap things up. But Victory Christian, as one of your guys took a tumble, and that will just roll like a bowling ball into the bleachers, but no pins to knock
Fox
over
coming
there.
to get that, cutting hard to the ball, and just lost his feet, and ball rolls all the way across the court out of bounds, not untouched. So,
well, I know the hotel these players are staying at, not super far, and they might be able to take a short drive over to, as Alston knocks down a three, short drive over to Bass Pro Shops. There's some bowling alley in there.
There you go.
Maybe some team bonding after this game.
Uncle Buck's Fish Bowl.
Yeah, it's a fun place to be as Fox lays it up and in. And that's the risky run for Second Baptist. Again, you're trying to run that press, but you break it, get an easy layup there, and Fox converts. So Victory Christian gonna hang on for the win here in Washington as Goolsby's three is short. Alston, I mean, what a tournament he's had. He's gonna be a all-tournament shoe-in. Kicks it over, and Francis is well short off the foot of Aaron Smith, and Victory should dribble it out as some of the few but strong Storm fans clap their applause, and they'll be very happy to see their team and very proud to see what they did here in Central Illinois this week.
Case and Hill checking in for Reese Alston. Great effort by Reese in this tournament.
Yeah, again, he is only a junior. It's just hard to believe the talent of some of these sophomores and juniors here in this tournament. And Victory Christian will run it out here with Obeid. Him and the Storm will celebrate. They win the Washington Invitational at the 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Congratulations to the Storm, taking on some hardware from Washington, Illinois to Lakeland, Florida.
Great job by the Storm in the second half. We talked about their efficient play on offense, but I think it was their defense, the way that they were able to play the game at their tempo. They were able to push, and they were able to create open shots off of turnovers. So great job by the Victory Christian Storm.
And hats off too to Second Baptist. They were such a fun team to watch. I know a lot of the people here at this tournament are talking, Reese Alston, man, he's so good. Got to watch these guys, and there's going to be a lot of good things coming for the Second Baptist team. It's been fun having them here in Central Illinois this week. A lot of double-digit scores in this game, and for Victory Christian, they had 5 different players in double figures. They're led by Fuller had 19. McCullough right behind with 18. Obeid with 16, almost all of which were in half number 2. Tucker Foxton with 12, Thought Gall with 10. And for Second Baptist, again, Reese Alston with 23. Caden Smith with 9 to lead them, as we'll see some of the all-tournament selections. But we'll take a quick break, though, and send it down in the Upstream Auto Group studio, where we'll be standing by with a special guest, and we'll be back with game number 2 here from, I should say, the final game of the year of the TOC is. You can see our Tucker Fox getting awarded for Victory Christian. I'm sure many more accolades on the way. Jeff Little, any final thoughts from this one?
No, I mean, it's exactly what we thought of. You know, it would be in a championship game. Two really, really good teams that I think learned a lot about themselves. Victory Christian's got to be extremely excited about the ability to come back from that double-digit deficit.
It's a tongue twister.
It's late in the tournament. You know, double digits being down here at the beginning of the third quarter, and not only that, but stretching it into a 13-point victory against a very, very quality team.
And Shia Francis being honored there for Second Baptist. Again, an 82-69 win for Victory Christian here in the Washington Invitational portion of the TOC. Back down to the studio after a quick break from this. Again, you're watching the 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, brought to you by OSF Healthcare here on Clutch Sports Media.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
All right, one game left here at TOC this year. I'm Teddy Ball in the Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central alongside Brian Teig, one of the members of the tournament board. Brian, we've been talking about a bunch of volunteers and everybody that contributes to this tournament all week. And I know you said you were really thinking you could possibly avoid us, but we got you here towards the end of the day on Saturday. Talk to us a little bit about what you contribute to the tournament.
I don't like to take any credit for this tournament. It's all the volunteers. I mean, as you look around, or if you spend any time at the tournament, there's so many people that commit to their time. Their families commit to thinking of Jake Weston. Their families commit to letting their family members come out and spend a whole week here on a holiday weekend. And there's just so many people you can't even count. The Tibbs family that's ran the hospitality room the whole week. There's just so many people that have helped put this on. And with our sponsors. I mean, there's so many sponsors. We appreciate all of them, and they help make this a successful tournament. So,
well, just speak a little bit on what you do throughout the year with the committee.
So I'm on the board, and so we as a board just kind of manage it from a distance, I would say. The committee are the ground guys. Those are the ones that go out, they put the work in. And then, of course, like Sean Powell is the man bringing the teams in and organizing all that. So on the board, we as a board look more on the financial side of things to make sure that we can maximize the goal of this, and that's to donate as much as we can to KB Strong.
Yeah, I got the chance to talk to Sean earlier, not in the booth, just like off camera, about his, got to give him credit because the teams that played this year, not only were they all good and had a lot of individual great players, they played close games all week. And I'm sure you were watching, you were down there for the last game, another pretty good game until the very end. But speak on just the talent pool from this year's games.
It's been really talented. I mean, even our local teams have came in and competed with Metamora and Morton, and of course Washington. And there's been a lot of good basketball games, a lot of good players, a lot of good talent, and about every game has been a competitive game.
We talked a little bit off camera about how our local Central Illinois teams have played so well in this tournament, and I think a big factor for that, like we said off air, was just how good of team chemistry basketball they play here in Illinois.
Sure.
What would you like to say, or how would you describe, the ability for them to compete in this year?
Well, that's a big part of our brand of basketball in this local area. When you come to this tournament and you see all the talent and the athleticism from all these kids all over the country, we in Central Illinois see a few here and there, but we don't see the talent and athleticism that we bring in from
Yeah.
all over the country. So if you're going to compete with these kids that are going to go on and play college basketball and potentially move on to the NBA, you got to play team basketball to be able to compete. And I think our local teams have done a good job doing that.
I certainly agree. We've definitely had some outliers in terms of players that have gone on to, like Cooper Koch went to Iowa. Some really talented players go on to play at the next level. But overall, it's very team oriented around here.
Absolutely.
And you, for you have a background in basketball as well. You played
Sure.
under Coach Brown in the early 2000s. Speak a little bit about yourself and also what it was like to play for Coach Brown.
Sure. So I played for Coach for 4 years. I dressed up my freshman year, didn't do a whole lot of playing, but got to experience it. And Coach Brown was a great guy. He was a great guy to learn from. He was very passionate about the game, and if you came and watched any of our games or watched him coach at all, you saw his passion. And I still, my favorite part of this week is not just the basketball, but getting around the guys that also played for Coach Brown or knew Coach Brown and just sharing stories about him. And we had a lot of fun. Some we laugh about that we didn't enjoy at that time, but we laugh about it now. And I think he, for everybody that he coached, he made them the men that they are today. So
Certainly, that's kind of the biggest aspect of things when it comes to coaching. Certain coaches can craft good schemes and get players in good situations to have winning culture on the basketball court, but a winning culture in life is something that makes a great Hall of Fame level coach, and that's something certainly that Kevin Brown was. One thing I want to ask you, I'm sure you've been around, especially here at Washington, being able to see high school basketball. What's something that you think Coach Eric Schermerhorn has carried on well the legacy of Kevin Brown?
I would say the same level of passion. I mean, that guy, he came to Washington my sophomore year. He came in and immediately came in and just was bought into the program, committed to the program, just like Coach. The countless hours in time, just as a volunteer assistant originally, scouting until midnight, and then he was my U.S. history teacher, and talk about one of the most passionate history teachers I ever had. I think you'd ask half my class, and everybody loved him in that class because he's so passionate about everything he does. And I would say that's the biggest thing that he took from Coach Brown or mirrors Coach Brown is the passion and the effort he puts into it. So
I certainly think so. And Coach Schermerhorn, every time I see him in the hallway, always, high-fiving everybody, saying how everything's going with every person he walks through, and I'm sure that's exactly how Coach Brown was as well. And we'll see how Coach Schermerhorn and the Washington Panthers can respond in the upcoming game, the final game of TOC. I'm Teddy Ball alongside Brian Teig, and we're going to send things back up to the booth as we have a check presentation for the KB Strong Foundation.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. The Breakthrough Treatment Center at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute is changing the game in cancer care with advanced therapies, innovative clinical trials, and compassionate support. So you can play hard. And when cancer is the opponent, OSF helps you fight harder. By Uftring Auto Group. Take advantage of outstanding savings during the big year-end event at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin. Online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. And by Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 50-plus locations in over 30 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Teamwork, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
All right, and welcome back to Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Teddy Ball alongside Sky Gillespie now. A little bit longer of a wait for the check presentation, so me and Sky are going to chop some things up about overall winding down one final game for the home Washington Panthers. But other than that, kind of everything throughout the week, your experience, my experience, and what we thought of the tournament so far.
Sounds good to me. Yeah, we had a really long break, so figured you wouldn't let you sit around lonely and bored at home. Have a nice entertaining conversation with Teddy and Sky. So yeah, this is my first ever TOC working or ever even attending. This is my first week ever even stepping foot in the city of Washington. So
Wow.
I'm having a great time, great city, great community. Really appreciative of the opportunity to work this tournament and really appreciative of everyone who has made this possible, like your last guest, Brian Tide.
Yeah, Brian, you talked a little bit about what he contributes, as well as all the volunteers that make this tournament so great, as well as, great basketball, which we've gotten a lot of in this week. A ton of close games by razor-thin margins and some great performances as well. First off, let's start with some individual awards. If you were to talk about some players that really impressed you this week, who are a couple that come to mind?
Josh Irving,
Mm-hmm.
Timmy Anderson, certified dog if you're listening.
Dogs.
Absolute stud right there. Denon Trotman. We got the boys with Victory Christian that's put up a big dub. I can't name one because they're all good. They got 5 D1 guys in the starting 5. So
Whew. Unreal.
And then Reese Alston, absolute stud as well.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many future Division I stars, D2 stars, future NBA players here at this tournament. It's pretty cool to sit back, reflect, and just realize the talent that we're witnessing right before our eyes here, Teddy.
Yeah, it really is. For me, I get to reflect a little bit because this is my 4th year, and I remember my first year being here. I got to see Joliet West versus St. Rita, and in that game we saw some future NBA players. I don't know why am I blanking right now. The guy that just got drafted to the Pelicans,
Jeremiah Fears.
Jeremiah Fears. Yeah, went on to play at Indiana and had or Oklahoma. Yeah, Oklahoma, and had a great collegiate career. Got drafted 13th overall by the Pelicans. I knew what draft pick he was. I forgot his name, but Jeremiah Fears was really cool to see, and so I'm sure we're going to see a lot of those pop up a couple years from now that played in this tournament that me and you will be able to reflect back on. One for me that really stood out this year, Cooper Knowles. He caught me by, I wouldn't say caught me by surprise. I knew he was going to be good, and I heard a lot of good things about him. But he had the one game where he had 25 or 26. I've heard 2 different things, and then he had 13 boards and 9 blocks. He almost had a triple-double off blocks. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think the thing with that and the importance of this tournament, we've stressed it enough, but when you play for a 2A school in Illinois, kind of in the middle of nowhere, it's hard to get a lot of eyes on you, and Cooper Knowles is definitely a division talent. He's had multiple scouts come here and watch him, and it just helps with exposure, helps get more eyes on him. He had one heck of a tournament. Bright future ahead for him, but back to Jeremiah Fears. Have you seen his jersey? Jersey number 0?
Zero Fears.
That goes hard, Teddy.
That is probably, like, amongst colleges, the most bought NBA jersey this year. That's just one of the coldest things I've ever seen in my life. 0 Fears.
0 Fears. And a lot of these guys out here play like they have 0 fears out there. We see a lot of guys that are just – they play with like a humble swagger, confidence mix. It's not cocky, but they know they're dogs.
Yeah. And when you have a whole list of teams that come and they have players like that, when you see them go against one another, it raises that, hyper competitiveness that they all seem to have. And when you have an athlete that has potential to go to the next level, they're going to be insanely competitive. And they've competed all week long. Like I said, we've had numerous amounts of games decided by one score within 5 points or something like that. And just these guys have came out and they've competed all week long, and it's been fun to watch. And I'm sure we're going to have another good one here as we're getting close
I say we give predictions before we send it back up. What do you think?
Predictions?
We got Washington versus Mater Dei.
Sitting here in Washington, I'd be hard-pressed not to predict the upset. I'm going to go with the Panthers to take it home here in the final game of the KBM TOC. What about you?
Sorry, Washington fans. I got Luke Barnett in the Monarchs. Either way, we're split 50-50. It's going to be one heck of a game to wrap it up here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
All right, let's send it back up to the booth and see what they got to say about the upcoming game.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
Welcome back inside Raymond Torrey Gym in Washington, Illinois. Clutch Sports Media continues its live coverage of the 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare. It's the final game of the 2025 installment of this great tournament, pitting the host Washington Panthers against the Monarchs of Mater Dei from Santa Ana, California. Joey Wright and Jeff Little high atop Torrey Gym. Thanks for having us in for the final game of the 2025 TOC. Jeff, crazy to think we're here. It's been such a great week of basketball, and I don't say that lightly. I think 7 of 8 games on Wednesday came down to 7 points or less. We had a lot of compelling games on Thursday and Friday, and some great action today, and kind of an abbreviated schedule. A fun one here to close things out.
Oh, absolutely, and you've hit the nail right on the head. I mean, these have been good basketball games. I mean, even the ones that haven't been close or gone to the last possession. And that last game we just watched, that championship game, was one where, I'm sure there were people that thought Second Baptist had it under control, and Victory Christian just found another gear on both ends, offensively and defensively. Had some, we mentioned 4 different double-digit scorers in the range of 15 or higher. And so, when you're up against that as an opponent, that is very, very hard to overcome.
It absolutely is, but we've seen that, and we've seen plenty more, and Tuesday wasn't bad either here at the TOC. We'll step aside for the national anthem, that giant retractable flag from the ceiling of a newly refinished Raymond Torrey Gym. Then we're back for the action. It's the final game of the TOC, Washington and Mater Dei, coming up next on ClutchSportsIL.com.
Please stand for the singing of our national anthem by Washington's very own Mr. Mark Hoover.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Beautiful rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner down courtside at Raymond Torrey Gym. And what a job they've done, Jeff, with, I know we've talked a lot about this week, but, refinishing this gym, new floor, new lighting. It's very bright in here. It's been a lot of fun to spend the last week or so here.
Absolutely. The school district did a great job of redoing this. It was a good facility before, but they really made some upgrades. The floor looks sharp, the flag in the middle like that.
Here's Roger Holzhauer down at midcourt. Recognizing Sean Powell, tournament director for 20 years of running this tournament. It started in Peoria, 2 years at the old Robertson Fieldhouse at Bradley University, moved to Washington thereafter, and has been in this community since. And we understand they're presenting a check to the KB Strong Foundation, as they do every year. We'll get the final total here, but this tournament raised over $100,000 last year for glioblastoma research. And a new record this year. We'll get the total in just moments. And there you go, $111,000. $111,267, I believe the exact total. You see it on your screen. And that is incredible to see. Gets bigger year after year.
Absolutely. And, you know, and those of us that were fortunate enough to know and work with Kevin, I mean, we miss him. I talked to Jody a couple times during this tournament, and you know, it's just touching that she carries on this legacy of KB Strong, and they do so much. They've got KB Strong Warriors, other people that are fighting glioblastoma, and you know, she just carries on this legacy. And the tournament, Sean and Roger and his whole board that organized this thing, it's exactly what Kevin Brown wanted the tournament to be. You know, quality teams. Find out about yourself, test yourself every time you come on the court.
Teams from all over the country here, and that's how it's always been here at the TOC, but it's been really cool to see so many teams get involved with the cause. St. John Bosco, not here this year, but they've been a staple in this tournament the last few years, and you know, their story about how glioblastoma has impacted them. Of course, obviously a very tragic undertone to that, but just how everyone comes together here at Torrey Gym and is able to raise awareness and celebrate a great cause and a great man, and proud to be a part of this again in the 2025 tournament.
Well, and I'm gonna take just a second to give a shout out to you guys, because you know, we here in Central Illinois have been blessed with Jim Matz and Kurt Pegler, who are great sports directors that cover high school sports like no other area in the country. But you guys have stepped in and done even more for high school sports. Covering this tournament the way you do has just been incredible. A night like tonight where people maybe can't come out and can't get to the game, they can sit at home and watch the game. And you know, it's been fantastic to be a part of this, and you guys should feel proud of what you've done for the tournament.
Well, Jeff, I appreciate that, and our whole crew does as well, and we'll thank all the individuals that have helped us out here later in this broadcast before we sign off. But we've had the fortune, as Washington, you see, is introduced here, of being involved every year since 2019 in some capacity. That was the first year after Coach Brown's passing, but just the way Washington's embraced us and our crew, Eric Schermerhorn at the time, Herb Knobloch, now Joe Allstadt, the athletic director, Roger Holzhauer, Jody Brown, the whole board. Really an honor to be a part of this, and just appreciate everyone's support as we've almost pulled it off again. One more game to get through. What do you say?
We can do one more.
And hope everyone's staying safe. The roads are a little slick, snow all across the area, so glad you're at home or wherever you're at and tuned in with us. Get the fireplace going and enjoy some basketball. Now on the floor, it's the host Washington Panthers, the modern-day Monarchs of Santa Ana, California. Some big-time players on this modern-day squad, Jeff, including Richie Ramirez, who leads the Monarchs with 82 points this tournament. Luke Barnett's made 12 threes. Orlando Castano as well has played all 3 games. Does have several other players in the lineup. More on the Panthers as we get things tipped off in the alternate grays. But this modern day, I've not called a modern day game yet this week here, Jeff, and I'm excited to see him in the gym.
Yeah, my first time to see him in action too. So
tip-off is won by the Monarchs, and it's Ramirez, who we just called, number 11 in red, very Ohio State-esque uniforms for modern day. They get it to the corner, a 3 on the way. It won't fall. from Barnett, and now Washington runs it up along the sideline, and it's Jackson Vanderheit and the Panthers off to a great start, 2-1. A loss to Second Baptist out of Houston, Texas yesterday, but looked really good in their opening 2 wins against West Hancock and against South Pointe out of Rock Hill, South Carolina. And on the host Panthers, Jeff, they had, you go back a few years, some really good teams with Devin Vanderheit and Ethan Mounts, teams that were really contenders here locally. And watching them through 3 games this year, they remind me of where they were at right around the pandemic as Barnett knocks down a 3.
Absolutely. I think Coach Shermorne's got to be ecstatic about the start to the season, and maybe not even so much the start being 2-1, but as much as how they've played. I mean, they have battled, and offense has been efficient, and defensively they're undersized against most of the teams they're going to face in this tournament. So, he's got to be happy with where they're at, but there's always time to get better.
Quick note, as Washington inbounds, our camera crew this evening, all Washington students on our 3 cameras, so appreciate all their help over the course of the week. Here is Neer, and he goes to Luke Kaminsky. Kaminsky almost lost it. They'll go into a jump ball here. Let's see who the arrow favors, and it'll stay with Washington. With 6:52 left here in the opening frame, Kaminsky will check out. First time Washington's gone to the bench here in this one. And an inbound on the baseline for Jackson Vanderheit, the junior, able to get it in to Johnson. Out top, and Aiden Neer as the shot clock expires.
Yeah, shot clock violation. Panthers were trying to force the action when they got the tie-up, and they got it inbounded and didn't get a shot off in time.
Mater Dei on an inbound to Malloy Smith. Big-time senior, number 30 in red. And now it's Barnett, plays catch with Smith. Smith on a drive, gives it up, finds Barnett. One of the great shooters in this tournament. Ramirez on a drive, doesn't get it to go. Rebound goes up, second chance. Second time's the charm.
Yeah, great drive down the lane and stayed with it. He knew he missed the shot, I think, as soon as he took it, went and got his own rebound and fought through the headlock to get a 2-pointer in.
Washington trying to respond, down 5-0. Out top, Vanderheit comes from a basketball family. Mentioned Devin Vanderheit was a pretty good player. Braden as well here at Washington. Shot won't fall, and Mater Dei has a chance to extend their lead, bringing it up Barnett. Out to Smith, attacks, kicks. Pass tough to handle, and Washington takes over, intended for Castano.
You see a lot of teams employing that baseline drive, kick it across to the weak side, and if the rotations, the way a lot of man-to-mans rotate, that guy is open unless you rotate to the corner, and teams will recognize that sometimes and then kick it all the way out top. So
they were just talking about jersey numbers down in Offering Tournament Central. Castano, the unique 00. There's Washington and Aiden Neer, sophomore. Washington's got a nice mix of youth and experience. Vanderheit looking. Good perimeter defense from the Monarchs.
Making them work for everything. Johnson going to have to force one up at the shot clock.
Good defense from Smith, driving are the Monarchs. Washington's going to force a steal. They get out in transition. High pass, brought in by Neer in the corner. Keeps his feet in bounds.
Kinnear, good job catching, tracking that one down. Pass a little bit long, almost let him out of bounds.
Dean Davidson double teamed. It's a
Tried
steal
to throw
for
it
the
off
Monarchs. Tim Wormlinger to Barnett for 3. That one's off. Sorry to cut you off, Jeff.
Yeah, no. Did a good job trying to throw that off of the defender down there, and sometimes that doesn't work. And quick transition 3, and ball's going to stay with Mater Dei.
Mater Dei out to a 5-0 lead, as you see on the bottom of your screen if you're just joining us. You've missed some of that. Ramirez, who I mentioned had 80-plus points in Mater Dei's 3 games coming into play here tonight.
You don't often see post-up point guard, but there he kind of used his strength and quickness against Vanderheit in the post.
Barnett gonna run it, gonna kick it to Smith. Barnett gets it back deep, 3 on the way, and that one's a little strong. Rebound hauled in by Washington. We already had one jump ball. Won't have time for another. Luke Kaminsky pulled it away. The timeout called, I think Mater Dei had retreated before the timeout, but Eric Schermerhorn doesn't quite like what he's seen here through the first 4 minutes of the first quarter, and it takes us to an Enercon power-up timeout.
You know, he's talking about the offensive end of the floor. Panthers just had to work way too hard and, you know, had one shot clock violation and had one kind of desperation heave at the end of the shot clock, but then that cannot transfer back to the defensive end, and I think that was one of the things, you know, a wide open look there for Barnett out of transition because they just didn't rotate back fast enough.
Looking at Washington's games here at the TOC this week, Jeff, they've run into some early adversity. You look back yesterday against Second Baptist, really good program out of Houston, Texas. They competed with
it's a three-point game at half. I mean, they were right in the game, and you know, the second half, Second Baptist just really, Barnett again on the floor, another turnover by the Panthers.
Vanderheit coughed it up. Monarchs looking to run it to the corner. And they'll pass up the 3 from Castano and swing it around. Barnett over to Ramirez. Smith and Barnett gets it back. Down to 15 on the shot clock. Handoff, 3. Just a little bit off the mark, but kept alive, and a wide open 3 for Barnett knocks it down. 3-pointers brought to you this week by Renewal by Anderson. Luke Barnett, 10-0 run for the Monarchs.
Needless to say, this is a must-score possession here for the Panthers.
3 on the way. That one won't fall. Didn't hit anything. Monarchs looking to push in transition. Ramirez to the rack and a 12-0 run. Driving and a post-up 2, and Washington is on the board.
Colton Craighead with a nice strong move down to the baseline, kind of takes the contact and shoots that little baseline jumper under control. That'll get the Panthers on the board and see if that can jumpstart things here on the defensive end for them. Get another stop.
Mater Dei, though, able to respond. Luke Barnett tools it down low.
You know, that's a sign of such a smart player when they realize I'm a shooter, and they do a good job. Another turnover by the Panthers. They get out and try to deny him the ball, and he just backdoor cuts for a layup.
Ramirez on a drive against 2 Panthers. Gets it to go. Timeout called by Washington, their second of the quarter. 16-2 run for Mater Dei to get things going. Monarchs 1-2 on the week. You wouldn't know it from how they've started here tonight.
No, this doesn't look like a 1-2 team here. So great job of them pushing the ball up the court there. Ramirez finishing strong around the basket, and you know, it's just such a hard effort on the offensive end that it's not translating to the defensive end.
Let's take another look. There's the 3 from Barnett, and a great job on the part of Tim Wormlinger to keep it in and
great
deliver.
Save to a wide open shooter and buries it.
Pass right on the money to from Wormlinger to Luke Barnett. What's this timeout like for Mater Dei? You know, Washington trying to get some momentum and build it up, and Mater Dei looking to lock it in.
It sounds kind of silly, but you know, I always used to talk about in the locker room, hey, if we get off to a good start, we've got to keep our composure and stay under control and keep doing the things we want to try to do. If we get behind, you have to continue to do that. You know, so the message is probably the same in each huddle. Hey, good start, but, you know, what do we need to do more of? What do we need to continue to concentrate on? You know, the things we put on the board for our pregame. What are we concentrating on tonight? Make sure defensively we don't have any letdowns. So, you know, you get off to a great start sometimes, and players tend to think, oh, okay, good, we got this. No, there's a lot of game left here. So, yeah, the Panthers here, James Johnson guarded closely over there on the right wing. Craighead, who's got the only Panther basket. Shoney, nice dish.
And Mater Dei's bench, Jeff, they're loving this start. You see that momentum, you see the energy.
Shoney with a great baseline drive and a nice dish to Craighead, but committed that that point guard sin of not stopping when he makes a pass. He kept going, and Barnett there, a smart player, there to take the charge.
Here's Wormlinger, now Smith, son of Kenny the Jet Smith. Great pedigree. Barnett for three. That one's off. Modern Day, what a program. You look at their athletic tradition across the board, all kinds of NBA talent, Major League Baseball players.
Bryce
Great
Young,
athletes.
football. I mean, they
Matt Leinart, great career at USC and then on to the NFL. So Modern Day, one of those programs. And they've had a couple of them from Southern California over the years, more than a couple. Nice basket down low for Ramirez.
there you just see Ramirez's strength. He draws, he gets contact, and a lot of times you see a player who gets that kind of contact, he's not able to get the shot off. But
On a drive for the Panthers, Davidson into the corner. Davidson gets it back, swinging around, working later into the shot clock. Stifling perimeter defense from Modern Day. It's clear, Jeff, the Monarchs have done their homework. This is a Washington team that loves to drive and kick.
well, it wants to drive and kick, and they're doing just enough to kind of to take away those open shots on the perimeter. They're just getting there in time, to rush the Panthers. The Panthers are a team that kind of need that rhythm, need that time to get those perimeter shots off.
Panthers on and inbound.
On the foul, they should get a 20-second reset, I think, on the shot clock.
Pull up two. Johnson unable to make the adjustment. Smith coming in to defend that well.
Johnson had what he thought was going to be a pull-up jumper, and Smith came flying at him, made him reset that, and shot came up short.
Shot clock is off for the Monarchs. About 15 seconds left here in the frame. Ramirez, we've sung his praises here through the opening quarter, off to a great start. And on a drive, Barnett slows it down. Down to 5. He's got range, pulls up, deep three at the buzzer, off the mark. On the
Wormlinger,
putback, pardon me,
almost.
Wormlinger.
Yeah.
Not Ramirez, but Wormlinger on the putback. Had a little more time, unable to get the second chance to go, and that's the quarter.
Well, and that's exactly why you want to take that shot at the end of a quarter or half or whatever with maybe about 3 or 4 seconds so you get a chance for a putback basket like that.
Wormlinger maybe made the play of the game thus far on that kick-out assist to Barnett, keeping it in bounds. And it takes us to our first break. We'll keep it here and thank some of our sponsors, starting with Renewal by Anderson, where quality meets community. We're honored to fight, or they say we're honored to sponsor the Tournament of Champions and to help raise awareness in the fight against glioblastoma. Renewal by Anderson. By Martin Tech. Need reliable technology solutions? Martin Tech Solutions has your technology needs covered. Specializing in business and residential, they keep the equipment you depend on running reliably to ensure your technology makes life easier, not harder. Call Martin Tech Solutions today at 309-824-3927 or visit www.martin.tech for your one-stop solution. And by PJ Hare, a proud sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. PJ Hare wishes all teams good luck and cheers them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. That Martin Tech fan, that picture was not taken today.
We mentioned that in the last game. That was a little sunnier than I think it might have been today.
Believe it or not, it was taken earlier this week, but not today. There are a few inches of snow on the ground outside. Hope everyone's staying safe. Glad everyone's with us here. As Wormlinger goes up, doesn't get it to go. Second quarter just underway. Final game of the TOC. Has not been a good start for Washington. Smith's going to get called on the foul against Johnson. If there's a silver lining, Jeff, for Washington, we've seen a few games start like this.
Oh, yeah. Well, and that's again, we talk about the quality of the teams in this tournament. We've seen the championship game. So there was a double-digit lead in the second half that a team responded and came back from. Now, the fact that the defensive pressure that Modern Day is able to put on the Panthers is going to make it, hard for them to come back from this. But, Coach Schimmerhorn in the huddle at the end of the quarter was imploring the kids to kind of to keep fighting, keep pushing, try to find some answers to this defensive pressure of Modern Day.
Castano gives it back out to Ramirez. Ramirez at the free throw line. Barnett's going to attack. Barnett lays it in. Contact and a foul. They'll count the basket. Late whistle, Jeff, but you could feel that impact with the court from up here. What a thud.
Well, I think it was one of those where you know, a great shot fake for your shooter. You're trying not to let Barnett get an open look from the outside, and he puts it on the floor, drives hard to the basket. You know, we always used to try to talk about if you're the help defender, you see Kinnear's feet there in the lane. We always used to talk about try to help outside the lane. I don't know if that's what got the foul called against him, but close to a charge, trying to make the right play from a young player, so you applaud that effort from the Panthers.
Near whistled on the foul, his first and the team's first of the quarter. Deep three, Washington could have used that, trying to spark something, but it won't fall. See if Mater Dei can continue its run, and they will. Barnett finishes at the rack. He almost had a dunk a moment ago, and that Martin Tech slam gives Mater Dei a 21-point lead.
Great pass by Smith, lob to the basket, dunk for Barnett. Wow, that's the way his dad used to do it.
Luke Barnett, let's see it again. Starts with that deep three. Malloy Smith does a great job of clearing it in transition, and the alley-oop finish.
Barnett does a great job. He runs along the baseline, and Smith sees him ahead and, you know, makes the cut. Pass right on the money.
Luke Barnett, one of the tournament's dandy dozen players. Actually, 14 players on that list this year.
That's a testament to Sean Powell and his crew, because it gets harder and harder to limit it to a dozen.
Yeah, it's an ever-expanding tournament. Great teams here all week long. And Barnett, one of a few high-level seniors in this tournament, going to finish his, or not finish, but continue, I should say, his playing career at Kansas. Play for Bill Self next year. And he's got the build and he's got the athleticism to make an impact.
Absolutely.
Has the Mater Dei all-time single-game scoring record, does Barnett.
Wow. And there have been some players come through there, so if you've got that record, that must have been a hot night.
Miles Simon, LaRon Ellis, Bull, Stanley Johnson, a few that have come through that.
And there you see Barnett being unselfish, giving that ball up to Castellano for a basket.
Mater Dei putting on a show here in Washington. Last game of the TOC, and a shot blocked there. Vanderheit went up. And that one wouldn't go. That's going to be a charge. And taking that, let's see a replay. Luke Kaminsky hits the deck, and you saw the Washington bench come alive for that.
Block shot on the other end. Smith again with a block.
And, yep, that's a charge. Kaminsky taking it.
Yeah, not quite square, but he was definitely set, and the Panthers got the benefit of the call there.
There's Vanderheit, the junior, driving, kicking. Kaminsky, corner three, just off the mark. Three-pointers this week are brought to you by Renewal by Anderson. Washington might have a chance at another. Instead, it's a drive for Johnson. Give to Kaminsky, off the glass and in.
Good pass. James Johnson came up with a loose ball, drove to the basket, found a teammate right there.
See if Washington can sustain that momentum on a drive. Ramirez off the rim. Johnson's going to clear it, going to give to Kaminsky. Kaminsky going to work, up, and a block. 2 shots.
Draws a foul on Wormlinger. You know, I got to give kudos to Coach McKnight for Mater Dei. I was on that last sequence I watched Wormlinger close out on a corner on the shooter, and, you know, textbook. Chops his feet under control. If the shooter shot fakes and puts it down, he would have been able to move. And that's exactly what you try to teach your kids to do.
First free throw goes for Kaminsky. You know, Jeff, we've obviously covered the TOC every year since 2021. We do a lot of Washington regular season games as well, as we do for Morton and Metamora, all kinds of local programs. Morton and Metamora were in this field too, but Kaminsky's one of those players we've seen grow up over the last few years. Got a lot of opportunities to play early in his career at Washington. There's a three that falls for Barnett, brought to you by Renewal by Anderson. But Kaminsky now and a few of his teammates, that senior class, they've had a chance to play a lot of basketball.
Well, we talked about, last year, by Washington standards, being a steal by Ramirez and a basket.
Had to watch out for maybe a Martin Tech dunk, but just a layup.
They by Washington standards, a down year. But to Coach Schermerhorn's credit and to his players' credit, you see a lot of the same kids back out here this year that are fighting, battling, and believe in themselves. And they have improved. They've gotten so much better than where they were at this point last year for sure.
There's a big
Dean
three
Davidson.
for Washington. Dean Davidson, also a senior, knocks it down. Three-pointer, brought to you by Renewal by Anderson, but Kaminsky, James Johnson, Colt Craghead, all seniors. Davidson is as well, and a response from Mater Dei.
Castanos from a three from the deep corner.
To the corner, and Kaminsky driving, and the shot swatted away by Barnett. Kaminsky helped up, and Barnett making it happen on both ends of the floor.
Yeah, if you wondered about his athleticism, that play right there, that block.
There's the three from Davidson. You see it again. And Washington a chance to run a set play out of bounds. North of 20 on the shot clock. Johnson spins and scores. Nice move.
It's important for the Panthers. There's 2 possessions in a row where they've gotten baskets.
Rebound tapped around, brought down by Vanderheit, and a whistle. And so now, Jeff, it feels like Washington getting into system a little bit, getting their feet underneath them. And
yeah, sometimes when you go up against a team that gets off to this kind of start, you just, it takes a while, and unfortunately you don't want it to take, a 20-point deficit, but you get to that point where, you can match their intensity. Lob pass inside to Johnson in his post move. Trying to make a pivot, steps on the baseline. Going to be another turnover by the Panthers.
And that timeout will be brought to you by Enercon Power. Was chatting with Eric Schermerhorn the other day over near our control room, near our Uftring Tournament Central studio set up, and one of my favorite phrases came up. I don't remember quite how, but you want to be like a duck, calm on the, over the top of the water, but your feet, paddling, and you're trying to, move underwater. And he said he'd not heard that phrase before, but I almost feel like that has to describe kind of what Washington's approach has to be, controlled chaos.
Absolutely, and one of the things that is a trademark for this team we've seen in their first 3 games is they've been able to play, their intensity has kept them in the game. Well, the problem is Mater Dei has come out with even more intensity and been able to control that aspect of the game as well. So, but like you said, I think the Panthers are kind of getting settled in here a little bit and realizing, hey, this is another high school basketball team. Yes, it's a good one. Yes, they're from California, but you know what? We're going to continue to do the things that help us be successful. So,
well, Washington has looked really good thus far this week. A gritty win against West Hancock on Tuesday night, part of the opening night slate. South Pointe, a 58-55 win on Wednesday, and the loss to Second Baptist yesterday, Jeff, that we talked about, was a 3-point game at halftime, and a good Second Baptist team got the edge in the second half. 3 off the mark and a rebound for Vanderheit. Mater Dei, meanwhile, they've responded after 2 losses, a win against O'Fallon yesterday and 2 losses early in the week against Morton and Victory Christian. There's a big 3 for Aiden Neer, and so Washington has the momentum. It's back to 20.
Great extra pass. Jackson Vanderheit finds Kinnear in the corner, buries that 3. And a quick release. We talked about them rushing the Panthers maybe more than they wanted to.
Here's Barnett driving, kicking, 3 in the corner. And that one won't fall. We'll see if Washington can keep a run going. Up and along. Johnson sets this up. The big man, 6'4". Forced to pick his dribble up. Washington along the perimeter. Down to the corner. And Vanderheit. 2 minutes left in the half. Johnson dribbles right, and he's fouled. And Barnett, for good measure, the block after the whistle.
Just in case there was continuation, right? Wow.
He's a fun player to watch.
He gets up so quickly. I mean, you know, some guys explode off the floor. It's just like effortless for him.
Don't believe he's left the floor yet for Mater Dei as he switches spots with Smith. 2 free throws for Johnson. Washington in the bonus for the last minute 57 of the second quarter. The way the bracket aligned, Washington was to play Morton in the Washington Invitational today. Morton and Metamora did not play today. Snowy conditions across central Illinois, so they were able to shuffle the schedule around, only lost 1 game. West Hancock came back to play earlier in a gray ribbon showdown game. Here's a 3 out top for Ramirez off the mark. A rebound for Washington.
Well, I think so many times, you know, those local teams, they love coming to the tournament. Blocked from behind by Ramirez. They love coming to the tournament, but great pass by Smith again, Castellanos for a layup. But by the same token, I think they have an agreement that, hey, we won't play each other if we would somehow match up out of the bracket or in the bracket to play. And you just play each other enough times during the regular season. That's probably an agreed upon thing by the athletic directors and coaches before the tournament ever gets started.
Washington and Morton will play twice this season.
You know, Mid-Illini opponents play each other home and home. You may be in the same holiday tournament. You may be in the same regional, so.
Out top in the corner. 55 seconds left here for this second quarter. Out to the corner and a 3. That one's a little too strong. Rebound pulled in by Barnett. Barnett able to get it across the timeline. Dribbles, kicks. 3, open 3 at that. Off the mark. Mater Dei has responded. Kind of stem some of Washington's momentum. There is a little bit of time between the shot and game clock. Late here in the first half. Vanderheit between the rings. Barnett's going to come out and play defense.
Kind of a 1-4 high set. Panthers going to look to Davidson, drives baseline, looking for a shooter reversal.
Washington running out of time here. And it's got to be a 3 that does not fall for Barnett. And there is the buzzer. And there is the end of the first half. I think they're actually going to wait. That's the shot clock buzzer, pardon me.
Yeah, that was the shot clock buzzer, but it was close enough to the end of the half. I think the Mater Dei players thought the half was over. And
so Mater Dei is going to have a chance, it appears, to fling up a half-court shot. There's 4/10 of a second left, so you can get a shot up. 3/10 or more is what you look for, and why not try one? The way this half's gone. Barnett at the buzzer. I think it's late. It almost went in. I don't think it would have counted. A moot point.
I don't think in 4/10 you can catch, dribble, and launch. But anyway.
If that's as bad as it went for Mater Dei in the first half, I think they'll take it. A 22-point lead.
Yeah, I mean, for the Panthers, they only had 2 points in the first quarter, and you wonder how's this going to be. They battle back. They get 13 there in the second quarter, and Mater Dei just it has multitude of scorers, multitude of ways they can score, and their defensive pressure has not let down. So, the Panthers credit them for battling back there in the second period a little bit, and being able to get the ball in the basket always helps.
Yeah, and Washington, I think. You have to recognize there you can't come back and win it in the second quarter, but you can improve on some things and
absolutely
see a few things fall your way. Not to take anything away from the start Mater Dei has had to come out on a 20-some-2 run to get things. I think it was a 21-2 run there.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll see what the second half has for us, Jeff. It's time to throw down to Oftring Tournament Central for the final time this week. Thanks to Oftring for bringing our studio coverage to you all week long. And it will be Michael Savoy down there. When we come back, we'll take a break and send you down to the studio. It's the last game of the 2025 KBM TOC from OSF Healthcare on ClutchSportsIL.com.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
Welcome to the final studio hit of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament Champions here in the Uptrain Tournament Central. My name is Michael Savoy. Joining alongside me is Victory Christian senior MJ McCall. And MJ, how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
So obviously you guys had won the Washington Invitational Championship. Very successful week for you guys here in this tournament. How would you summarize how this tournament's gone for you guys?
Coming back from 2 years ago, we lost a game to go to the championship. So now I'm just glad we won. It was a struggle. The teams were good. I'm just glad we just got to win.
And obviously you guys are returning, obviously like you said a couple years ago. What as a team this year compared to a couple years ago, what's the difference been like in terms of coming to this tournament?
The difference is I think we had a bit more grit than they did and determined to win since we lost from last time we were here. I'm just glad that we won.
Obviously, you guys had a very big week. What was the key to your guys' success in every game you guys played?
Not wanting to lose. Our determination just to not lose. And
yeah.
Aggression.
Yep, and obviously, you know, this tournament is for a bigger cause. You guys obviously know this, being a returning team. So obviously bigger than basketball. So what does it mean for you guys to be playing in a tournament that is for such a bigger cause?
Say it again.
Obviously, you know, playing in the tournament that means so much more than just basketball. You guys aren't just playing basketball to play basketball, but it's for such a bigger cause. What does it mean for you and your team to be playing for such a big cause?
The cause, shoot.
It's all right. I mean, it's a big deal here. I mean, I understand it. So I'll tell you this. Obviously, big week for you guys. Going forward, how do you take your results from this tournament and go forward into the season?
With more games to come, we're going to take the aggression to the next people that we play. Then when we go to City of Palms, we're going to bring the aggression and hopefully get another championship and then head to states and win another championship.
So I got a question for you guys because I know it's in your school name, Victory Christian.
Yeah.
Do you guys take these victories a little bit more personal, knowing that victory's in your name?
We definitely do because people think we're the underdogs most of the time. They look at us, they don't think we're good, and we just show them that we're better than them.
What's an interesting fact that maybe these viewers don't know about your team that maybe you'd like to share?
We're very undersized in some places. That's about it.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen you guys play, obviously, at undersized ball club. You guys do have some size, but I think overall, in terms of the teams in this tournament along with you guys are more on the other undersized part, but I think that creates a good product for you guys because you guys are shifty, you guys are quick, you guys can all play. Can you speak about, you know, just how your team plays? Obviously, just isn't one guy, it isn't two guys, but it's a whole team effort for you guys. Do you think that credits to your guys' success?
Yes, because all 5 players play no matter what. We all play with aggression, and we all score the ball. It's not just one person that's just hogging the ball.
Yeah, and I mean, you guys, it's not just you, obviously. It's other seniors, it's other juniors, big games coming around. I mean, it's hard for a defense to prepare for a team like you, and obviously that's going to bode well for the rest of the season for you guys, not even just in the regular season, but in the Florida State playoffs too.
Yes, sir.
You would think. And obviously, a tournament like this, and I know you guys have played in big tournaments in the past. What separates this tournament from other tournaments you guys have played in, you think?
I think this tournament we try to play with a chip on our shoulder versus other tournaments because we just wanted to strive to win.
Yeah, and you guys obviously play not just teams from the state of Florida, because we've had teams of Florida in the past, but you guys play teams from the West Coast, the northern East Coast, the Midwest. You guys have played teams in the Midwest. So it's a very, very complete tournament for you guys. You guys get to see different play styles, and it's been amazing for you guys to come here and play. We're grateful you guys came back for a second year.
Yes, sir.
It's been awesome. So, I mean, what are your thoughts on wrapping up this tournament? Obviously, this is the final game for you guys just played, so wrapping up.
I'm just glad we got the chip.
All right. Well, we're gonna send it back to the broadcast booth for the final half of action here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions as Washington and Mater Dei.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. The Breakthrough Treatment Center at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute is changing the game in cancer care with advanced therapies, innovative clinical trials, and compassionate support. So you can play hard. And when cancer is the opponent, OSF helps you fight harder. By Uftring Auto Group. Take advantage of outstanding savings during the big year-end event at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin. Online at UftringAutoGroup.com. And by Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 50-plus locations in over 30 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Teamwork, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Back inside Raymond R. Torrey Gym in Washington, Illinois. It's the final game of the 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Mater Dei and Washington. And Mater Dei leading the host Panthers 37-15 at the break. I'm Joey Wright alongside Jeff Little. And Jeff, I appreciate your kind words at the top of the game. I'll share some about you. Absolutely love the chance to call games with you every year, and just love all the analysis you're able to bring to our team on a yearly basis.
Thank
really
you.
Appreciate
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity, and it's such fun. I mean, the game's been such an important part of who I am as a teacher and a coach, and to get to still continue to do it. I Jim Lynch and I were talking about coaching from up here, and we haven't made any mistakes from up here. It's a lot easier than being down in the folding chair right along the sideline. So, I really, really appreciate it, and always look forward to the phone call when you guys ask. So
absolutely, and excited to run it back for hopefully years to come. I imagine as a coach, it can be kind of a lonely feeling down there on the sidelines sometimes.
Yeah, I unfortunately have been in that situation, and you're searching for answers, and you're searching for guys, really to kind of step up and maybe show you something that you've been looking for from them, and talk about, hey, let's make this 0-0, let's play this second half, let's win the second half, that kind of thing, and get ourselves back in the game a little bit. We talked about you can't win it in one quarter, you couldn't win it in the second, but they were able to put the ball in the basket, give themselves hopefully a little bit of confidence coming into the third quarter here. And, if they can get on a little bit of a run, maybe see some cracks in that Mater Dei defense.
Mater Dei, I don't imagine they see much snow back home. Probably a unique thing for them here today.
I would imagine that the way they're playing in this game might be the highlight of the tournament for them, but the snow will be a story for their classmates when they get back on Monday.
Earlier we saw some snowball fights outside. It's been a unique Saturday at the TOC, but a fun one nonetheless. Speaking of the sidelines, Jeff, you spent some time as coach of Washington's girls program. They played earlier this week. It's 2 years in a row they've played at the TOC, and excited to see girls basketball take on a larger role at the TOC. But you had Coach Brown obviously on Washington's boys side of things. What do you remember about Coach Brown, and how cool is it to see this tournament continue to carry on his legacy?
The thing about Coach Brown was he was so prepared as a coach, and his teams were always prepared. And yet he was a guy that when I was on the girls' side, he came in and followed me on the boys' side. But when he would we would talk to him, the boys' practice would be over and the girls' practice would be starting or vice versa. And, and he would watch our practice sometimes and he would say, hey, he would tell us things that he would saw. I mean, that's just how much. Vanderheit with a 3 to start the half for the Panthers. That's just the kind of coach that he was. He was always saw things in the game and was willing to share them and teach. And he was never afraid to answer a question that, Coach Mose, Coach Barth, when I was with them on their staffs, to answer them. So.
And there is a foul on the floor, and Mater Dei's bench, more reason to cheer. Washington did come out with a little bit of momentum here early in the third, but it's an and one for Malloy Smith.
He'll have a chance to, the old-fashioned three-point play to answer the Vanderheit three.
And it is up, and he cashes it in. And it's an old-fashioned renewal by Anderson three-pointer. Why not? For Malloy Smith, number 30 in red. And Mater Dei continuing, as good as the offense has been, and it's been there plenty, but that defense has really created a lot of it.
Well, they've really made the Panthers work deep into the shot clock here. And I'm sure maybe that was one of the things Coach Schermerhorn mentioned in the locker room was, hey, we've been passed up some good shots early in the shot clock. Let's not be afraid to shoot that. We're not going to, running the clock down and forcing something up. Let's take good shots if they come early in the shot clock.
Richie Ramirez all the way to the basket. And Washington on the inbound here in front of all things considered, a pretty good turnout here at Torrey Gym tonight. Washington with a solid student section there. You see behind the action.
Well, this tournament, with the weather, I'm sure dictated some of Dean Davidson off the mark. Dictates some of the attendance today, but this tournament is so well attended by the city of Washington. I've got a couple nephews that live in Eureka. They come to the tournament every year. My nephews that were in town for Thanksgiving from Atlanta area were, hey, can we go to the tournament? People just love this. And where are you going to see this kind of quality in one place?
Deep three, following up a basket from Ramirez, won't go. Rebound Washington, and spotting up from just a few feet out. That one won't go for the Panthers and Craghead. And now an open three for Barnett. Money. Renewal by Anderson three-pointer. Luke Barnett's hit a few of them.
Yeah. He's going to be a stockholder in renewal by Anderson before the night's over.
Renewal by Anderson getting its money's worth here to this point. See if we see any Martin Tech dunks. Washington Police Department bringing you the fouls this week. Enercon Power the timeouts. Thanks for their support through the last 5 days. Back to the tournament as a whole, Jeff. Obviously, we've seen it at Clutch Sports Media through a certain lens the last 5 years. I don't want to say I'm jealous, but how much fun must it be as a fan as there's a three off the mark to get an all-tournament pass and just come watch some basketball without
absolutely.
a care in the world.
From a fan standpoint, like we said, that's why holiday tournaments are so much fun for people to go to, because you get to see teams from different areas and so on. But, here's a situation where it's, it's in your hometown, in this case in Washington, and then you've mentioned so many of the great sponsors that this tournament has, but, the number of volunteers, the people in the hospitality room, the concession stand, the tickets takers, and everything else, it doesn't happen without them. So, kudos to them and their efforts. It's a long week. You guys know it probably better than anyone else, but, it for a cause like glioblastoma and KB Strong, it's easy to give. It's easy to help out. If you can't donate money, then, donate some time. And, for people to do that here in town, it's just a cause that's near and dear to their hearts and easy for them to do.
Well, I will say one perk the fans don't get. It's a tremendous experience for the fans, but they don't get access to the hospitality room.
Oh, oops, sorry, that was a secret.
Yeah, well, and you mentioned the volunteers and the local restaurants that help support that. It's all volunteer run. They get a lot of great donations from around the community. I've never been one to spend too much time in there, but it is certainly a perk, and just appreciate everybody around the tournament that factors into it.
Well, the school, the school, the personnel from the school that are here to help as well. And it takes a community to pull something like this off, and I think that's one of the reasons Sean Powell and his tournament staff like and keep the tournament right here.
Here's Mater Dei on a drive, and Ramirez, who continues a great week in Central Illinois. 82 points coming into play today, continuing to get the job done.
During the last free throw, you saw one of the coaches for Mater Dei pull 4 of the players over, and he was not happy with something. I'm guessing maybe something about the offense or the defensive effort. That shot that went over the backboard, so that it would be the possession for Mater Dei. That's just a testament to, regardless of the score, guys, this is how we play. This is how we're going to get things done.
Ramirez, 16 points, 4 assists, 3 rebounds, and a steal. Foul well away from the basketball. It'll go against Washington down there in the corner. See a big contingent of fans in the front row there. Wonder where...
They had a good view of the foul there as Wormlinger tried to go through the lane, and Johnson checked him as he went through and tried not to allow those straight line cuts. And
there's a contested 3 in the corner. Barnett hits the deck, and he'll get up for a chance at 3 free throws. Barnett has 19 points, 2 assists, 4 boards, and 2 steals. He's filling up all kinds of categories.
Yeah, and it's just fun to watch these kinds of kids play the game because it's kind of easy to them. And, you told me he's got 19 points. I knew he had a high point total, but I couldn't have guessed it was 19. It's just been an easy 19 for him.
He's had a few threes, got in for a dunk, getting to the free throw line. Fouls brought to you by the Washington Police Department, and here in one more, possibility of a 3-point play. Checking out for the Monarchs, Tim Wormlinger, who's played a great game thus far. Only a sophomore.
Well, we've talked about some of the other players, during this tournament, the Kramer from Calvary Baptist or Calvary Christian. They're kind of those glue players. The team plays better when they're in the game, and Wormlinger is another one, a great example of that kind of player.
Gary McKnight, longtime coach of this Mater Dei program. He's got a good one in Wormlinger and in Malloy Smith and in Ramirez and in Barnett, the slam. Brought to you by Martin Tech.
Another alley-oop. Ramirez on the money on that 3-on-1.
Washington foul. Take a look at this.
Craghead tried to dribble through there. 3-on-1. Get it ahead. Throw it up.
Second time Barnett has flushed it down in this one.
This is you have the freshman Rio Shoney out there. Facing this caliber of competition for him in this tournament as a freshman, Aiden Kinnear is a sophomore, only going to make them better players in the long run, and being able to respond to what they will see during the regular season.
Johnson spinning off the block and drops it down.
Nice move, James Johnson along the baseline. That reverse pivot spin to create the space.
Ramirez out to the corner, a 3 from Castano, short. Rebound brought in over Ramirez by Rio Schoen is in for Washington, and he gets it out top, wants a 3 of his own, and drops it down. What a sequence for the freshman.
Rio Shoney, big time. I mean, he has shown time after time in this tournament as a freshman. He is not afraid. He is not afraid to put up a shot, and he takes, they're good decisions. When he shoots it, it's not like he's forcing it. Maybe a shot clock is situation, but right there catches it in rhythm and buries it.
Shoney for 3 takes us to an Enercon power timeout. One of 2 freshmen on this Washington roster, along with Oliver Wettstein. And Wettstein's got a bright future ahead of him. He's easy to spot. He hasn't checked in yet, but he was a goalkeeper on the Washington boys soccer team that just a few weeks ago finished its season in the state title game. And you don't need the telestrator to see him. Left side of your screen with the pink hair.
How's that?
There you go. Good job.
So, yeah, Oliver, shout out to Coach Clift and the season the Washington soccer boys had and just an unforgettable year for the boys. It's kind of been a tradition here that the soccer boys, right before the state series, they would all dye their hair. Usually it's blonde. This year they chose to be a little different, and who knows? I mean, maybe that's the new tradition if it gets them back there, with the chance for a championship.
Well, you know well how hard it is to finish in the Final Four in any sport.
Oh, yes, absolutely, and it. Especially in soccer in this area, you run into some programs that just have a storied history, and Coach Clift, almost a turnover there. Good defense by Rio Shoney.
If I remember back to the bracket correctly, they had to run through my alma mater, the Urbana Tigers, to get there.
I think they did. I think that might have been, was that a sectional?
Yep.
Sectional championship?
Which Washington had the fortune of hosting over at Babcock Field.
Absolutely.
Wasn't quite as cold a few weeks ago. At the line is Ramirez for Mater Dei. As we mentioned, Mater Dei, you look at just a history of excellence, not only in basketball, but in some of those other sports as well. A ton of Major League Baseball players, Amon-Ra St. Brown, as well on the football side. Colt Brennan, late Colt Brennan, who had a great career in Hawaii.
I always thought that would be great to be the quarterback. Imagine now, especially with NIL, be the quarterback at the University of Hawaii, a rainbow.
The Rainbow Warriors. There's a big basket for Kaminsky.
Luke battling inside, gets an offensive rebound basket, puts it in.
Colt Brennan was on those Hawaii teams mid-2000s that were very competitive in the WAC. Mater Dei in Washington here, and Washington out top. Shoney wants another three. Left that one off.
Kinnear finds Johnson, reverse off.
And out of bounds. It will head to Mater Dei after another Washington timeout. They're down to one.
I think that's something you see. Coach Schermerhorn, a couple of the first two timeouts he took, maybe not the warm, fuzzy timeouts, but he likes the way his team's playing. He likes the way they're getting on the floor and kind of battling right now. Regardless of what the score is, he's taking a timeout right now to kind of applaud his kids. He's high-fived a couple kids here in the huddle, and coaching is as much about teaching as anything else, and you've got to teach positive things. So, he's taking that opportunity, so kudos to him here in a situation where you might say, well, what is there to be positive about? He loves the way his team's playing, getting on the floor, battling for offensive rebounds, and so on.
And you see that in the other huddle, too. Gary McKnight won a lot of games at Mater Dei, and that huddle looking down in there, there's not a lot of talking going on right now. Not a lot of...
looking at a whiteboard that is probably got something that they need to focus on here. So
I said not a lot of talking. I actually didn't see him down there in a crouch. So there's a little more than I let on. Certainly coaching, and for Mater Dei, it's kind of the same thing at this point. You're up, but it's early. You're still getting that different style of basketball we talked about, and trying to apply some things later on in their season.
Well, this is a situation where with a lead like they have, 31 points, you may see some combinations of people that, in high school you never know. You get things like an illness or an injury.
Ramirez going to get fouled, almost finished a 4-point play. Barnett and Castano come over to help him up.
But, you may see combinations of guys because you never know when you're going to need somebody to go in and fill in for somebody and that kind of thing. So, that it's important that you continue to do the things that you've always talked about doing and the things you talked about pregame and so on.
Ramirez off on the first one. I would think, too, especially, Jeff, in an environment like this where you're so far away from home and, you've had some fun at the hotel and you've been around town for the last few days, you're so far out of your normal routine. There you get a nice look at the free throw that falls in. Kind of so far removed from the things you would do back home. If you can find that rhythm and still find that routine, I would think that prepares you pretty well for anyone you're going to face locally.
Well, I mean, what an opportunity for a team to be able to come here. I know the tournament, helps support their trip and that kind of thing, but still, to bring your team here, the bonding that's going to go on, the effort that the things they're going to learn about themselves.
There's a three in the corner, and Washington not letting up James Johnson.
Yeah, good pass by Comiskey along the baseline. We talked about that baseline drive throw to the opposite corner.
Renewal by Anderson, three-pointer. Barnett wants one of his own, and that one's off the mark. I think that Karam's perhaps off the backboard to my angle. Washington going to attack out of bounds. Mater Dei gets it back.
It didn't work out, but you've got to like the fact that Aiden Kinnear's not afraid to go in there against probably stronger people, move, and maybe he'll learn, hey, that's a shot I should have pulled up and taken maybe a little bit, but
down to about 20 seconds left in the frame. Final game of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, 2025 edition. Monarchs in no hurry. Richie Ramirez pulls up, too strong. Rebound Panthers. They can get a shot up. Flung out of bounds, and a whistle with 2 seconds left into the front row of the Washington student section.
Someone thought they had a souvenir, but you got to give it back.
And Mater Dei a chance. Malloy Smith will inbound. It's in, it's up, it is just a little too strong, and that's the third quarter in Washington.
Yeah, again, the Panthers battling here, another 13-point effort for them in that quarter, so they got to feel a little better about the offense and the way it's, like we said, Coach Sherman loved the way his team battled there in that stretch in the third quarter. So, regardless of the score, there's some positive things to take out of this. So Mater Dei continued their strong play.
Takes us to an Enercon power-up timeout, a quarter break. Just another form of a timeout. And Enercon Engineering is celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered, delivering cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Are you ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with Enercon Power. It's also brought to you by Culver's, proud to sponsor this year's KBM TOC. It's the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver strives to make a difference in its community and is giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. One of 5 locations you can stop by in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria. Let Scoopy know we sent you. And by Keps, the official pre- and post-game spot of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Stop in for great food, drinks, and fun in a family-friendly environment and create a scene. Countryside and Laser Electric, proud supporters of this year's KBM TOC. Joey Wright and Jeff Little high atop the newly refinished Raymond R. Torrey Gym. Beautiful facility hosting the final game of the TOC. I see him starting to take some signs around the gym. It's going to be a fun night of teardown as Mater Dei gets the first strike here in the fourth.
Wormlinger gets a basket off a great feed from Ramirez.
What's always impressed me about the TOC, among other things, Jeff, is, you look around the gym, you see, behind the baskets, the special banners above the padding. You see the big map on the other side of the gym, those sponsor banners. You go out into the NPR near our studio show. There's the different Hall of Fame, Den of Honor signs, and the signage to honor those individuals. There's TOC logos everywhere. It's an undertaking for the volunteers to set it up, and to tear it down requires a little less thought.
Yeah, well, and we mentioned the volunteers earlier, but those of us that get a chance to come in and cover the games, you see the same faces out there wiping the floor after a player goes down, making sure that the bench areas are cleaned up, and it's amazing the amount of time that those people donate to keep this tournament as quality of an experience for the teams as they do.
It is an immersive week in Washington. That's off the mark from Johnson. With Mater Dei ahead by 32 points.
A little bit of a change of defense. Mater Dei has been such a good pressure in their man-to-man. Looks like they're in a little bit of maybe a 2-3 zone.
Johnson clears the rebound, feeds ahead, and a foul is called as Vanderheit took it on the way up. Vanderheit, 5'11" junior, carrying on a family legacy. His brothers were standout players here in Washington. His dad, Jerry.
A great player at Pekin High School and on in college as well. So, I mean,
Eric Schermerhorn, also a Pekin graduate, so you get the free throw to fall.
it's fun to talk to Coach Schermerhorn about his playing days at Pekin High School. And, you know, he was one of those guys that would tell you he wasn't the greatest player, but, you know, sometimes it's those people that aren't great players that learn so much about the game, and he's able to impart that wisdom to his players. It's you know, a testament to him as a man, that, you know, what he has been able to do here at Washington.
I think with any sport, Jeff, there's a three that doesn't fall. You know, there's playing a sport and being really good at it, and then there's, you know, loving a sport.
Yeah.
And sometimes they're one and the same. Sometimes they're not. There are people that are very good at their craft that they might like it, and obviously to some extent I think you've got to enjoy it at least a little bit, but maybe they're not truly passionate about it like some other people are.
Well, or for some people that are really good players, it comes easy to them, so they don't have to think about all those little things that you know, need to get done. And those of us that weren't good players, you know, had to think about how am I going to stop somebody like some of these guys with their athleticism.
Brains over brawn, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Out to the corner, driving, up, that won't fall.
3 good looks there for the Panthers.
And Barnett for 3. That one's too strong. Rebound hauled in by the opposite 14, Colt Craghead. Five and a half minutes to play in this year's Tournament of Champions.
Number 48, Lucas into the game for the Panthers in the post there.
Lucas, a sophomore. Johnson for 3. Off the mark.
Craghead a near steal.
Barnett, kick out. Mater Dei getting everybody involved. Brian Burns couldn't get that one to fall, a junior. Driving and scoring, count it for Luke Kaminsky.
Yeah, good drive. Luke Kaminsky, known more for his shooting, but he's not afraid to put the ball on the floor, and he takes that strong to the basket.
Couldn't get anything there. Barnett, or pardon me, Ramirez trying to keep it in bounds. Was he able to get it off Craghead? I didn't see the call.
Yeah, I think he did. Ramirez went high and was able to throw that off of Craghead's leg. So Mater Dei will keep possession.
And another name we've not called, Aiden Quinn, sophomore for the Monarchs, will inbound and get it to Barnett, and Barnett behind the backboard couldn't get the 3 to fall.
Noah Condon in the game here for Mater Dei.
Johnson stops, finds his man. Davidson. Panthers out to Vanderheit. Johnson, free throw line. And Kaminsky. Shot clock down to 10.
Vanderheit, long 3.
Won't fall, and Johnson kept it in, I believe, off of Burns.
Yeah, returns the favor from Ramirez on the other end. Panthers will keep possession. Shot clock probably didn't reset on that. Didn't hit the rim.
4 seconds for the Panthers to get a shot off. Barnett guards the inbound. Inbounded 3 on the way for Kaminsky. Off the mark, followed his shot, got his own miss, kicks it out, and nobody's home.
Long shot, long rebound, followed it and got it back. Turnover there as he tried to find that skip pass. He didn't have, I think he was looking for that teammate in the corner, and there was no one that had rotated down there.
And it will lead to a modern-day timeout with 4 minutes left in the frame and an opportunity to thank Enercon Power, bringing you our power-up timeouts this week at the TOC. Enercon celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered. Enercon delivering cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Are you ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with Enercon Power. There's Hudson, who joined us last night in our Offering Tournament Central studio show. And one of the ball kids here at the TOC, and a really talented photographer already at a young age.
You know, saw Avery Tibbs after the Lady Panther game being interviewed, and she talked about, you know, I was a ball girl here 10 years ago at the TOC, and I haven't forgotten. You know, so, you know, for those kids, that's just a great opportunity for them to, you know, put on that jersey, and you know, I know a couple of the families, the kids that have done it, and they're like, you know, the teams are so nice to the kids, and the kids don't know what to do, and they kind of almost become a part of their team for the week, and they just are so good to the kids, and it's a neat thing that they will probably never forget.
Well, looking at some of these handles from Hudson, maybe Bill Self needs to take a look at him. He's going to hand the ball to Luke Barnett, the future Kansas Jayhawk.
Is that the class of 2036 or something like that?
I don't even want to think about that. Here's Barnett. He fades away and knocks it down. So smooth.
I think Coach McKnight wanted to get him one more basket. I think he'll probably come out of the game the next time there's a stoppage.
Down low, almost a tie-up, and a whistle with 3:36. And, yep, looks like Modern Day is going to bring in 3 new faces. And that will be the end for Luke Barnett.
Looks like Noah Brennan in the game, 33. Will inbound here to Noah Condon. I see a 45, which is Weston Van Newkirk. 5, you said Aiden Quinn, we said earlier.
Yep.
23 is the other player.
It's Aiden Lopez.
Aiden Lopez, yeah. So those of you listening in California, we hope that you get a chance to see who you tuned in to see play.
Modern Days, they've thrown out plenty now at this point in the game. I think everybody on the bench, and there is
Weston Van Newkirk from the top.
Knocks it down.
Says, hey, coach, look at me.
Showing Southern California what they can expect from him this season. 3 minutes just past 6 o'clock, 6:15 out on the West Coast. Hope you're enjoying the start of your evening, maybe some Thanksgiving leftovers if you're trying to finish those up.
Near steal.
Washington also going with some new players. Abe Lucas has played a little bit here, but continuing to get some minutes. He gets the ball now and hoists up a 3 that he knocks down.
Good pass, James Johnson over to Abe Lucas for that 3.
Brought to you by Renewal by Anderson. One of the final Renewal by Anderson 3s we'll see this week. We'll see if we see any more. Up and tapped around. Modern Day is going to clear the rebound. Modern Day might not be their highest scoring game of the week, but they're not far off. .67, popular score this week here at the TOC. Two minutes and 9 seconds, final moments of this year's tournament. You know, Jeff, before the clock runs out, let's go back to what we saw just before tip-off. Just over $111,000 raised for the KB Strong Foundation this week as they continue to fight for a cure for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. And this tournament, which has borne Kevin Brown's name since 2019, continues to be a driving force for folks impacted by brain cancer around the country.
Well, and some of you might say, why here in Central Illinois? One of the premier glioblastoma researchers is a doctor at the, I believe it's the U of I Medical Clinic in Peoria, and world renowned for some of his research on glioblastoma and some of the advancements that he made and has made. We still don't have all the answers, but we're getting closer, and so anybody that's able to donate and I pray for those families that are affected by glioblastoma, because the prognosis is often one that you don't like to hear. And for those families, the KB Strong Foundation tries to help those families through those dark hours. And it's a testament to Jody, as we mentioned before, and her crew and her legacy to her late husband.
And Jeff, with glioblastoma and some terrible afflictions out there, progress can be slow, but sometimes even making 1% of a dent in the fight can be halfway. The way progress can expand rapidly, and
Kevin was here, obviously, teaching and coaching as long as he possibly could, and he would always talk about how important one more day was, and so you're talking about 1% better. I think every one of those people would take 1% better, and if this tournament is part of that, then kudos to this tournament.
Really cool to see, as we said, now 2 years in a row, more than $100,000 raised in the fight against glioblastoma. OSF Healthcare doing great things in that fight as well. 32 seconds left in this one.
Number 20, Josh Hertzberger had the basket and is coming out now. 5 new players out there for Modern Day. Some new Panthers out there as well.
Andy Peng is in the game for Modern Day. Didn't mean to talk through Hertzberg's basket, but a fan favorite. There are a few fellas up here that love to see that. And almost a turnover there, intercepted by Tegan Cunningham and tipped out of bounds.
Evan Harnett in the game for Modern Day. Brandon Cortez checks out. And Leo Tordera comes in for him.
It's going to be a fun plane ride home for the Monarchs.
They can talk about this last game and the snowstorm they survived. Another pass up ahead.
Hope they got to throw some snowballs. That one won't fall. We're late in the clock, and there's the buzzer on the 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare. Modern Day from Santa Ana, California is a 73-35 winner against Washington here to close things out. What a game it was for the Monarchs.
Well, and again, that's a team that I'm sure, I think maybe started a little slow in the tournament, but as they came on and kind of got their feet under them and got settled in here in Central Illinois, that's a quality team that'll win a lot of games throughout the year.
There you get a look at Charlie Schermerhorn. Eric Schermerhorn's son ran a great camera for us and did a lot of cool things behind the scenes for us all week long.
Did his first game up here play-by-play with me, and Charlie and I had a great time. He did a super job on the call, and, look forward to him doing more of that.
Yeah, sounded like a natural, and he's been great on color as well. We get a look at some awards presented here on the floor after the final game of the TOC. Obviously, the last game, Modern Day and Washington, will play this week. Sean Powell recognizing Gary McKnight, who's had a legendary career at Modern Day. And we'll thank our entire crew here in just a moment and run through a few thank yous. But first, Sean Powell goes through and recognizes some of these players on their hard work all week long. It's going to go through the all-tournament team selections. I've got to think Luke Barnett will be included in that. And
yep.
He is.
Good call.
Richie Ramirez called his name a bunch tonight. He had a great week.
Yeah, I would think he would be another one too.
Trying to get the final stats. He had 24, did Ramirez tonight, just trailing Luke Barnett's 26. And I believe this has to be Richie Ramirez, the most points in this year's tournament, Washington Invitational. And you see the Modern Day squad recognize him and come to life with a round of applause. The Washington Invitational is the only true bracket in this TOC, and the last day was adjusted a little bit by weather, but Richie Ramirez, really a big part of Mater Dei's 2-2 finish here.
Absolutely. I mean, he did a nice job. Got them off to a quick start. He was the kind of the main force offensively until Barnett got going a little bit as well.
106 points, and everybody gets 4 games.
Yeah, 25 a game. That's good.
And James Johnson, the Washington senior, one of a few Panthers we called out earlier, Jeff, that's had a chance to play a lot of basketball in high school, the Kevin Brown Hustle Award.
Absolutely, and James would have been a player Kevin would have loved. I mean, the way he plays the game, he's undersized for the position he has to play for the Panthers, but, battles against guys bigger than him, can do so many things around the perimeter, around the post. One of the key players for Coach Schermerhorn throughout the season for sure.
Saw him run the point a few times this evening.
Absolutely.
Get out and run the plays. As Washington heads back to the locker room, and that'll about put a bow on Clutch Sports Media's coverage of the 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare. Here we are up in the booth, Joey Wright and Jeff Little.
Hi, guys.
And Charlie Schermerhorn behind that camera. It's an all-Washington camera crew here in this one. Jeff, a few years ago we signed off after the 2021 tournament, and I went through and tried to thank everyone on our crew from memory. Our crew was a lot smaller back then, and I still forgot Jacob Steinberg, and I still feel bad about that to this day. Jonathan Michael, our director, compiled a list of everybody here that's helped us out for at least one game this week. And when we're talking about our crew this year, got to start with Jonathan Michael, who was instrumental on Monday, coming over here with Drew Johnston and running cords and getting things set up, and has done a lot on the air. You just worked with them last game and behind the scenes, and gosh, if we had to throw out an MVP, it would be him or Andrew Crawford, Washington High School senior, who's been instrumental when we've needed someone to fill in somewhere. He's been the guy. He's served in a lot of roles, run cables for us when needed, and jumped in to fill gaps. And that can-do attitude really has helped us out this week. And everybody's been great. There's Andrew, one of a few on camera from Washington. Mason Dowling as well did a great job on our game camera up here. He's pointing at I think he's pointing at Mason or he's pointing at us. Mason's right below us. But, yeah, Andrew did a fantastic job all week long, as did Mason and Charlie Schermerhorn, who we called out earlier. Larry Larson, who founded Clutch Sports Media with me in 2019. We've been a part of the TOC every year since. It's been a pleasure. And just to run down the list, Sky Gillespie, Michael Savoy, Sidney Barnes, Knox Minot, Mason Dowling, Andrew Crawford, Teddy Ball, Wesley Stambaugh, Mark Wagner. Knox is actually listed twice on this list. He did a really good job.
He must have been.
Did a really good job on social media with Elsa Olmstead, who graduated from Washington 2 years ago. Cody Roskins, Ryan Weber, yourself, Jim Lynch, Brett Parrott, Mike Plunkett. You four did a fantastic job sliding in and doing some games for us. Brett on play-by-play. You, Mike, and Jim on color. Molly Shire, senior at Leroy High School, came over and ran some camera for us. David Stevenart and Patrick Huber. And Jonathan Michael, who I mentioned at the start of the list. I'm Joey Wright. A lot of fun, Jeff, year in and year out. And, gosh, I could go on, for hours about how great our crew's been this week. It just so much goes into it, and it's not all about us. It's about all the volunteers and the folks at the KB Strong Foundation. This truly is a year-round event. We'll start planning for 26 here tomorrow. And appreciate you, Jeff, for making some time.
Well, thank you. And, this tournament is about, early season teams finding out about themselves and what they've got, what they still need to work on, where they're at. And, I'm sure every coach walks away from here feeling like we're going to be a better team for having been here. So, again, I mentioned what you guys do here at Clutch Sports, for people that maybe from California that couldn't make the trip, they're still able to watch their team play. And, that's got to be such a warm feeling for them to be able to watch from home and know they're still a part of it. So, congratulations to you guys for providing that opportunity.
We'll appreciate that, Jeff. And looking forward to working with you as the regular season goes along. We'll
Absolutely.
do plenty of Washington games and Morton and Metamora and Peoria, too, who played a few games here locally in the TOC. And also, before we sign off, be remiss if we didn't thank the volunteers, the board members here at the KBM TOC, Eric Schermerhorn, Sean Powell, Roger Holzhauer, Jake Weston, all kinds of folks we work with on a year-round basis. And again, it's one of those things where now if I start listing names,
Yeah, you're going to leave one out.
You are. Too many people out. If I left anyone on our crew out, I'll buy dinner. So my apologies there. But it's been a lot of fun, and that's where we'll leave it here inside Raymond Torrey Gym on a snowy Saturday night. Mater Dei takes down Washington 73-35. That's the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions for 2025. For our entire crew, I'm Joey Wright. Thanks for spending your Thanksgiving holiday week with us. We'll see you soon. Have a great rest of your weekend. Thank you for watching this presentation of Clutch Sports Media.